Hello and welcome to episode 1 of Shadows of Thorolun, Eliond's Hopes. Hello everybody. Hello Natum, Cody, Cater. Hello Zebus, Atrophinus, Sinju, Lurker, Brentley, Magical Gamer, Dice God, Ruffian, Enemy Blaze, Frosty Gators. Hello Toby, Anubis, Sycophant01, hello Yoshi, Bloodfallen, Vitality, welcome, EMC, hello Varus. Hello everybody. Hopefully you all are having a fantastic Sunday. I know I am. Let's see. Her Highness, thank you very much for 7 months. Incredibly kind of you. Sinju, thank you very much for 21 months. Insane. Thank you for sticking around for so goddamn long. It really does mean a lot. Dice God, thank you very much for a whole year. Incredibly kind. I hope you enjoy your new crown, brother. The Magical Gamer, thank you very much for 100 biddies. Very nice of you. Toby, mein Freund, thank you very much for 28 months. You handsome fuck you. I hope you have a fantastic day, brother. Crimson Anubis, thank you very much for 26 months. My God, you guys have been around since literally the beginning. You guys are insane. Bloodfallen, thank you very much for 12 months, for a whole year. I do see that you have a first badge, but I hope you enjoy your new crown should you ever wish to show it off. And thanks for sticking around, brother. Sycophant, thank you very much for 9 months. Crown has changed the way I DM, so I love when I can catch the games live. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for your support, and thanks for sticking around. Excited I can catch the stream? Hell yeah, man. I'm glad that we moved to this schedule. It feels like more people are able to show up and come hang out. So I'm very excited. We're letting the players get themselves situated. At 1, in about 6 minutes, we're going to pop over, unmute, get introduced to our lovely friends, figure out a little bit about who they're playing, and then we're popping right into it, right into D&D. Dear God, am I nervous. It's been 6 months. I'm probably a little rusty as a DM, so I do apologize. But God, am I excited. Thank you, Yoshi. Thank you. Are they starting in Shadowbringers? Maybe. Maybe. Smile. Listen, Final Fantasy XIV has amazing visuals, amazing music. Don't be surprised if you hear even more Final Fantasy music once I start playing Final Fantasy again. How much do you... This is a fresh start, Metis. You don't need to know anything about the previous games. Of that, you can rest easily and enjoy a brand new game. There might be some little winks and nods, some little Easter eggs, but nothing so like demanding that you watch 70 plus episodes of the previous games. Of course I will torment Sizzle for you. Gladly and with pleasure. That's right, Cater. It's been months of preparation. I have everything prepared. I knew that we'd be ready. What do you mean you don't want to leave the tavern? I need to adjust all of these, actually. Ooh, nice. Momo just got me their tokens, and they look amazing. All right. Doing this real quick before we pop on over. All right, Logan's is already good. Some last minute prep. Sven, welcome. First time chatter. What's going on, brother? Official art? Not official art. Not yet. They are only level 1, and we've just made these characters. So, you know, we're getting with it. We're getting into it. Months of preparation. What do you mean you just want to be pirates? A game decades in the making. I'm hyped for the new campaign. I appreciate you, Bilbo. Thanks for hanging around, brother. I'm very excited. Okay. It's time. Let's go ahead. Let's pop on over to the chat. Let's tell them we're getting ready to unmute. Let's transition. You will notice beneath me our friends, our companions, all of our lovely players for today. Why is that? Ooh, something broke with Discord reactive images. What the hell is this? There we go. So, you'll notice beneath me our friends, our companions, who will be playing with us today. And you will notice behind me the void. Currently bereft of your presence. However, as you all chat, as you all talk, your words will be recorded behind me in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers. If you'd like to say anything to your future safe, now is the time to say it. Okay, yeah, true. New campaign, new scuff, baby. All right. Getting ready to post just one more thing. We'll hold off on that for just a moment. Okay. Let's unmute. And let's go say hello to the new players. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Howdy, DM.
How's everybody doing this fantastic Sunday?
Nervous?
I'm doing all right. I just finished washing my face, doing some jumping jacks, so I'm refreshed. I am born anew, and I'm ready uh, to improvise.
Fantastic.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's time to make some shit up.
That's right, baby.
It's time to share a hallucination together.
All right. Did Momo finally step away?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm trying to get the overlay fixed because I
Oh.
didn't have all the numbers.
Oh, all right. Okay. We'll take a few moments. Everybody can say hi, chat.
Hey, chat. Long time no see.
You saw them last week. Also, hi, chat.
What the fr-
Who the hell is chat?
Bunch of nerds.
Who the...
A week is a long time. Yeah. Thank you,
It is a
Luna.
long time. It
Thank
does
you,
feel like
Luna.
it's
Right.
been an eternity.
Why is Toby copy-pasting Darkest Dungeon? Why are you doing that, Toby? Why are you bringing that
Oh,
energy
funny
here?
you mentioned that.
What?
Ah!
The overlay currently does not show it, as that is something that I will be working on. But if any of you are familiar with our Tales of Sunfall game, you'd have seen our afflictions and virtues, which showed if a character had reached their stress threshold. We'll be using the same system here, refined from Tales of Sunfall, in the hopes of getting it more accurately tuned for a proper adventuring. So, look forward to stress and plenty of Darkest Dungeon quotes.
Hooray.
You just can't help
Not the
yourself.
quotes. Not the quote.
Oh boy, the Waners.
So wait, what's improper adventuring?
Shut up.
I guess improper adventuring would be like murder hoboing? Question mark.
Depends on what edition you're playing.
Fair. Yeah, no, that's
Because murder
correct.
hoping might have been the only way to level.
When the level 1 peasant is giving you a quest, but you're too low level to do it, so you just murder them until you get to level 2.
Like, there's a whole village here. I don't think it serves a narrative purpose, so
It's for the greater good.
greater good.
Okay. With the overlay adjusted and fixed, we're going to get introduced to everybody. You're going to go down the line. Introduce yourselves. Tell us who you're playing and a little bit about yourself. And once we reach the very end, we're going to jump right into it. Let's start with Grayson.
One fear.
Hi, I'm Momo. I play Grayson Alvier. I am a level 1 rogue who has seen better days. Lost of many virtues and comforts and friends for a great deal of time. Who knows what the future has in store for me?
Hello. I am Necrosister, aka Kieran, and I will be playing Isolde Alvain, the half-fire giant daughter of Gerald and Guinevere Alvain, and a draconic bloodline sorcerer. Isolde is recently returned from Ilindor, the Collegium in Vinheim, as a full-fledged sorceress and graduate. However, she's adjusting back to small town life after essentially being away at a boarding school for almost an entire decade of her life.
Hey guys, this is Cirque, and I am playing Logan Alvain, half fire giant, level 1 paladin. He's the firstborn son of Geralt and Guinevere Alvain. Um, Logan has spent most of his life in Eliond. He's been nothing more than his father's little helper, and as he grew up on the side, one of the few local shepherds. He had a brief stint in his younger years in Illindor in college, but it was too much for him, and he missed his home. He sort of dropped out halfway finished, right? Then he came back home, went to war, came back a changed man, found religion, or rather, religion found him, and he's been sort of fumbling through life ever since. And that's where it begins for him.
Greetings. I am Sizzle Bacon. I play a level 1 talent, a Makote of the Moon by the name of Oliver Duskbrand, the adopted son of Amelia Duskbrand, adopted brother of Finn, and adopted student of Alexander Duskbrand, the local wizard in Eliond. Having been originally spat out from essentially cryo and picked up by the Order of the Eye, Oliver's early years are much of a mystery to him, and the earliest that he can remember is his short time in Nelinor before being shipped here to Eliond, where he has spent most of his years, and probably the best of his years. Having reached the ripe age of 20, he is now ready to breach the walls, the borders of Eliond, and find perhaps true freedom out from the thumb of the Order of the Eye.
I am. I'll even address myself in Discord. I run under Discord tag Dova Badger, and I'm playing Rylan Aldane as a level 1 fighter and a variant human, or the Ahrani race, which is special, weird variety of human. He is the son of the current region's road warden and a squire to that. So, as well as the long time friend of everybody else in the party.
Fantastic. Are we ready?
No.
Sure. We're gonna find out, right? We just fucked around, and now it's
It's
time to find
initiative.
out. Yeah,
I'm giddy as hell.
It's initiative, boys.
Allow me. It is currently the 12th of Hearthlight, 10:33 in the morning. It is the second year of fall and 1 year after the death of Queen Alexandra Amren. Autumn winds sweep through gold fields, causing the harvest to roll like waves in the ocean as they sway under its presence. The mid-morning sun peers down upon the lively town of Eliond's Tier, bathing it in a bright light that almost seems to cast away doubt or worries. Almost. As people go about their lives, toiling the fields, tending to loved ones, a sense of urgency spreads slowly. Whispers at first, rumors, of a danger along the road. It wouldn't be long before a humble half-giant, the alderman of this fair town, caught wind of the trouble brewing outside their borders. Vigar. His response is swift. A letter ran by a young man to the home of a noble knight. A summons, one that can't be refused. In the singing tier, the commotion of worried townsfolk is quelled by the comforting words of their Yelderman, whose warm smile and hearty laugh soothes their stress, promising matters will be dealt with and to return home. As the people shuffle their way towards the door, the approaching footfalls announce the presence of someone answering the summon. He turns to the door and relaxes in his chair, hands clasped together over his stomach as he waits, peering to the face of the one who steps through, offering a smile when he recognizes them. I'm glad you can make it, lad. His attention turns to Rylan Aldane. Rylan, please describe your character.
Okay. I will get that out of the rest, I promise. Rylan is pretty tall for a Taurosi human. He stands at 6'4", and he's got the sort of dark reddish hair, the silver eyes of his race that he doesn't understand yet, and solidly well built. Unlike his previous world's counterpart, he is larger, broader, thicker, and still young at 23, I believe was what we said. He does carry himself with some polished confidence after a recent adventure, wearing his armor, his sword, and his shield on his back. His left arm is draped over the hilt of his sword, so to hang kind of casually. And he smiles at Gerald because he knows this man, the town's uncle.
Correct. Standing there, you would recognize him in his relatively more relaxed garb. The sort of white linen shirt that he wears with its sleeves rolled up, sort of exposing those very broad forearms of his. You would see the hands pull away from his stomach and reach up, sort of dragging through that long hanging beard of his. And he would move to stand, and stand he does, looming several inches taller than you, as to be expected of a half giant. But he keeps the warm smile. I'm glad that we caught you while you were awake. This is rather important. I hope you don't mind.
Awake, Gerald, it's 10:30.
Aye. But I had been meaning for you to stay relaxed still. It's only been a couple months.
Waking up at 6 a.m. to march 20 miles is hardly something you can shake so easily, but I have been taking my ease, I promise.
All right. As you know, your father is with the Dracus in Rosewood, and as such, he has left us without a road warden.
Your letter made it sound urgent, so I came. What is the issue?
You can see him sort of furrow his brows together, this deep, heaving sigh that he releases as his shoulders sort of tense and then relax. I had some folks pass through, and they told me of a grisly sight on the road heading down to Durant's Spear. They recognized the cart as it lay tattered on the side of the road. A friend of mine, a merchant named Edward, he was supposed to be coming back from Durant's Spear. He sort of finished his circuit, so to speak. And he was going to come back here, and we were going to have a discussion of sorts, but, well, the cart is in all matter of ruin. And with the bodies that they said they saw, leads me to believe that with your father being gone, some Vigar in the area have decided to start getting antsy. And I feared that whoever else was traveling with Edward is probably gone.
Did they find all of the bodies that were supposed to be with the caravan, or are there any missing?
Well, none of them said that they saw Edward.
Well, there is a slim chance he is alive, but I can't promise that he will be. So we have Vigar raiders poking their head up, because when the cat's away, the mice will play.
Despite the very stressful sort of situation that the alderman has been put in, he does offer a slight cracked smile, but gives a nod out of agreement to your saying. I was hoping by now the Dracus would have let your father come back, but I don't know whatever matter he's discussing with. He hasn't discussed this with us. It's purely for the road wardens, so...
I take it he wouldn't have told his kid.
No, he did not. In fact, the Dracus very explicitly asked only for your father.
Didn't explain what was going on. Okay.
Aaron would have kept that to himself.
Well, Rylan shrugs in response and says, well, it's a matter of duty, and sometimes the duty requires discretion.
He nods.
If I knew, I would tell you.
No worries, I sent him a letter already. I'm trying to figure out myself. You think being a alderman, he'd tell me already. But I digress. Not my part to complain, none. But I do need your help. And, as it were, given that you're getting on there, I figured this would be a good opportunity. I'd like you to gather your friends, if that's all right. If you're willing to travel with them. I know Logan's been with your side after you came back from the campaign, but some of the other early lads I saw you hanging out with, you haven't really spoken to them all too much. I'd like you to muster them, so to speak.
It was on the advice of my mother. She said to take time. Others wouldn't understand all the things that I might have to talk about or be put off by it. So
you recognize
keeping my distance a little, just until I am sure I'm not going to be a burden on them.
You recognize a look of understanding, a seasoned knight as Gerald is, though having served many years as Yalderman now, but there's still that look of understanding, and he would nod. Well, Logan's awake, and Isolde should be up. I'd like you to get them first, and if you'd be as kind, once you gathered all of them up, told them what they're happening, why don't you go see if Mr. Duskbrand's willing to let Oliver out of the tower for a day or so?
Very good. I take it this... How far south was this?
It'll be about... You see him pause for a moment, bring a hand up. He would turn and begin making his way towards the bar. And you're going to watch as he starts rummaging from behind it. After about a moment or so, you're going to be traveling on the road for about 2 days. It's about halfway to Durant's Spear, just past the river.
Understood. Could I implore upon you to either arrange or point the way to where we could start getting supplies together for the journey? It wouldn't be good to set out without rations and things like that.
What kind of Yalderman do you think I am? You think I'm going to send you into the wilderness with nothing?
Well, obviously, you're the best kind of Yalderman.
That's what I like to hear. Now, while I'm getting prepared, how about you go get Logan and Isolde for me?
Yes, sir. He does the probably annoyingly characteristic salute to Gerald.
Putting a pause right there. Logan, what are you doing this morning?
Logan is currently outside in the backyard, cutting wood.
Memories.
The rattling thunk of axe meeting stump resonates through that door that connects to the back, right beside Gerald. And as his head sort of perks up after talking to you, he gestures with his thumb, sort of stepping back so you can walk behind the bar and go outside.
Sounds good. All right, so adjusting himself enough to go out the back to where the, I'm sure, mountainous wood pile now sits. As I don't imagine Logan leaves a little bit of wood chopped, but probably several years worth of wood chopped.
He's actually very mindful of how much wood he chops. There's only a small stack beside him, and yeah, at the foot of a log, you'd see Logan Alvain. He's holding an old wood axe to hand, and he's rolled up the sleeves of this billowing green shirt up to his elbows. And on top of it, he wears a kind of rawhide vest with very small, like more taunt filigree. And Logan, he's the sort of the picture-perfect carven copy of Geralt, of his father, when he was much younger. He's a very burly seeming man, his nose possessed of a prominent bridge, slightly bulbous, colored a blush of healthy red. He has very soft-seeming, thin lips, his cheeks are hewn in by dimples, and there's not a scar on his face, very smooth and persisting in its youth. He is tall, very frighteningly so, but no taller than his own father, together both standing shoulder to shoulder. He also sports the sort of frame you'd expect from a farmhand. Very thick limbs, hale-bearing, and hard muscle hewn by years of labor. Moreover, he's inherited his father's ginger hair, but for the one silver lock, which he gets from his mother. His eyes are a crystal gray silver, very metal-like leech of color, and they take on the reflection of light very prominently. And he turned and acknowledged Ryland's presence with a very eager and affable smile. Ryland!
Good morning, Oaf. How are you?
Not as good as you, seeing you outside. Are you alright?
Oh, I'm good. Are you almost done with the wood?
Yes. No, but really, are you okay?
I'm quite well. No, Father summoned me. Trouble on the roads. You ready for an adventure?
Logan sort of approaches Ryland with a very trepidatious expression, and he'll seek to take him by the shoulder with friendly appeal and look him in the eyes. We're going out again.
Well, not like last time. That took over a year. This time it's 2 days south. Caravan has gone missing, ambushed, and people have died.
Oh, right, I heard about that. Did that tell you anything?
Mine did not say anything, of course. Yours only that the caravan master is not among the bodies. So there's a chance he's alive, but you know me,
Maybe.
I don't bank on thin maybes, but if we find him, that's good.
Well, hopefully he got lost or something, right?
Or ran away or something.
Run away where?
Anywhere where there wasn't fighting.
Oh, right. Escaped. I like that. So I'm guessing we need to get supplies or something like that? Boy, it's been a while.
Your father's handling it. We're to gather your sister and Grayson if he can be pried away.
Oliver.
Sorry, Oliver. My
As
name
though-
recognition will wake up, I promise.
The spirit of all warmth leaves Logan's body.
Yeah. Ugh.
Ooh,
Yeah.
it's been a couple years, lad.
Oliver and Grayson. The O and the G. Got it.
What do you mean? Why them?
Well, it's probably best it's not just the two of us.
Right, but can't we get some of the militia instead?
Well, with father away, it's probably best that they stay and make sure that the borders of the town are secure.
Oh, right, your da's gone, isn't he?
You know, he's summoned by the Dracus on business.
You see that Logan gets a very sheepish smile, very conspirational, when he nods. Right.
I don't know what it was,
Sure.
don't ask.
Oh, I won't. Right, I think she's upstairs. I didn't see her leave her room.
Putting a pause right there. Isolde, what are you doing this morning?
Well, I think, contrary to her brother's statements, she had been out early this morning, which is why he didn't see her leave her room. She had some business with the wisdom this morning, helping disseminate herbs to townsfolk in need. Nothing too complex, more of go for this, go for that. Stuff that she's been doing on and off for the year that she's been home. However, she did return home recently and is now going through the laborious process of taking her hair out of that damnable braid. With her pseudo-dragon companion, Eden, nearby, sometimes, well, right now, causing a little bit of mischief as it has taken her comb up into the rafters of her room.
Yeah, you would hear the audible chirp of Eden every time you go to reach for them as they sort of either bat at your hand with one of their little paws or basically jumping up just out of reach and then settling back down with their wings outstretched.
The ceilings are not too high that I won't climb it to get you. Come on.
There's a moment where you would hear a knock at your door.
Isolde, braid half undone, hears the knock at the door, spins around for a moment, looks up at the mischievous pseudo-dragon. I will get to you in a minute, she says, turning. There's a bit of shuffling before the door opens a crack. Isolde is definitely a bit more conscious of her appearance since coming back from Eliond, and granted that she is not quite ready to receive visitors. It only opens a couple of inches, part of her face peeking out.
Waiting for you, you would see long, white, flowing hair that rests just over her shoulders, and the graceful age that she wears on her expression, the sort of sharp, pointed ears that twitch ever so subtly as your mother, Guinevere, greets you with a warm smile.
Oh, Ma. And she opens the door.
I hope it's not too early.
No, I've been up. I'm just, braiding my hair.
There's a
I guess.
very soft snort that sort of pushes through her nose as she gives a nod of approval, giving a glance over her shoulder to the side of the hallway, seeing if there's anybody else before looking back. Well, I don't want to disturb you too much. I was hoping that we'd be able to go do something today, but your father has other plans.
Is Dog going somewhere?
No, sweetheart. You are.
She blinks, puzzled, but she does her best to try and hide a bit of brewing excitement. Isolde has ideas of where she might be going, but or hopes she's going.
Your father called for Rylan, and he just showed up. So I found it fitting to come and get you.
Oh, he's back? Um, uh, she kind of combs her fingers through the undone portion of her hair. Right. When did he get back?
From what I heard, his mom's been keeping him inside, sort of recouping after the campaign, so to speak.
Oh,
You can
Oh,
ask him
yeah.
yourself, of course.
she kind of scratches at her cheek for a moment, just kind of glossing over the scales, the silvery scales along the sides of her face, hinting at her draconic bloodline. Oh, yeah. Oh, where I supposed to be going?
You'll also have to go speak to your father.
Oh, yeah.
Should I tell him you need a couple minutes, or?
I'll be down shortly.
She smiles.
And she kind of glances back.
You see Eden has gotten to the highest point of your room, which is almost basically outside of the singing tier at this point, as he's trying to push in between the boards of your ceiling, trying to like wedge your comb in between the boards.
I think seeing that, Isolde would whisper a spell under her breath, summoning a spectral hand to appear next to Eden and pluck the comb for her out from the wooden rafters
Easily
before
done.
it gets too far gone.
You would see the swatting of a paw in the direction of the in the comb. Try its final attempt to grab it, but ultimately fails as the mage hand whisks it away back to your control once more.
Once it is within range, Isolde will take it and then smile to her mother. I should be down in just a couple of minutes.
You would see her attention is sort of settled on Eden for a moment, and she has the smile is still there, but you've seen this expression probably more times than you can count, though it's probably been used on your brother more. The look of an expectant mother. And with that, the rowdiness of Eden settles very quickly. You would watch, in fact, as they flutter down from the rafters, sort of sitting on the edge of your bed, very prim and proper. Wings tucked in, tail curled, and they look as if they are the perfect angel. A nod of approval from Guinevere as she looks back to you. Reaching a hand out, she'd very gently sort of brush some fingers across the side of your cheek, sort of brushing over the scales. Make sure you moisturize those as well.
I mean, hasn't been a dry fall this year, not like last year.
No, but you can never be too careful.
There's a thought and a nod. Okay, maybe a couple more minutes.
She says, backing up, heading towards a small vanity that was probably a newer addition to her room that has a few lotions and potions dedicated for cosmetic use.
Perfect. Guinevere, seeing you retreating back to your vanity, would give a nod and close your door for your privacy. And then you would hear the retreating footfalls of your mother. How long do you stay in your room getting yourself prepared?
Well, I told Mom I was braiding my hair, so now I have to redo it.
Lying.
3 days.
So it takes a little bit longer. But given that she's going to be seeing a friend that she has not seen in quite some time, Isolde is going to take a little bit longer to make sure that she's fresh-faced, scales are shiny, and, maybe a little bit of makeup.
Perfect.
So she says 15, and it's more like 20, 25.
Very good. Both of the boys, having been brought inside, would be having a discussion with Gerald, sort of relaying some of the finer points of the objective that you all are going to go see. And within that 20 to 25 minutes, eventually, Isolde would come downstairs.
Yes, and Isolde is obviously the half-fire giant daughter of Gerald and Guinevere Alvain. Similar to her twin brother, Logan, she is on the taller side at around, 6'7", and while she is not very muscular or exhibits physical strength, she does have a fuller, more, I guess, robust build than either a human or elf would appear to have. She is also a bit fairer skinned, as she doesn't seem to spend most of her time out in the fields, as her brother does. And in that respect, she more closely resembles her mother, but in almost every other way, she looks like her father, possessing gray-blue eyes, soft, rounded features, and a head of voluminous red and curly hair that has been temporarily tamed into a large, loose braid. However, the nod to her dragon ancestry is quite visible in the broader streak of silver that's in her hair and the silver scales on her body. Most of those scales are visible, framing her face, her cheeks, and down the sides of her neck, as well as those on her arms and on her hands. And while she's been in Eliond for the past year, she still prefers to wear the clothing and robes she had acquired while in Ilendor over in Vinheim. So they are a little bit more fashionable, one could say. A little on the fancier side of things, even though in those places it would just be considered commonplace. For Elions, though, she's always a little overdressed. And she looks around and spots the boys. Oh, hope you weren't waiting too long. Eden was making things difficult, she says, glancing at the tiny, almost dragon-like creature kind of grasping onto her shoulder.
We are at the bar, right, DM?
Correct. Or at a
Yeah,
table, whichever you prefer.
Logan would have been leaning against the balustrade of the bar, and he sort of pushes himself up as Isolde joins. Hey, I like your braid.
She gives him a flat look. She knows that's not a compliment.
There's a very pointed look from Gerald from behind the bar, who looks at Logan with a raised brow.
Logan has a very flat look Which is his poker face for when he's shitting on his sister, yeah.
Thanks. I like your beard.
She says, poking at some of the tiny bits of stubble that he may have missed.
Immediately he turns a look of alarm to Geralt.
Busted.
She smirks, folding her arms across her chest.
Gerald's attention immediately becomes scrutinizing as he sort of leans forward, sort of inspecting your chin and your jaw.
Every inch he leans in, Logan leans away a bit, by the way.
Need to be a bit more thorough when you're shaving next time, boy.
Dad, I scraped it this morning.
What's that then?
All right.
There's a low chuckle that comes from your father as he sort of rubs his palms together and then smooths them over the top of the bar. Right. So, Isolde,
She turns to her father.
Logan,
I heard we're going somewhere?
aye. You'll be going with Rylan here. Going to go grab Oliver. And then once you've done that, you'll be coming back, and I'll be telling you what you're doing.
We're getting Oliver.
Aye. It's funny time that boy left town.
How are we going to convince him to let
Wait.
him loose?
We're leaving town?
Hold on.
She
hold
tries
on.
not to smile too broadly.
Hold on. You're going to go up to Mr. Duskbrand's tower. You're going to tell him that Oliver has been required by the alderman to arrive here at the Singing Tier. You'll bring Oliver back, and then I'll tell you what you're doing today.
Can you come with us?
No,
I don't want to have to ask him myself.
you're going to have to, lad. I'm not going to be able to be there for you always, asking your questions for you.
Can I at least tell him that you asked?
Well,
You
that's
can tell
odd.
him
That's
that the
odd, but you-
alderman is requiring Oliver.
That's that.
Let Rylan do the speaking.
Right.
Rylan has stood up. Sorry, I had a coughing fit there. Still a little sick, pardon me. Having pushed away from the bar and turned to smile, both at Isolde and then their little quips between each other. You know, some things never change. But yes, we will gather Oliver on order of the alderman, request of the still squire of the of the road warden, and set forth on some duties. Do you have your things? We should probably be able to leave town before it gets too late.
Oh, right. We might fight, right?
If the Vigar are involved, yes.
Wait. My God. Where are we going?
Go get
She says,
Oliver.
putting her hands on her hips.
Go get Oliver and I'll tell you everything.
There you go.
Wait,
She levels a glance at her
No more
brother
waiting,
and her
boy.
friend.
Go get Oliver.
Rylan gives her that like sort of half smile and like nod wink, like he'll explain what he knows on the way.
well, I guess we're walking out, huh?
You would see your father turn and walk into the kitchen, and you would hear sort of clattering and moving of things as if he is getting things ready. All right. We all know where Duskbrand's tower is. Please move the token. Yeah?
Yeah.
We decided to go to 15 blocks over in the wrong direction.
Isn't that where his tower used to be?
Do a
Logan
roll
is
for Omega.
self-consciously rubbing his his fledgling facial hair. Misled them.
All right.
You don't have a beard.
Well, you do have a braid.
At least her braid looks pretty. Now look at this. Little wispy hairs.
She looks at Rylan, though, ignoring her brother for the time being.
Not you too.
Hmm,
I'm almost disappointed, Rylan.
almost.
Almost.
Some things never die, including sense of humor, but the braid looks nice enough. Though I do think that the your preferred method of wild and free is more you.
Yeah, well, at least while the wisdom has me under her thumb, I won't be able to do much about it while I'm out and about.
We'll be on
She
the
kind of
road
shifts
for-
uncomfortably at that.
We'll be on the road for 2, 4, maybe 5 days, a week at the most. Plenty of time to forget.
We just got home and they're sending us away. Great.
I've been home for a few months. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Also, forgot to properly say, welcome back.
And she kind of like leans down and gives Rylan a hug. Friendly hug.
Aw.
He does kind of get lost in like the braid a little bit. There's enough mass.
It eats him.
Roll for initiative.
As you three are walking down the road, we'll put a pause there. What is Oliver doing this early in the morning?
You motherfucker. You're talking about like 11's early in the morning.
You know what? Oliver can't join the adventure. He came down with fucking Sugma. How
Oh,
about that,
I'm
huh?
icky. I'm icky. I cough on the part. Let's see. So early in the morning, and by early I mean like 5 or 6, would probably have been breakfast and chores, and then early morning studies. And right about now, probably would have been finishing studies and basically preparing lunch. So he probably would be with Amelia, either currently finishing setting up lunch or eating eating lunch with, Amelia and probably Alexander and maybe Finn, who I don't know if he'd eat, but he'd probably be there.
He wouldn't eat, but you would watch him like sort of sat at the table with everybody, and he would have some parchment and crayons in front of him, sort of doodling away.
Crayons, though.
So yeah, Oliver would be kind of going through the motions that he's always done. His feline eyes kind of dulled as he is sort of just sucked into the monotony of daily life. Yeah, so he'd be having lunch with the homies.
Fantastic. There's a moment where Amelia sort of looks at you and offers this very pleasant smile. It's something you've seen probably a number of times during your childhood here in Eliond. Just these very quiet moments where the family as a whole just sort of sits down and enjoys the day, and you can tell it's this very earnest look from your stepmother.
Oliver, for his part, probably looking somewhat bored at this point, catches the smile and returns it, sort of catching how he's sort of portraying himself, being caught out of whatever he was thinking, and he smiles to her and offers during this moment of silence, he goes, the food is quite nice.
You say that every time.
Well, his ears fold back. It's nice every time.
I'll believe it.
This time.
He pouts without much meaning to it and continues to eat.
Do you plan on doing anything today?
The ears relax and the pout disappears and he thinks on it. I think today is training day.
You would see Alexander, even here at the table, massive wide-brimmed hat that obscures almost all of his features, save for the beard that hangs low down to his stomach, gives a very thoughtful nod and a low hum of approval. Correct. We'll be going over some arcane studies today. It's then that you hear a knock at the door. And before anybody can even move, you would hear the clatter of Finn, always happy to answer the door, basically throwing his pencils and crayons over the table, rounding on his chair and immediately stomping his way to the door. I'll get it.
Oliver, quite used to Finn's eagerness, doesn't even bother, offer. He continues to eat, but feigning disinterest even as one of his ears are pulled back to listen.
For the three of you outside, the door opens to a familiar sight. The jar-like entity known as Finn.
I'm telling you, Rylan, he's going to turn us into goats. Finn!
Oh, come on, Logan.
Logan will sort of reach in and try to pick him up.
Oh, all right.
How you doing, buddy?
Roll me an athletics check, please.
All right.
First roll.
How swole you are.
10. All right. Grabbing at his sides and hoisting him up, you would hear a sort of deep, resonating grunt from him as he tries to assist you in the gesture. But you managed to pick him up.
And he'll drape his arm around his jar and hold him to the side and look over him, sort of looming with this big grin.
There's a laugh as he sort of turns his attention into the house. Mr. Duskbrand, it's Logan and Rollin and Isolde.
Hey, Finny. And she kind of leans over and pats him on the top of it, the rim of the jar.
It's good to see you again, Izzy. I like your braid, by the way.
Oh, thank you, Finn.
It's very pretty.
She just kind of smiles. She does not have the heart to break his spirit that way.
That's right, motherfucker.
Mm.
Can you put me down there?
Oh, right, yes. Any new sketches? He'll put him down.
You would watch immediately, sort of wiggling his way out of your grasp, the clatter as he scurries his way inside. And as he retreats, it's Mr. Duskbrand who has risen from the table to greet you, our hands clasped behind his robed back as his wide-brimmed hat looks at all three of you expectantly.
Logan shrinks.
Isolde makes a formal bow to Dustbrand.
There's a deep nod of respect given to you, Isolde. Graced by one of my students and a new graduate. Is there something I can help you with?
Well, yes, actually. Rylan has more of the details.
She kind of looks expectantly to our soldier boy.
Rylan having stepped up, having missed his opportunity to say goodbye to Finn before he got distracted by drawings and bolted. I'm like, oh, okay, well. He'll bow politely to Duskbrand. It has been a while.
There's a moment where his attention is, it's hard to tell where it's at, but it almost feels like it's fixated on Isolde. Like he had been expecting this to be a discussion of magic or the arcane. But seeing as the communication has now been directed towards Rylan, there's almost an air of suspicion around him now as his attention turns to you. Indeed. It's good to see you out and about.
I've just been recuperating and spending time coming down off of it. It is good to see you again. I suppose there's no point in wasting your time. Gerald has requested that we come and gather Oliver, needed to perform some duties for the alderman.
Official duties. Very important.
A moment passes. It's a very long moment of silence after your words. I see.
Isolde sort of steps forward. Would that we had more details for you, Master Duskbrand. But my father would not call upon him, or even myself, without reason.
Well, if it helps, there's been some trouble on the road.
His hands pull away from his back, and you watch as one of them reaches up, sort of dragging his fingers through that very long white beard of his.
While he's thinking, when Rylan says there's some trouble on the road, there's the screech of a chair in the distance, and then the thud, 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 thud of feet as Oliver emerges and bursts. Hey guys,
How's it going, buddy?
what are you talking
Hey, Oli.
about? Pretends to act casual after having burst basically from around Duskbrand.
You're not alone. It's at the same exact time. Finn is on the other side of Duskbrand, double fisting pictures that he's drawn and sort of like hanging them out for you guys to take. Duskbrand is at this point like a wall, basically, this final blockade in the door. Despite his old age and small stature, he seems unmoving in this current instance.
There are two pointed ears pointing out from behind him.
If I'm to understand this, he's going to make you a wayfarer.
Sounds
What?
about apt for the situation.
No, not my dad. We're just going out a bit, Mr. Duskbrand.
Oliver's eyes are getting very large.
Well, a bit is not entirely accurate. It could be about a week.
With all due respect, Logan, I've known your father for longer than you.
Fair.
Oliver bursts out, "A wayfarer! Can you believe it, Finn?"
But don't wayfarers go further out? Don't they visit other continents, even?
His palms
Sunlight.
come up, this very placating motion, both for you and for Oliver. You may bring Oliver to meet the Alderman as he has requested. He turns now, fully facing Oliver, as Finn sort of squeezes past him, sort of finally now able to budge, and immediately shoves his pictures towards Rylan. One towards Rylan, one towards Logan.
Oliver looks like he is about to burst out of his skin. His usually slitted feline orbs are about as round as marbles as he stares up expectantly at Duskbrand.
Ryan will take the picture from Finn. How have you been, Finn? It's been a while.
Oh, been all right. I can do this. And you watch as he sort of claps his palms together, his very stony hands, and you'd watch as he pulls them apart. And he is going to use some folk magic. And you would watch as one of the paintings, probably the one that Logan has, you would watch as he pulls his hands apart and says a word that you don't understand. You would watch as the picture that Logan has in his hands folds and then becomes a paper airplane.
Ooh. Who told you this? He'll sort of throw it up and let it fly a bit and then catch it again.
One of the merchants, the piss boy.
What was his
Meanwhile-
name?
I don't know.
Meanwhile, Isolde is trying to kind of peek over and see what's going on between Duskbrand and Oliver. Like, kind of trying to get a glimpse.
Oliver?
Yeah.
You're going to be engaging in wayfarer activities, adventuring, as it were.
He's nodding excitedly.
I understand that you're very eager. However, you need to be incredibly mindful, both of yourself and the companions whom you'll be traveling with. You're still learning. We've not truly mastered everything. And as such, you do put yourself at a risk. Do you understand?
He's he's nodding with you could tell him anything and he'd be nodding right now.
Hey, DM,
Yes.
how much of this can I overhear?
Roll me a perception check. All of it.
Okay, noted.
Guess I'm being distracted by Finn's pictures and magic tricks.
Correct.
We both are, yeah.
I want you to promise me that you will not strain yourself.
He bursts out. I promise. Not one bit of strain. Nope. Mm-mm.
Nose already bleeding.
Oliver, not just for my sake, but for your mother's.
The excitement finally dwindles, and you see he's starting to actually pay attention to what Duskbrand is saying as his eyes shrink down to their normal size, and he seems to calm down a little, and he nods again. I know, Duskbrand. Teacher, yes, of course. I will be the epitome of careful with what I can do. But is that a yes?
Yes.
Yes!
Oh, excitement has happened in our vicinity.
His hands shoot up into the sky like fists as he shouts yes, probably a little loudly for since he's right in front of Duskbrand.
Bison. Yes. Yes!
The hat recoils briefly and then relaxes.
I mean, thank you, teacher. I won't let you down. Besides, it sounds like we'll be back soon.
You hear from behind you the approaching footfalls. What's happening?
Uh-oh. Captain Buzzkill's here.
Oliver spins on his heels, and before he can really think about it, blurts, "I'm becoming a wayfarer, mother."
The pleasant smile that she had been wearing before, when
That's gone.
in the presence of Isolde, Logan, Rylan, you would watch as it fades very placid expression, lips pursed together. A wayfarer.
Sensing the sort of expecting the excitement he's experiencing to radiate, her soberness sobers him in return, and his ears pull back as he looks to the floor. I mean, with your permission, of course. Not long, just I don't think we're going very far. He looks over his shoulder, trying to look sort of past Duskbrand at the group.
Duskbrand would step aside now, letting the trio who approached, who at this point you would see Finn is just sort of like making and unmaking paper airplanes, like as it's flying, completely oblivious to like everything that's happening behind him.
Yeah, meanwhile, Isolde's been watching this exchange the entire time.
Logan sort of steps up, and he'll give her a smile. Hello, Miss Amelia. You look really pretty today.
That's very kind of you, Logan.
You guys were eating? Smells great here.
The pleasantness
I'm rolling my eyes at you, brother.
is soured somewhat by the current revelation that her son is going to be a wayfarer, which is odd to all three of you, mind you. Wayfarers, especially at your age, are not only incredibly common, they're celebrated.
Yes, it is a celebrated thing, yeah. Well, Logan noticing that he is diminished. I would like to roll insight on that.
Certainly. Go ahead and roll me insight. She wears her expressions very openly, even here in front of guests. It is a wariness. For Isolde would understand, having heard the conversation. For you, it could be simply chalked up to a mother's worry.
Right. So Logan will turn his face all syrupy sympathy and explain. The way I hear it, we'll only be gone for some days. We don't have all the details yet. I'm sure it's not too much. He'll be fine.
Catching on this like air of not quite excitement, Rylan greets Amelia as well, having not seen her in a while either. Good morning, Miss Amelia.
Good morning, Rylan.
It's been a while, but the alderman has duties for us while my father is away, and most likely it is for the good of the town. I can only imagine. In the interest of full disclosure, there is a missing caravan and possibility of danger to the town. And besides, I may not be my father, but I have been learning under him since I was very young. And the duties of the road warden are not just to protect the roads and the people, but those they travel with. I will be making sure that he is safe.
She pauses for a moment, listening to you before looking back to Oliver. She sort of closes that gap. Bringing a hand up, she'd sort of cup the side of his face and look at you very expectantly. I want you to promise me that You'll take care of yourself.
Uh, with a mother's will to catch his attention, he considers her words much more carefully than perhaps he did with Duskbrand at first. The excitement now mulled over. He looks up to her uh, as he is taken by her hand, and he nods and says, "I promise, Mother. Thank you. I've been. I would never shirk what you and Alexander, teacher, has done for me, but I have watched all of my friends come and go. Surely, just this once, it could be my turn to see the world."
There's a very, very soft frown, but a look of understanding that wanderlust. It is hard coded, basically, into every Tarosian. And even now, it's no different in you. And she understands that. Giving a small nod, she would lean in, place a kiss to your forehead. You're gonna need your things. Go get them.
Oh. And he scurries on back into the tower, into his room, and starts feverishly packing.
The moment he's gone, a finger points in the direction of the trio.
Oh boy. Well, fuck now, boys.
Roll
One
wisdom
hair.
save.
One hair is gone from his head. Bahamut, have mercy, because I will not. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Isolde nods, but also kind of offers a little bit of a placating gesture. Mr. Shemelia, I highly doubt it's something overmuch dangerous. If my father is willing to send me, Oliver will be in good company.
She sort of squints at you. You are a sorcerer of Eliond.
But you know my father.
Yes, but you're capable. You have experience.
With all due respect,
The finger
so is Oliver.
points towards Logan.
He shrinks.
One hair. She turns, not giving you an opportunity to say anything else.
Oh, Rylan was not going to promise her things that he can't keep.
You would see
Oh, boy.
Finn having basically gotten bored of turning things into airplanes. Eventually looks back, sort of bringing a hand up and sort of tapping at the top of his lid. Can I go?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, all right.
There's a sharp jab into Logan's side.
Well,
I do not want to get in trouble more with Amelia or Dustbrand, for that matter.
wait, why can't he go? He's old enough, right?
There's a hard stare.
For the first time, and perhaps ever since you were little, maybe, you'd have seen the brim of the hat lift. And that singular, like, very, very present eye staring at you from underneath the shade of the hat, Logan.
Oh.
Yeah,
Death.
Logan stares into the void, and he finds that eye gazing back, and leeched of color, he turns back to Finn very apologetically. Ooh, Finn, not enough room in the cart, I'm afraid.
Ah, shucks, all right.
But hey, maybe while we're gone, you can make some more paints and show me them.
Oh, okay. I can do that. If
Nice.
you happen across any, like really cool folk magic, could you bring it to me?
In scrolls?
Yeah. Or
Sure.
the person who can do it.
But you'll have to teach me them.
He sort of scratches at the top of his pot again. Maybe?
You'll try?
Sure.
At the very least, show them to me.
I'll do that, yeah.
And sure. Shake on it.
Yeah. He'd bring his hand up.
He'll take it.
I just imagine like this warrior pot dressed like Freeran telling them, "Give me all your folk magic."
80 years after Himmel the hero's death. With a certified handshake, he turns back into the tower, no longer interested in the conversation that's being had, and goes back to his chair.
Isolde looks to Rylan and Logan.
Well, that could have gone better. I guess it also could have gone worse.
I was about to say, about as good as it could be. Oliver, how are you?
Well, Oliver would be in the tower packing, but
Well, that's
given
right, he bolted. Shit,
he
I thought
got
rapid fired back.
no, he scurried away when Mother said, "Go get packing."
Well, he'll say that.
Shouldn't-
He'll say that to the empty air, like, "Oh, very good to see you too, Rylan. I missed you as well." He's am I a ghost?
You know he's
Alive.
excited.
Yeah, he is.
Also, shouldn't we help him? Doesn't he need like a tent or something?
We've got all that stuff. I'm sure Gerald is. He said to leave it to him. If anyone can prepare us for a journey, it's your father.
It's not too long that Oliver comes back down because he doesn't seem to have packed much. Having never been on a journey, you see he basically has taken a backpack, a blanket, an extra set of clothes, some pouches, and like 2 vials and his cartographer's tools. And that's all he's brought.
That's pretty
Cool.
good.
And an ink pen.
You get his
Basically all of
His
his
desk.
Yeah, basically his studies he's brought along the way. But he hasn't like gotten food. There's no weapons. He's
Where's
not
your
in armor.
pillow? You need a pillow.
What?
You need a pillow. You're going to be sleeping.
He blinks. Oh, he flushes. He,
Yeah, let's go to your room.
all right. He,
I swear to God, if there's a freaking anime girl pillow in there, I'm going to hurt you.
Jesus Christ.
yeah, that's crazy.
What-
Anyway,
don't
we
look at
can't
the
go in
bed.
there anymore.
Yeah, it's locked. Sorry.
No, I have
One
everything
way.
I need for my adventure.
Let's not go in my room. It's a silly place.
It is a silly place.
Yeah, if you guys want to go to his room, he'll turn around and a little more meekly this time lead you guys to his bedroom. It is not it's not too big. It's what you'd imagine like a college dormitory about in size.
It's not the cupboard under the stairs, but it's not huge.
Correct. It's the wizard tower. I can't imagine is super spacious, and a lot of that space probably has to be taken up by books and supplies.
What do
So
you mean? It's bigger on the inside.
I mean, I don't know. Does Dustbrand's tower defy physics? I look at DM.
Is it the TARDIS?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
nice.
all right. Never mind. It's a luxury suite. There's a
It's
pool.
a master suite. There's a spa.
You don't
king
have a
bed.
fucking pool,
There's a pool.
but you would have a nice, comfortable room right next
Nice.
to Finn's.
All right, you enter his nice, comfortable room next to Finn's, and it has what you'd imagine: a bed, a place to prepare for the morning with a mirror, and some spare clothes, and what looks to be like bits of his studies scattered around the room,
Right.
including
Where's
the
your
bed.
knife collection?
He slow blinks at Logan. My what?
Your
Ah.
knife collection. Where do you keep your knives?
The kitchen?
Huh?
Boy, do you have a pack?
Sure. He shoulders the backpack that he's slung over his shoulder.
All right, let's see what's in there.
He-
Isolde, make sure he has clothes. Logan, find anything that can be used as a weapon that isn't just a pointed stick.
I mean, a spear would be great. He's got nothing now.
That's better than a pointed stick.
Fair.
Is the furniture in Oliver's room more suitable for someone his size? Or is it all kind
Yes, it's not half
Scooping
giant
down.
sized.
of Yeah,
Correct.
okay.
It is.
Hold
Stay
on.
standing.
He does not offer you to sit.
Would Logan see Solda like considering taking a seat?
Yeah, for a moment she just kind of like looks around while you guys are like fussing over the pack. She like
Yeah.
The only
right.
thing that could possibly fit you is probably the bed itself.
Maybe.
Logan will sort of reach out to her like, whoa, no. Don't sit down.
Crack that bed and just. Oh!
Yeah, he does not have any of the survivalist supplies you'd expect on a trip in his room. Clearly there is no intention of him leaving Eliond's for any extended period of time.
At least torches, Olive.
Uh-uh.
How about anything to heal? To rub on a wound, maybe.
That's
Not
your
in my
mother-
bedroom.
Your mother did threaten our lives if such a single hair was out of place. So if you get hurt,
Oh, well, that's like
it's because you fell down some stairs on your own.
You can explain that to her.
Logan, you can explain that to her.
Oh, why me?
Or bigger.
I still can't take it.
I've seen the horrors of war, but that thing scares me.
Me too, that's why I'm extra nice.
Oh, I have
Extra
one thing.
brown-nosing.
He reaches under the bed and pulls out a singular grappling hook.
There's a
Had that?
link.
What?
Like scratch head, but
Uh,
well, actually,
he looks to the door and then mutters, Finn and I were going to try to scale the side of the tower.
Oh, right. I remember you never went through with it.
No, but I didn't really know where to put the grappling hook. So I just kind of had it.
Okay, put it in the pack. Don't let her see it.
All right, still sit in the pack.
Meanwhile, Isolde has probably opened like your armoire or one of your drawers
Yeah.
and is like picking out outfits and laying them on the bed.
travel.
Kind of going through like yes, no. And she's very much hemming and hawing over what looks both functional, sturdy, but also fashionable.
Most of it is, he doesn't have like an insane amount of clothing, but most of what he has is essentially what you'd imagine on a student. It is not for like travel, or alternatively, it's like t-shirt and rough spun pants that you'd have for like doing chores outside. Like there's no in between except for what he's currently wearing and the extra pair of like commoner's clothes that he has that's already in the pack. There is one other thing, which is you notice he forgot to take his cloak.
Oh boy.
Oh, well, you're not going to get very far without this. She grabs the cloak out of the armoire and sets that down
He
on the
has a
bed as
change of
well.
underwear and
You didn't pack it? I got that for you.
I forgot.
Obviously.
I was excited, okay? What do you want from me?
Well, it was supposed to be a thing you'd use for when we did get out of here.
I forgot. He
Right.
sheepishly puts it into the pack.
forgotten.
He's going to need more socks as well.
Do you have a good pair of boots?
Right.
He looks over. You see, like, the rubber boots made for, like, working in the rain. Or not rubber, but, like, you know, basically thick leather.
Yeah, like furred boots.
Yeah.
We'll probably do.
It's only a couple of days.
Could be a week.
A week.
We'd need to wrap those. Put more
What?
layers.
Where are we going, by
Boots.
the way?
South.
I wish I knew.
South.
Oliver.
All right.
Oh, so now that we're alone, there's a caravan that's gone missing, one of Gerald's acquaintances, and it appears it could have been attacked by Vigar.
His eyes get big.
The caravan master was not among the bodies. Obviously, we can't have caravans being attacked this close to Eliond or anywhere on the roads.
Bodies?
Yes, dead.
Probably an exaggeration.
Oh.
She just kind of rolls her eyes and folds up a couple outfits.
Don't tell your mother, by the way.
Yeah, this is need to know.
She doesn't need to know.
Not until we come back.
Oh.
You see,
If that
Logan has a very grave look and he's shaking his head at him.
maybe never.
You see him consider this for about, I don't know, a millisecond, and then
Yeah.
nods.
So there could be fighting. There will definitely be some investigation.
Oh, I do like investigation.
There you go. But you want to make sure that you're totally prepared. As Logan and I discovered, having extra socks and a good pair of boots is your best friend on the road.
Oh, dry underwear too. How many undies have you brought?
Oh my god.
He kind of blushes a little bit, looking over
Isolde
at
puts her hands up like, I ain't touching that.
Not my fight.
You see, he has like 2 pairs, and he quietly shuffles over to the dresser and puts in like one more.
Nice.
All in
Very
all,
well. Do you have that? What about that spear? You got that right?
He doesn't have a look. What I'm saying is that all of the survival and weapons and armor is gonna be gotten by Geralt. He don't got it right now.
That's what I figured. Yeah.
Yeah, he don't
Yeah.
got it.
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Okay. Holy fuck.
Speaking of,
Got your cloak, you got clothes, you've got your pack, you've got everything. Let's get out of here before your mother changes her mind.
Let's take him to Dad. Yeah. Wow, we got him. I thought there'd be more pushback. I thought they'd close the door in our face.
When your father says you've been summoned, your options are a little limited. No, he is a lord, right?
I thought that only applied to me.
Ah, it applies to a lot of things.
Oliver, dwarfed by basically everyone, is looking up. Sort of, you can see his foot is tapping impatiently, eager to get out. Before, as you said, the forces above change their mind.
All right, let's pack all this up and let's go.
okay,
Thanks, Bombay.
forces above are there to see you off at the door. Duskbrand firmly shaking your hand once more, reminding you to be careful, and of course, your mother giving you a farewell hug, a kiss goodbye, and telling you to be safe.
It is a firm embrace, and you
Pain
can
of
see his
death.
eyes almost watering with excitement, realizing that he'll be leaving her behind. There's a mix of sadness. He's very confused right now. There's a lot of emotion.
On the other contrasting On the other contrasting sort of spectrum, you have Finn, who's basically cheering you on, always your hype man, so to speak.
What's that, Al Gaib?
Good old Finn.
Correct. Basically, wanting you, unlike Duskbrand, who's telling you to be very careful and very mindful to not strain yourself, Finn's being like, go crazy, use your cool brain powers, do that thing you're going to do.
My angel and demon on either shoulder. Hey,
They're both, just kidding, they're both
hey,
demons.
jaunt everything.
Come back with scars, like a lot of scars.
Stick to the spear of one
Make
end
stuff
and
float.
the Bling shit.
Time to float. This is the alternate reality where Oliver becomes freaking the clown from It. Time
Alright.
to float.
Your equipment gathered. You have been summoned by the Eldermen of Eliond's tier. Your destination? The Singing Tier. Feel free to move your token.
Move it.
Fucking Mach 10. Oliver doing the classic anime waves behind you as he leaves thing.
This is
A
the
bob
mom.
and
Does the mother have the
Duskbrand.
single? Does the mom have the single braid over one shoulder, indicating that she will be a protagonist that will die?
What?
Oh, you're talking about anime tropes, and the single braid over one
I didn't know
shoulder
that
is
was a
the.
thing.
Yeah, I didn't know until
Why do
recently.
we braid our hairs? That seems
Yeah, we're all fucked.
that's dangerous.
Don't do that. You're all going to die.
Anyway,
Uh,
as you all arrive at the Singing Tier, you would see departing from the Singing Tier, Mr. Broadhurst, a very wide, very red tiefling. The sort of thick black beard that clings to his face with wide curled horns that jut up from the sides of his forehead. He greets you all with a very pleasant good morning. And you would see that he had just finished unloading some things inside the Singing Tier. Y'all stay safe now. All right?
that is the plan.
All right. Well, don't let me
See
keep
you
you down.
again.
I know your father's waiting for you. Said towards Logan.
He gives a very eager nod. And with a hand sort of motions to Oliver. Like, aren't you glad that he's out? Look at him.
His attention sort of like it drifts between two figures. Seeing obviously Rylan out and about, there's a surprised look. An even more surprised look is that you're carrying Oliver Duskbrand with you.
They cut him loose. We're going out. And he's coming with us.
Shit. I
You're
guess it
wide.
is serious.
Wide grin on his face.
Anyway, he's going to need some soap.
What?
What?
Well, you're going to have to wash while we're out there.
Well, hey, I just brought some stuff to your dad, so pick through it, take whatever you want.
Perfect. Thank you.
Don't like me. Your dad paid for it.
Well, so you brought it. How are you, by the way?
I'm fine. Been well. My boy's been helping about, so been easing a little bit of my burden.
That's good. And your father?
Ornery as ever.
Huh. Well, that's good.
I agree. Isolde, good morning.
Oh, morning, Mr. Broadhurst.
Well, I
Sorry,
will,
just- Oh, never mind.
oh,
it's been a morning so far.
it's about to get even more of a morning, so good luck. I suppose, well, maybe not yet, but when you're coming back, I'll be calling you wayfarers. See,
Wait,
well, that
you're also in on that?
your dad got me in the loop, so. And Edward's
He's
a friend of mine,
serious.
so. Oh yeah, he's serious.
I suppose you should be excited if we'll be buying our things from you.
Yeah, I suppose.
Huh.
A little bit of business.
I might also be the one paying you. So
uh,
Oh, that explains why he sounds tired.
Will we get the family discount, so to speak?
all right, let's not push it yet. All right.
Mhm.
How about you go inside and talk to your dad? I got some things I got to settle.
Right. Well, thank you for bringing the stuff.
Of course.
If Dad's serious about this, huh?
I'm sure they're just making a fuss. Because, it's 4 of us heading out.
Potentially. Well, no, you're probably right.
Stepping inside the singing tier, you would see a plethora of equipment waiting for you.
Oh,
Never mind, fuck.
Standing there, sorting through it, getting it into small various piles, is both Guinevere and Gerald. Gerald turning to all of you with a very bright smile on his face as he looks to Oliver. Oh, shit, that actually worked.
He
Oh,
he
fuck.
he steps in, sort of stunned by all the stuff, and he almost looks. He gives like a confused ruffle of his brows. What?
Oh, well, I was actually expecting Mr. Dustbrand to say no.
He blinks. Oh,
Wait, you weren't sure it would?
Oh, not at all.
You sounded so certain that.
He gives you a very, plain look. I mean, yeah.
Wait, is that how you make everything work?
I'm the mayor's son.
I'm the mayor. I'm not a god.
How I keep
Jesus.
everything running so smooth.
I just tell people they have to do things.
It's all in the right.
Right.
Just throw that right around. And you
Speaking
get-
of, right. He turns to the equipment. Gather your things.
Let's see what we have here.
Logan sort of steps up to the pile and he'll give his mom a hug and sort of kiss her on the forehead before he starts browsing.
Hello, dear.
Hey, Ma.
I made sure to pick out some things for you.
You got my cloak?
Of course.
What about my rawhide pants? You get them?
All right. That's. I got
Oh,
most
the
of
one
your
with
things.
the bulge.
Your
Caught
boots? You
myself.
get my boots?
Look through it and see if I missed anything.
Did my socks dry yet?
You can go find out for yourself. You are grown after all.
All right.
Isolde sidles up to her father, and she's like, "Duh, what's
Mhm.
what's this I hear about Wayfarer business?"
Ooh, right. So, you are of age. I thought, given you just come back, and it's been about a year, you might try stepping out into the, world, so to speak.
So you don't want us to stay in Eliond?
She kind of adds experimentally.
I'd love for you to stay. After all, you're my kids. I love you both. I'd love for you to stay around, helping around the tier, helping Miss Calvert and Mr. Kingsford. Actually, sorry. It would be it'd be Irene Kingsford now, not Calvert. Apologies.
Kingsford. Oh my god.
Yes, Oscar Kingsford, aka King.
Did
Yeah,
was his last
boy.
name Kingsford this whole time?
Correct.
That's so funny.
I'd love for you to keep helping them out, but with Eridan being gone, and if the Vigar are starting to poke around as much as they are at our borders, I can't rightly sit by as the alderman when I have fresh wayfarers right here who can help other people, myself included.
I mean, it's just so unexpected.
Right, why don't you go?
his
She,
his
as he
face
just
sort of
snaps her head.
his face
You do
sort of
it.
scrunches. I know I told you better than that.
What about my sheep, Dad? Who's going to take care of them?
What about your sheep? The 12-year-old down the road can take care of your sheep.
That's very diminishing. I thought you really cared about my sheep.
Of course I care about your sheep. But boy, you're grown. You can stay here if you want. But you have the whole of the world waiting for you.
I mean, I was just curious.
Of course you were.
She says, trying not to seem as excited as she is.
He squints.
Isolde is excited, but Logan does not seem excited at all. Who's going to help you? While we're gone?
Who's gonna
The
help me?
12-year-old?
Son, you're acting like I'm 90.
Mm.
190, sorry. I'm fine.
I know you're fine, but you only have 2 hands.
Two hands built this place.
He does have a wife who was very capable, if you recall, being your mother and all.
I know.
Duh. Logan's going to leave me. He's going to let me go all on my own.
She sends a look over her shoulder.
He's already face palming.
Your mother, who's been very quiet through this whole ordeal, sort of fingers steepled together as she sits one leg crossed over the other in the chair, sort of watching. I understand that you might be worried, but you have no reason to be. Again, like your father said, you can stay if you want. You won't hear any complaints from me, but I don't think you should.
You want me to stay, right, Ma?
No.
Fuck off.
But you just said you did.
Destroyed.
I want you to stay because you're my son and I love you. But you're not a boy anymore.
I feel like this is all some strange pretense. You know he wants to go.
He sort of works his mouth a bit, rolling his jaw. Alright, well, you're all going to be okay, yeah? Well, we're gone.
Of course, sweetheart. I have no intentions of letting your father burn the place down.
Okay. Oh, well, maybe I should talk to Jake, have him come cut your wood, so you don't have to.
Don't worry. I can ask that young boy Shane down the road.
Okay.
Young man.
Alright. So you've overplaced me already?
Of course. We've been talking about this all morning.
Stunned, Logan just sort of looks at the array of items on the counter, finally. Alright.
All right.
And
Isolde,
hold on. I didn't want to say nothing at first. But your aunt is visiting. And I did promise some rooms already.
Oh, that's what it is.
No, hold on.
No, but it is. You've been keeping this from us. Plotting.
You know how she is.
Of course I know.
So what I'm saying is go be a wayfarer.
You're not going to give her my room, are you?
Oh, maybe not her. Ooh. Her son, though.
Oh no. He's
Well-
like Nine. He'll destroy everything I have.
He promised me he wouldn't go through any of your things.
He's going to poke holes in the wall.
Mm.
Moment he gets his hand on a knife, he's a fiend.
You're worrying too much. And I need the rooms, so...
Speaking of knives, Oliver found one.
Oh no.
You see, Oliver, while they're having this conversation, Oliver's kneeling by some of the equipment, and he has a very large knife, or dagger, that he's like oohing and eyeing over. And then he'd look over his shoulder, and while they're busy, he'd start to make it float for funsies.
Listen. There is a great amount of importance you being here. But I'm still young, son. And if I'm being honest, even if I were to pass suddenly, hopefully in my bed, surrounded by my loved ones,
Why are we talking about this?
we're talking about this because that's how life is. But if I were to go, none of the other Yaldermen know you. What happens if I go right now? The Drac is just going to have to pick a new Yalderman. He's going to look at you and be like, aye, he's gone on campaign. Good lad he. But does he know the others? Does he speak to any of them? When was the last time he's been to Rosewood? Have I met him? Maybe when he was a wee boy. But recent?
You already gave my room away. You don't have to make me feel bad.
Hey, I gotta try.
Fine. Only because Easy's gone. And I'm not gonna let her outdo me.
There's a sudden as the dagger hits one of the wooden walls and embeds itself into it.
There's a very sharp turn. Head snaps
There,
from Gerald and Guinevere.
You
Oliver is giggling to himself as he has slungshot it with his mind, and then looks over to see everyone looking at him, and he sheepishly goes and collects it.
Sweetheart? Don't.
His hand is hovering over the hilt. What?
Don't do that.
Sorry. As he tries to pull it out of the wood.
Is he strong enough to pull the wood that he magically embedded? I'm curious.
Uh,
I would say so. He didn't dump strength. Oh, I wasn't going to make you roll a check, but sure. Yeah, 10 sufficient.
Oh yeah, it's a +0. He's average. So it takes a few good grunts before it thunk comes out of the wood. And he sheepishly goes back to looking at the other supplies, the less sharp supplies.
I'm guessing you want the shield, Rylan?
I think he had one. I was like, we had no equipment? Is that what the situation is?
Yeah, you basically had like your clothes and your like the preamble to your armor. This would be the rest of the equipment you guys have on your current character sheets.
Okay. So he has his like he does his gear, like his fighting gear, so
Hmm?
but like the adventuring gear, that's on the table.
Correct. Hempen rope, various sort of pieces of equipment like iron spikes, 10-foot poles, stitching, like the stitching kit, the healer's kit, all that stuff.
Yeah. While perusing some of the gear, Isolde notices a mirror amongst the items and snatches that very quickly.
Yike.
Okay. I'm gonna get my pack from upstairs and I'll start attaching some of these camping stuff to it. The tents. I think this is like a kit, fire starter kit, right?
Mhm.
Another hook. Where are we going?
Who knows? Never know what's going to happen. Be prepared, always.
Oh, fair enough. Probably Amira's vestments. I think she'd want me to wear that when I'm out.
You would hear the door open behind the lot of you. Stepping into the singing tier, a reoccurring figure in the recent year, an older man, gray hair sort of slicked back with a sort of more pronounced presence of a sort of shorter beard on his face. A taller individual, perhaps as a little bit shorter than, about just as tall as Rylan. You would see him sort of shifting into the room, one arm missing, the other one sort of closing the door behind him. This would be Reynold Alvear. Looking up and seeing, almost looking past all of you towards all the equipment, he'd look up towards the party. Oh, becoming wayfarers.
As it often was in this man's presence, Logan's manner becomes far more solemn, and he nods very gently.
There's a small nod of acknowledgement as he looks to all of it. You would see Gerald already shuffling away from all the equipment to go behind the bar to start preparing his coffee for Reynold, who's basically what he always gets is a large thermos, and sort of looks over all the equipment. I'm actually surprised that he let Oliver out.
Everyone keeps saying that.
Oliver, you didn't even come to Illendor.
Well, I mean, I've already been to Nalinor, and there probably isn't that much difference. He sort of tugs at his collar.
It's very different, actually.
How would you know?
Because I went.
To Nalinor.
No.
Exactly.
Illendor is special.
Absolutely. You really have to go, Oliver. Trust me.
Well, maybe we can.
They barely let him loose for this, and you think he's going to go to college?
He purses his lips.
Let's be glad with what we have.
I take it you all are heading towards the rumors.
Rumors?
That is the plan, yes.
Mm.
Do you have any insight on that yourself?
No. Just came for my coffee.
We'll keep a lookout, you know?
He doesn't say anything at that. Makes his way towards the bar. He would pause when there for a moment, sort of brushing his one palm across its surface before curling it into a sort of relaxed fist. Good luck. This is your first adventure?
Is he talking to anyone in particular, or just the whole group?
Whole group.
Oliver would open his mouth to speak and then pause and look to Rylan and Logan.
Logan, seeing him pause, will answer for Oliver, leaning in and clasping him on the back and the nape of his neck, smiling across. This is his first adventure. And he's very excited. Tell him, Oliver, how excited you are.
Oliver, with his 8 wisdom and -2 insight, doesn't really get Reynolds' sort of reservations, and immediately nods vigorously. Oh yes, very exciting. It's been years. Feels like almost my entire life since I've gone anywhere but Eliond. And I mean, this isn't really that far, but it's somewhere.
Hmm. I suppose. Well, good luck all the same. Ebo will guide you and all that.
Yes, sir.
And Isolde kind of just reservedly nods.
We go with the blessings of the Morning Lord. I hope.
There's a very yeah, nod as he turns his attention back to Gerald. Our party. Is there anything you'd like to do now that you have all of your equipment?
I imagine one cheeky thing that Isolde does before we all head out is kind of gives her mother a hug and is like,
Don't let Auntie use all my nice things in the vanity.
I plan on moving all of your things out of your vanity. Don't worry, dear.
and then, hugs her a bit tighter for a second time.
The hug is reciprocated. A very small laugh of knowing shared. As she sort of squeezes you for a moment. Do look after your brother for me.
Of course.
The opposite side is Gerald sort of hugging Logan. Do look after your sister for me, all right?
What? She's the bloody wizard. I was hoping she'd take care of me.
Hold on, she's a sorcerer.
Right. Still a wizard, Dad.
Look after her. You're the older
will.
one, ain't you?
I know. But she's come back so different,
There's a small nod. Right.
It's like she aged 100 years while she was gone.
I mean, going to places like Vinheim sort of has that effect on you. But don't worry about it none. I'm hoping maybe this whole adventuring thing might bring her back a little bit.
I hope so too,
So be mindful and look after her.
With my life.
That's
I
what I like to
promise.
hear. He'd clap you on the shoulder.
Oh.
Right. As the alderman of Eliond's tier, I wish you new wayfarers all the best. You'll be adventuring down the southern road to Durant Spear for about 2 days. When you get just past the river, I'm told that the cart, or the carriage, should be pulled off the side of the road. Find what you can, and if you can find Edward, bring him back.
And Edward.
Could you write those instructions down?
No.
All right.
No.
You got a big brain, lad. You can remember that.
Oliver, quietly offering journal and pen, is slapped away.
But like in a very mean, side swipe of slapped away.
It gets fucking knocked out the window.
Yeah.
My book.
Yeah, he'd. Are you asking me to write that down for
Correct.
you? Perfect.
Objectives.
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Oh my goodness.
Holy crap,
If
Willis.
you go on over to journal notes on the
I pull
left
up my
side
limits.
of your screen, you'll notice you have a quest. It's called Rendavi Attack.
Yeah.
You have 3 objectives. Find the missing merchant. Recover the missing supplies. And a secret objective.
Wait, what's the secret objective?
Who knows?
What's the secret objective? Okay, but could you write down the instruction, the directions?
No.
Oh. Okay, well, I hope
You
someone
just
was
have to
paying
follow the road south. That's
attention.
it.
All right.
We just need to find the place.
Durin spear. Poor
I
toy
can't
boy.
wait until we overshoot and end up in the spear, and we're like, "Where is it?
Wait, yeah. When you
No
just
one wrote down the notes."
that's actually a good question. Originally, you said it was between Eliond's and Durin's spear, and now it's just past Durin's
Durant's.
spear.
No,
Durant's
no.
spear?
Okay.
Duran.
I am going to have to write this down.
I told you.
It is down the road. It should be about 2 days. When you get past the river, that's when you should start looking. Durant's spear is probably another 2 days south of that.
Okay.
Midway point.
You'll see it when we transition to the hex map.
Okay.
Oh my god.
It's now that Gerald turns to Rylan.
Mm.
I do appreciate you doing this. I know that your father being away makes this all rather difficult. You know how Vigar can be when authority like your father has to go away and do other things. So I'm hoping that it's just a nice, quiet find and that nothing crazy happens, but I know I'm leaving it in your capable hands.
Well, farther away it does tend to fall to me, doesn't it? Not to all of us, really.
Well,
I suppose you could send the militia, but you do need to keep them here, just in case.
correct. And as a squire, you are sort of like my Acton road warden, in a way. So, this is technically your responsibility.
I'm definitely not shirking it. I'm, if anything, eager to prove myself.
That's right.
That's what I'd like to hear. So, you have your directions? What?
What? Nothing.
We all have to look down to Oliver.
The finger points to Oliver. What?
Uh,
Come on, boy, spit it out.
He's trying to like come up with something. What did you say about a cart? What are we doing again? I don't think I'm fully informed.
Well, you
We
didn't tell
told
him.
you in the room. We did tell him, he just forgot because he's very excited though.
All right.
He is very
all right.
excited.
Here's what happened. The merchant that passed through a couple weeks ago,
Uh-huh.
who sold us all of our nice things, that's a friend of mine. His name is Edward.
Who isn't?
Good point. He recently had went to Duran's Spear to finish his circuit of trading before eventually making his way back to Rosewood. What I've heard from a couple folks who came up from Duran's Spear along the road said that they saw his carriage off on the side of it in some tattered manner. There were a bunch of dead folk around it, unfortunately. I was told that there were other wayfarers, and what looked to be Morlings and Rendavi both. What I was told is that nobody had seen Edward, so my hope is that I can send you fine folk to go find Edward.
Oh. You see, as the like weight of the actual objective sort of enters his adrenaline boggled mind, his ears pull back and he kind of swallows. I'm sorry, wait, did you say Morlings?
Aye,
The
lad.
big, ugly bestial things, the terror of Tyros, the undoer of civilizations, those Morlings?
Some of them are
Oh,
red
all
looking.
right, hold on. Let's not be giving them too much credit.
The ones Rylan talked about being large and scary and full of other people's blood?
Well, that is correct.
Oh. Oh. You see, the grin, which was now honest, is sort of plastered onto his face to hide the sudden nervousness that is upsetting his stomach. I see.
If anything, I prefer the Rendavi.
Well, from what I was told, it looked like chaos. Rendavi and Morling and Wayfarer alike just sort of scattered about.
Wait. Together?
Aye.
That can't be right.
I don't know. That's what rumors get you. It's also why I'm sending you, so you can confirm it for me.
You sure Edward is not just running off with the supply, Dad?
Why would he leave his cot behind then?
I don't know. Excuses?
A lot of those wayfarers were folks we knew for a very long time, Edward and I. I don't think he'd do that to
Oh.
them.
All right. We'll find them, Dad. We'll find them.
I know you will. Or you'll try at least, and that I appreciate all the same.
Did he carry anything important?
There were supplies that he was bringing up from Durant's spear. I'd like you to find those if you can. They should be marked for Eliond.
What is it, fish?
Fish and a couple of other things. If the crates are still intact, you just need to find our symbol on them. If not,
Right.
you're going to be looking for a lot of Wayfarer equipment, actually.
That's for Mr. Bradford's shop, right?
Aye.
So we shouldn't open them.
Preferable.
He gives him a thumbs up.
You have any other questions? Anything at all?
What is the extent that we are to find any of these marauders? Do we chase them into the wilderness? Do we call them? What is your decree as alderman?
He gives you a
Scare them
very
off?
earnest look. If they're threatening your life, lad, you know what to do.
No, that I wasn't worried about. It was more if they give up and run away.
Oh, we're not chasing them. We find them, we find the supplies, and we go home.
Aye,
Right?
don't give chase. Who knows what they've been setting up in the absence of your father? I'd hate for you to chase after him and stumble across a whole camp unprepared.
Another gulp from Oliver.
Be mindful how you engage them. I know you're smart like that, Rylan. I know there's no worries about that. Make sure the others don't run off after him in some vain attempt at glory.
Very well. Seems fair. All right. Well, we have everything by the look of it, including provisions. Thank you for that. And everything else.
Oh, one more thing just in case. I'll give it to Logan.
Huh?
Starting you off, your pa is going to be giving you 2 supply packs. These are necessary for you to get a rested slumber, a full rest.
These are very heavy.
Correct. They're not really.
Not really, though.
And he would also give you...
Yeah, not to me. I guess that's why he's getting them.
He would also give you... Sorry. Nope, never mind.
He's not giving it to you.
Sorry, you get the supply kit and that's it. Or supply packs and that's it.
Ooh, money's tight.
So, Pa, I've got a question. Now that I'm going outside and all that, I'm gonna need a weapon.
I need a weapon.
I suppose you are.
Oliver raises his hand. Can I have one?
You're gonna keep that knife on you? Or you want something else?
He looks down at the knife. That's still in his other hand. Looks up. Something else, maybe.
Wouldn't a
More knives?
spear be his style, Dad?
I'm glad you mentioned that. He watches, he reaches down behind one of the tables, sort of set along the edge of a chair, and he would pull up two things. One is a sort of sheathed greatsword.
Oh,
The
For me,
other
right?
is an actual, like, militiaman spear. I'd set aside some weapons just in case. But if you're reckoning you're going to need one, you can see this sort of knowing grin on his face. He'd hold it out.
yeah. Logan sort of reaches out to grab the handle of the blade, and in his hand it feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of his arm. It's like the polished handle is almost fusing with his palm. I mean, it sort of reminds him of the first day he ever held a sword. It's like this feeling of fear and respect, right? And this strange, distant hope in him that he doesn't have to use it. And yeah, he'll pull it free from the sheath. Only 5 inches to check its maker's mark.
You would recognize it with many other things that you've seen around, though perhaps a bit more rare nowadays. It is the mark of Mr. Rowe, Catherine Rowe's father, the resident guild blacksmith.
And this sword is sort of Castle Forge quality, yeah? Like,
Elaborate.
it's good craftsmanship.
Yes, Mr. Rowe and Catherine Rowe both are highly competent, highly skilled blacksmiths.
Yeah, he'll sheath it again, and with a kind of ceremonious approach, he'll accept the sheath in both hands. Thank you,
Of course.
So why didn't you give me your axe?
All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
You're sending me off and you're not going to give me your
I
fabled
need
axe?
my axe. I can
Fair
still
enough.
swing it.
I know I've seen you decimate wood.
When I can't raise it no more, then you can have it. How about that?
You're
Always
never-
hitting me with that nostalgia.
You're never
Gods.
getting that axe at that rate.
No. May that day never come. Anyway, the spear. Oliver, try it. Give it a swing there. Make some room.
Okay.
Maybe,
He
out,
takes
maybe
the spear
outside.
and he swings
Maybe
it,
outside.
and it nearly probably hits one of the tables.
I said make some room, Oliver.
Huh?
How about you try swinging it on your way out, down the road,
Away from everybody.
past the river preferably,
Out of town.
and
All
finding Mr. Edward if he'd be as kind.
right. Well,
He
I'm
gives
packed.
Geralt a thumbs up, holding the spear straight up.
That's a good lad.
The butt of the spear on the floor next to him.
I have
Can I
have
throw
easy
it?
and ice stuff.
No, no throwing. Ever above my lord. What were you saying, Logan?
Oh, I was just cataloging. I have easy and ice stuff. She has her mirror. Rylan has his stuff. Oliver, can you carry all this?
What's all this?
It's essentially your tent, your bedroll.
Gee, I didn't realize I'd have to carry so much. Do we really need all this stuff?
It's probably best you carry the tent, Logan.
We have 3
Alright.
tents to carry, so you. Actually, no, only 2 tents, right? No, we have 3. I don't know who all has bought tents. Fuck.
2 tents, but they're for 2 people each.
Oliver huffs as he begins to take all of the taking spear and dagger. He begins to pick up all the other bits that he thinks he finds, some value in. A salve, some torches, water skin. We'll let you know right now he's not going to be able to hold the tent.
Yeah, no, yeah, Logan will take it. His dad asked him to.
And of course, Izzy assembled a pack while this whole shenaniganery was happening. Probably even had time to run upstairs, grab her quarterstaff and cloak, as well as her ritual book. Things that she didn't carry with her and would not be spread upon the table.
That
And then
homecoming
just-
gift, the cloak.
Yep, absolutely. And probably the calligrapher's tools, just in case they need to write.
Okay. The final hugs are given. Handshakes, claps on shoulders, thumbs up, nods of approval. The approving signs of a Yalderman who's expecting much of you, but understanding all the same. Is there anything else that you would like to do here in Eliond's tier?
I like to tell my mom that I love her.
Adventure awaits!
Boo bud.
And I'm sure Rylan actually does have to say goodbye to his mother as well.
Are we stopping by the Aldane household?
Right in the middle of town anyway, isn't it?
You tell me.
Oh,
Ah!
Where's your house?
Where is it?
Was this fucking
drag and drop
wait.
us to your
So
house.
start pointing. He's like, no, that's someone else's house.
I don't know whose house picked what, but I guess I don't know. This one looks cool.
Okay.
The old residents get thrown out. The Aldanes get put in.
It's like The Sims that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you all are walking, sort of making your way through Eliond, you would see a familiar figure walking down the road with a number of militiamen behind her. A Felinir of somewhat above average height for her kin. You would see sort of deep scarring across her features, one ear partially cropped. But you would see all the same that she has sort of her blade on her hip at the ready as she walks with some of her militiamen. This is Lydia Arantz, the constable here in Eliond. She doesn't say anything as she recognizes all of you. All of you are kids. She has seen you basically grow up. She is a older Felinir. But there is a very knowing look on Lydia's face as she peers at all of you very closely, recognizing the gear on your back, the equipment, the signs of new wayfarers. With a nod of approval, she makes her way further down the road. Arriving at your house, Rylan, what are you doing?
He's gonna go in and check and see if Mom's home.
Opening the door, you would hear the sort of shuffling of feet making her way downstairs, sort of with a what appears to be a basket of laundry in the midst of doing chores now that her son has gone out. She looks somewhat surprised to see you. Would you describe your mother?
After I'm done coughing myself to death.
No, right now.
Okay. Also, tall woman. Not as broad as Rylan is. And clearly gotten that from his father and the life he led, but she is definitely fit, wearing the usual Eliond's attire, but with a probably keeps like a short sword and a quiver, and her bow's kind of like strapped on her back if she's out, but if she's in, then it's by the door. She's got the long ass hair, in the same shade as Ryland's, the same eyes. Unlike his father, who is a half elf. But pretty much like he is beyond the masculine build, and then the size is almost the spitting image. They look very obviously related. Yeah. He's probably just slightly shorter than him, slightly, by an inch or two.
She stops at the bottom of the stairs, sort of setting aside the basket for a moment as she raises her attention to peer at all four of you for a moment, just studying each of you, recognizing the packs. So that's what the summons were for.
Well, that, and there's trouble on the road south.
I've heard. You intend to fix that?
Someone needs to.
Good. How long will you be?
Could be about a week.
Are you prepared for a week?
Gerald sent us with a lot of supplies. How much was in those packs, food-wise, by the way?
Don't worry, Miss Aldane, I've got it.
I'm asking DM what the ration packs or whatever are good for.
The camping supplies or the packs are used when you want to take a long rest. I'm not tracking rations.
That's right. I'm just saying, like, how many days worth of like food and shit as in general.
We don't measure that, son.
Yeah, that's
we don't do
bullshit.
that here.
That's
How would you
stupid.
measure that in packs? Say we can. We got enough supplies for us to get plenty well rested.
We have 2 long rests, basically. That's it.
Correct.
So he'll
That's the gist of it.
communicate that they've got the 2 packs and all of their equipment and everything that Gerald ponied up for because he's cool like that.
Do you feel that's sufficient?
I mean, you know me. If I had my way, we would have a cot and supplies for double that, just in case. But over preparing for something is not what adventuring or wayfaring is about, I suppose. I suppose we will make do on the way.
Good. If you're confident, I'm confident.
Confident enough. I don't suppose you have any advice to offer before I leave.
What more can I tell you? Unless you'd like to hear my lectures again. Are you sure your friends want to sit through that?
They might harangue me a little for such a thing, but you know I've always appreciated your tutelage.
No doubt on that.
I know we didn't always agree on which route I would take in life, but
You can see the expression that she had, this very cordial, very welcoming expression to be expected when treating with guests. The moment that the idea of another path is brought up, you can see her expression almost become more stony. sort of set in place, doing her best to keep her eyes from narrowing and instead giving a small nod. Your father would be proud.
But are you?
Of course I am. You're my son, after all.
Insight check.
Yeah. Ah!
Let's see it, baby.
I'm just
It's too bad that I took that insight and put it into survival because
Well, you know what?
um,
I got you, baby. Wow.
Actually, I need to roll.
it's just deception.
Ooh.
She's like, God damn, my stupid little fail son.
Hey man, she's honest in my book.
She is impossible to read. You are
She's
attempting to glean anything from her expression. She gives nothing away.
She's impossible to read, and she's also crushingly beautiful, right? I believe.
Well, if you look at if you think that a female version that could probably kill you with her thumb is crushingly beautiful, then yes.
So having failed his insight check, Logan falls in love
Yeah.
with
fair
Ryland's
enough.
mom
Oh.
again.
Again.
All right.
Oh God. What's happening here?
You know,
This-
I would say she has some Celestine energy.
oh,
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
there you
she
go.
do.
it begins again.
So now we're all in love, is what you're saying.
Whoa there.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't have an Oedipus complex. Fuck
I
off.
feel like I take it back. I take it all back. Can we please go back?
damn, is that your mom?
That's your mom? Holy fuck.
Giving her approving
Comes
nod
back
as she
here.
did before. Her attention shifts very subtly to perhaps what she would deem to be the other most competent person in the group, and that is Isolde.
Oh,
She gives you a very
Right.
pointed stare.
I imagine I can feel her laser beam eyes as they shift over.
Correct. That very silver gaze setting on you.
And yeah, Isolde is quick to pick that up and gives a curtsy. Mrs. Haldane.
Lady Elvain. I take it your presence will assist my son and your brother. And she sort of gives a small crane of her head. Oliver?
Oliver waves.
You must be wondering.
Curiosity is brimming in the back of my mind, but you do have places to be.
Yes, indeed. As a sorceress of Elendor, I'll be accompanying everyone on this adventure.
Good. I'll speak with Amelia later.
She kind of like gulps and looks to Oliver like, ooh, can't save you there, buddy.
Oh,
fuck.
wait, that reminds me. Miss Haldane, could you do me a favor?
A favor.
A very small one. We're leaving in a hurry, and I can't quite go to the chapel to give Amira my goodbyes. Could you tell her that I
I will say
won't
goodbye on
be
your
there?
behalf.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Yeah,
Any
so
other
that's
favors?
Nope.
Very well.
If, I suppose we shouldn't keep you.
From laundry.
Oh yeah, I know.
A dreadful task.
Agreed.
I don't suppose you've possibly heard anything from your friends about these troubles.
Unfortunately, no. But I did send a letter this morning when I heard the rumors. If I find anything else out, of course you'll know.
Very well. Well. Take care. And if father comes back before we are, by some magical stretch, I suppose he'll be made aware.
It will. You needn't worry. Safe travels, you lot.
Do I at least get a hug before I go? Forcing affection upon his mother.
In front of your friends, I suppose.
Is that not allowed?
She would approach and embrace you.
And crush my spine in half.
What?
Could I get an embrace too?
I
Whack!
slap my brother upon the ear, just like admonishing him.
Ignore him! Yeah, he returns it back. No hesitation. He loves his mom, all right?
You would sort of whispering to you. Do take care of the others.
I will.
They are your responsibility now.
I'm aware. A little nervous, but we'll do what we can.
Good. I'd be upset if you weren't nervous. Now go.
Right. Away! Fleeing before death befalls us.
As they leave, Oliver looks to Rylan and Logan. Have you ever felt like you were... Did you feel like you were going to throw up on your first adventure?
It's always the first day that's the worst. Especially at night when you're laying down and thinking back on home. That's when I got the deesiest. The first time, at least.
I feel happy. I feel scared out of my mind, excited, sad. It's all jumbled in my gut.
Right. Once you work through that giddiness, then you're only going to be afraid.
Oh, that's delightful.
Delightful.
I think I'm going to throw up now.
It never goes away. The fear stays with you
I'm
forever.
going to throw up. He retches.
Outside, hopefully.
Along the road.
It's like a dry heave at first.
That's right, you've never left town before, have you? Well, once we cross the bridge, once you find that point where you're the furthest from home you've ever been, each step after that is also the furthest.
What?
It's like setting a record every time.
Oh.
I'm going to summon a mage hand to pat Oliver on the back.
Gives Isolde a thumbs up as he retches
As
again.
he's retching.
As your Makote friend empties their stomach of all of their breakfast
The lunch they just ate.
or lunch, as you all continue down the road, you begin to head westward, now leaving Eliond's proper and venturing out along the road into the Southlands. Hold on.
Is Oliver very... Oh, okay, sorry.
Before we do, we're going to take a break.
Neat. Break time.
Break time.
Get a sandwich.
What is the length of our break?
We're going to meet back at 50. So 3:50.
15 minutes.
Perfect.
15 minutes starts now.
I'll be
Go.
right back, but chat, feel free to ask any questions you have, and I'll attempt to answer them, or the party will attempt to answer them when I come back.
Yeah, ask us things.
You won't.
Ask the DM things. Dance, DM, dance.
Dance, bear, dance.
So what was your question, sir?
I don't think it applies anymore. I think Logan would have asked him if he'd like to do like a prayer to Evor to bolster him.
Praying's for nerds.
I mean, yeah, sure, Oliver would agree.
Yeah, I would have come up with some shit like bless my steps with wisdom and all that.
We like your funny words, magic people.
I'm the religion man, but I don't think he would care to have other people believe in Evor as he does.
It's my god.
But when people are wavering, maybe he would be compelled to be like, "Hey, we can ask
I mean,
our boy to,
from my understanding, Ebor is like basically the patron god of Eliond.
yeah."
Right. So everybody would have been exposed to Ebor. They have the Ebornese in them.
Ebornese.
That's right. Our god. Do you remember what saint Eliond is under, or is it just Ebor?
Several, but we have one that's for us.
I think
Okay.
it's Saint
Like-
Luella.
It's
That's
Saint
how-
Luella, the war something. She's like a
Luella
war
de Vil.
saint. She's badass.
Gotcha.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
Yeah. I wrote about her. It's Saint Luella, the formidable warden. She's like a guardian.
Nice. So it'd be like a pretty Luella.
I mean, it depends. Luella is like your own personal choice. Evor is Evor.
Oh, okay.
There is no Saint Celestine yet.
Saint Celestine is somewhere else, very busy right now,
Doing the thing.
possibly
Oliver
dead.
Definitely majors in computer science. You saying he's got those comp sci socks?
The ones with the beans on them.
That's right. He was just about to put him on for his arcane studies, but the party stopped him. I'm ready, Duskbread. Duskbread looks at him. I'm disappointed in you.
You're not beating those allegations at this rate.
Nah, it's alright. It is what it is. Sometimes you just have to embrace it. Here you go, Necro. This is the Duskbrand Oliver dynamic when he puts on his arcane socks.
Oh boy, let's see. What do we have here?
Wait, did they actually say that? Say what?
Oh, that's funny.
I just imagine fucking Duskbrand at the fucking lunch table, and his fucking hat is taking up like half the table, and like the other three have to use like a third of the table. They're all scrunched together.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, it's like a table for 10, but the hat takes up 4
Yeah.
places.
Yeah, the fucking like it's a circular table, and ideally everyone should be like on either like end, but because Duskbrand's hat is so large, it takes up like 2/3 of the table. So the rest of the party has like this the rest of the family have like this crescent moon of the table to work with. You don't even see the food. It's covered by his fucking hat. The hat lowers, the hat lifts, the food is gone. Which one of you said to Oliver, you better not have a body pillow? I totally don't need it for anything. That would be
Oh no, that
Rylan.
was either Rylan or Logan.
It was Rylan.
All right.
You're welcome. Do with that what you will. Anytime, Yoshi.
We're back.
So, chat, how we feeling?
Oh, fuck.
Is Oliver the twink of the group? Yes. Yes.
In denial. He won't admit it, but he kind of is. Also,
Fantastic. The world that CTF took place in is drastically different from the world we're currently playing in. So this version of Adis is very different from CTF. As a result, I have kept the events of CTF relatively vague as to keep them present in the current setting, but not basically bring them to light, because in this current iteration, certain characters would not exist within CTF or from CTF into this current timeline. So,
welcome to the Adis AU.
Also-
Basically, an entirely different universe, practically just very similar in some regards.
oh, you guys do have light sources. Perfect. Yeah, only one of your
Yes.
party member has dark vision. So,
Hey, Crowd.
yeah.
Finrin.
Yeah.
Can't wait to come back and he's like a level 20. He's like, oi, bruv. And then he fucking meteor
Oi.
showers.
Zoltrak, just through your heart.
Is Finn technically older or younger, quote unquote, than Oliver?
Technically, he's older than you.
Okay.
Mentally, he's younger than you.
Right. He doesn't change
Correct.
mentally.
I was trying to hint at that when I had a Logan be like, yeah, of course.
I was wait. You picked him up, and my thought was, if you break Finn set day one, we're gonna have a very different campaign.
I don't think he could break him by dropping him. He's not a fucking pot. Also, he wouldn't.
He's-
My boy can carry so much.
I'm gonna assume you mean not fragile like a pot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had to think about that.
It is my apology as well. I keep referencing these characters without showing any art. I am sorry. It's just a habit of mine because I'm like, yeah, my players know exactly who the fuck I'm referencing. So for chat, here is the Yalderman of Eliond's tier, Logan and Isolde's father. This is Gerald Alvain. He is a half fire giant.
I imagine him wearing the plate armor just casually in the bar.
No. This is him in his knight's attire when he was a part of the warden's retinue.
That's my duh.
What do you think I am? 90? He's 95.
And that's not
Um,
old. He's still young.
I know.
This is Guinevere Alvain. This is their mother.
I love my mom.
Older than time. but doing amazingly well for her age. Oh my god. What's your routine?
Got fucking moisturize.
Let's see, who else? What's that? Oh, this is Finn.
He definitely not a pot.
Yeah. Dude, he's got arms.
Do your brain power. There's going to be a little saint on Oliver's shoulder now that looks like Dustbrand, and a little devil on the other side, which looks like Finn with little horns for now on forever. One saying, "Be careful with your powers," and the other one going, "Fucking strain that bitch."
This is Alexander Duskbrand. We don't have art of Amelia, but I will find some. As I said, Mr. Duskbrand's hat is fucking massive.
Just knocking plates over. I imagine it like bending inward as he goes through different door frames, and then it like flops back out.
No, Amelia, Lydia is not Oliver's mom. This is Sir Reynold Alvear.
Depression.
Correct.
My
I
moronic
know.
brain is still like, that's my adopted father figure.
Me, the player, knows he's going through a lot, but me, my 8 wisdom character, is like, boy, oh boy, I can't read the room.
Here
Love
is
that for him.
Mr. Broadhurst.
Yo, why are you going around shirtless? Yo, I didn't think they had guns in Aegis.
Here this guy is with weapons of mass destruction. Jesus.
God damn.
Mr. Broadhurst is a welterweight champion. He is a brawler.
Engravings offer no tactical advantage. Points to arms.
Shotgun reloads his arms.
How did you make that sound with your biceps?
That's how we know he's actually a warforged with skin.
Mr. Broadhurst is secretly Adis's Terminator.
Bro, can't wait. Find a fucking, like, some Armstrong motherfucker, and he act like his chest, like, his, like, pecs, like, flex, and you hear, like the cocking of a gun. Behold, the machinations of mind flayers and Elithids.
Okay, are we all back?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, wayfarers, you have your destination. Just past the river, he says. Go ahead and mark the hex you believe that to be.
I'm gonna close all these things.
And again, the white line on the inside of the hex is the road.
Can I mark it? Or do you guys have an idea? Because I have an idea too.
You can probably just go that way, follow the road.
Ping it, and I'll put the destination marker.
I was
Even where-
thinking
Oh, just past the river. That would be what?
I was
Yeah,
thinking
right
this
there.
is where we have to go.
Hold on. How long is 2 days worth of travel?
I'm glad you asked. 2 days worth of travel is going to be just 2 hexes.
Okay, so it's a hex a day.
No. 2 hexes for a full day.
Oh,
Yeah, so for example, I'm just gonna move it so he gets it as an example, all right? We go 2 days. Like
Oh,
this.
I see. I
So-
gotcha.
Starting from here, this is 1 day, and this
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
2 days.
Just for
So do you
future
guys agree?
note, you'll have to zoom in, but the line that the line inside the hex is where the road is. So, for example, the road is here.
So the torch should be over where you're flashing then.
Yeah, that's right. There you go.
That's what
should
I
be
thought.
there.
So we follow the road here, and then we follow the road here, and we should be starting to
It's
look
as
there.
simple as that. What could
Yeah.
go wrong?
Perfect.
Do you guys agree with that? Do you think it's
I
the way to go?
agree.
Well,
Cool.
I say
that's where I
with
would
negative
go.
2 survival.
I mean, I agree with that assessment.
Okay, party. As you are traveling along the road, there are no real survival checks that are necessary. You may move your first hex. Actually, sorry, you may move your 2 hexes for the day, and then roll for me a d12.
Who's rolling the d12?
Whoever you'd like.
Seeing as I moved us, somebody else should roll it. Participation.
I think Ryland should.
wait, what?
That's right. Mark our doom.
Just 1d12 by itself?
Correct.
And you killed us.
A 6.
We're dead.
Jesus, we just set out.
Give me one moment.
It's a frog.
Frogs.
Of those giant frogs again, I swear to God.
Those giant frogs have a name, and you would know them. They're called choir toads.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like they should be like the national animal of Edinburgh at this point. It's 8 toads.
Interesting. Give me one moment.
Oh, fuck.
Boy, howdy, I have missed this.
That feeling of adrenaline.
Okay. Holy shit. Okay.
Uh-oh.
As you all are traveling along the road, you would watch as the sort of evening begins to settle. The sun setting in the distance over the trees, the beautiful bright coloration of orange and red and yellow just present all around you. The ground, this almost beautiful golden hue. The white cobblestone path that you trek along, you would watch at about, I would say about 7 o'clock. Sorry, about 6 o'clock. As you've been traveling, lampposts along the side of the road would begin to illuminate, projecting that very vibrant yellow light that bathes the white cobblestone with its presence. Above you, the sky doesn't darken for a moment.
Huh?
You would hear the beating of wings. Glancing upwards, you would see a majestic, white-bodied creature with wings outstretched for as long as the eye can see. Its strange, hooved feet sort of galloping through the air. Why don't you all roll me an Arcana check? Arcana or religion?
Oh.
All of you. Okay.
Yay!
Looking up above, as it flies overhead, perhaps a mythical creature almost. A Pegasus.
Yo.
It pays no mind to you. And as it flies overhead, beating of its wings, it departs into the distance towards the north, flying over the trees until it is nothing more than a faint speck of light. Were you stressed in any way, you would have lost some stress for this encounter.
How incredibly auspicious. It must be a sign.
It was a very pretty creature.
Oh,
I think Isolde is like still floored. I think she grabs whoever's nearest. That might be Oliver or her brother. And she's like, "Did you see that?" Pointing in the direction.
Yeah. Oliver would be dumbstruck, seeing as this is his first time out of Eliond in years, and immediately a Pegasus shows up. He is kind of just standing there in shock with his mouth agape.
I think
Having-
now he's being shook by Izzy a little bit.
It takes him a minute to notice. He drops his spear onto the road as he looks to Isolde. The wonder in his eyes making his pupils expand. The gold almost not even present within the black pupils or the black sclera. That has to be a sign, right?
Good luck if nothing else.
A shooting star of sorts.
Oh my god, I have to write this down.
And she begins slings her pack onto one shoulder, tries to go through it one-handed to locate
Izzy.
a pen.
What?
Look at the light. It hasn't yet faded. You can write about it after.
She kind of stops for a moment and still sees the light vanishing into the distance. And just breathes for a moment through all the excitement and takes it in.
Okay. So, to explain camping, or your attempt at resting, as it were, as you've not spent any resources and thus don't need to recover anything, you can partake in what is known as restless slumber, a rest without benefits. You would gain the benefits of basically a short rest for resting for 8 hours.
Could we fluff cook? That's fine. Just using bake supplies.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to basically role play some cooking for tonight, that's okay. There is no
Yep.
real need. Again, I'm not tracking rations or anything like that. So this would be
course.
purely just RP.
I could still make a great meal if I roll over 15 and get a reason to roll my cooking tools.
Perfect.
Rylan will set about organizing the camp while he's setting up the fire and the cooking stuff. So, the tents are all squared in certain ways at 45-degree angles and everything. Very, very military precise.
Okay.
Almost obsessive fashion.
All right, boss. Shall I roll my cooking tools?
That's it.
Very good. Wait, I should have more
Uh,
than that.
Correct.
is-
It should be counting your wisdom. It only looks
And
like it's counting your proficiency. You might want to change it so it's actually counting your wisdom.
Let's see.
You may roll again.
No, it's counting nothing.
Okay, hold on. Let me go to your character sheet. It's a shame you lost that nat 20, baby.
Ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, better luck next time.
Logan.
Sucks to suck. man.
Attributes. Oh, because you're rolling it wrong. You didn't set it up in your tool proficiency.
You gotta roll it like this.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, of course. There we go.
Go ahead and set it to proficient. Go ahead and set it to wisdom. And now you may roll for a third time.
Give me the one.
Yeah.
It's still not counting my 3. That's weird. And I did set the wisdom there.
Okay, so what you're gonna do? Are you rolling it from your inventory?
Yes.
That's why. You go to attributes. Go down to the bottom where it says all of your proficiencies there, which you forgot to fill out. There you go.
Oh, there we go. That's interesting. Oh, there you go.
Fill out the rest of your stuff, please.
I will. Yeah, I just removed them from when he was a cleric. Sorry.
Okay. A 19. Delicious meal. Go ahead and describe it.
Delicious.
Oh yeah, because it's something very simple. I think Logan would have sort of taken surface stuff from the food they've packed, some protein, and put it to boil. Made a very thin soup, nothing too heavy for the march ahead, and he would have complemented it with some tech. Really, very tasty, hearty meal.
Perfect.
That's one thing. You guys brought like one of the cooks from the inn with you on adventures, so at least you got that going for you.
Indeed. Somebody actually proficient with cook's utensils.
I enjoyed the old days when we just kind of threw stuff into a pot,
Winged
see
it.
if it cooked.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Valerie
Zelda
cooking
style.
with no proficiency, no wisdom for the fucking cook.
Yeah, you
it was
just hear
just
the
That's
Yeah.
a running thing with your characters, my guy.
yeah, but
just
Logan
the-
actually has proficiency. He has the good stat for it, you know.
I missed seeing him throw in like bean sprouts, steak, and eggs, and it coming out ruined. You hear the ding
Pile of stuff.
and slop.
He got perfect ingredients. He made schlop anyway.
It's like, how? How did you manage it?
Is there anything else you guys would like to do before we move on to the next day?
Unless anyone has questions or conversation that they would like to engage in.
I think we're good. Let's shimmy.
Shim sham.
I think it takes Oliver a minute to realize that we're actually sleeping outdoors. He's looking around for like the inn, and then he's like, "Oh, we're just oh, okay."
Well, luckily you have a bedroll, correct? So,
He does have a bedroll, which
well, he's set you up in it.
he has his blankie and a bedroll.
You know, Ryland has
You'd have a
set
tent
the
as well.
tents up accordingly.
Yeah. So I think he'd take time to learn how to set up a tent for Rylan or Logan or whoever.
Yeah, I mean Ryland will help him square away and everything. He'll probably bunk with Rylan because the twins will probably share a tent.
Another thing to note, as you all have traveled on these roads in Tyros are incredibly important. They are also well lit and well maintained by the various guilds within Tyros. So even without a campfire, the lampposts that adorn the sides of the roads would keep your campsite relatively well lit. As well, there are also generally spots that are favored or frequently used, which you can sort of tell as small clearings next to trees or within tall grass or everything like that. Just general
Yeah.
spots where you can see people have camped before and frequently camp.
There's probably sort of wayfarer abodes across the road, like staggered, in case we need to camp. Yeah. And I'd say that given that we're probably going to settle by a light, Logan would use a very concentrated fire just for cooking and then just smother that to save their firewood.
How fucking cold it is.
All right,
Guess we've got
everyone.
cloaks though, so whatever.
And you go into your tent, you know.
Make sure you pee before we reach our next rest stop.
It is fall. Make sure that y'all remember that. It is an 8-year-long autumn.
Look, I'm from the south. I can either mean it's 80 degrees or 40 degrees. Sometimes it switches daily.
It's sitting about, so it pretty much fluctuates from day to day. Your highs are generally around 60s, and your lows are around 40s.
Okay.
Sweater weather.
Correct.
It's been an 8-year-long fall. Do you know how little that narrows it down?
Well, you're 2 years into your 8-year-long fall. As well, there are times where it gets really cold to the point that it does snow.
Wow.
Those are like the weekends, the 3 or 4 days where it's just like, ooh, we had a little bit of a cold snap.
Correct. Okay. Next destination.
Holy crap.
Cross the bridge.
Here we go, baby.
Let's fucking go. Across the water.
Roll for me a d12.
Me again?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Da-da, da-da.
Stand by. Okay. Traveling along the road, you would arrive at a grisly sight.
Oh.
Let me adjust the music.
Hey guys, this is my first time adventuring. What does music change mean?
See that HP bar you have? It's about to go away.
Oh.
I mean, technically, this is also Isolde's first adventure. It's just that I have a license for adventure that says, yeah, you can do this.
Traveling along the
technically licensed.
road, your attention is drawn immediately because of the lamp posts that continue to decorate the path south. Crossing over the bridge and trekking through, you would find yourself upon the site of conflict. Tattered and broken, the carriage lays along the side of the road, and the obvious stains of battle adorn the floor around it. You would note various broken arrow shafts that decorate the side of the carriage, the ground, and several bodies of differing types. This is gruesome, to put it lightly. You would see what appear to be several monstrous beastmen, which you would recognize to be as morlings, cut down either by short blades or by arrows, which appeared to have pierced them many times. Rylan and Logan, why don't you guys go ahead and roll me investigation or perception?
Ooh.
You may choose to, you can either choose to help each other or roll individually.
I rolled handsome, so why don't you roll?
Okay.
Not
You
bad.
recognize immediately that though these are arrows, judging by the fletching, these are Rendavi arrows, goblin arrows, that have pierced the Morling's hide.
Is it Rendavi or Lendavi that's the good ones?
Lendavi is the goblin word for order.
So lawful, law, and len.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, leaning by one of the Morling corpses, running his fingers up the fletching of the arrow. Logan's very keen gaze studies each little sliver of the feather, and recollection dawns on him very swiftly. They fought each other. Maybe over the caravan?
And Rylan is like using his boot to turn over one of the corpses and kind of squat down next to it, poking at it. And then beginning the process of like seeing if it was carrying anything cool or neat or interesting that might indicate anything. But he does speak up in that time. Well, they are not necessarily known for their loyalty. There could have been a a fight over the division of loot, or they just had a disagreement, or maybe they ate something bad that morning.
Them working together? How likely is that? Ever?
I mean, I haven't seen it, but I haven't seen so many of these. Only massive experience that we have is when they were all together at once in an army. This is. It could be anything.
Right, well, we should look for the supply, right? If there's anything left.
I should search their bodies as well.
You would note, with your high perception checks already, and sort of booting one onto its back, along with the arrows that sort of have pierced their body and the various lacerations, more than likely from slashing weapons, you would note that whatever gear Morlings may have, some ragtag, sort of scuffed together armor, they appear to be stripped of it. In fact, the Wayfarers as well also appear to be stripped of all of their gear and equipment. Same with the goblins. All in all, there's about 7 bodies here. There are 2 Wayfarers. They appear to be both older gentlemen that have suffered various wounds across their body, left in basically their small clothes. About 3 Morlings, and then 2 goblins.
DM, when it comes to Rendavi
What the fuck?
looting bodies and Morlings looting bodies, is there any distinction between the two?
You've having your experience, both you and Rylan having your experience with Morlings, you know that Morlings take the whole body. They very seldomly sort of pick things. That's generally done back at camp. Goblins, on the other hand, they take what they can get. And sometimes, if they're able to, they'll take everything.
So this has more of the minutia of Rendavi hands, so to
Very
speak.
safe to assume that.
Okay.
And judging by the
Well-
fact that there are more Morling bodies than goblins, it's more than likely to assume that the goblins here were the victors.
Which you think would be the opposite, right? He'd pluck what he can of the arrow out and study the end of it, the pointy bit.
It is, of course, Rendavi make, wicked and barbed.
And sort of discarding it on the floor, he'll turn and face Rylan and the rest. I think the goblins got ahead. And they went off with the supply. There's nothing here. Place looks barren.
Oh, these are wayfarers. This isn't the caravan, I don't think, unless you can see a wrecked wagon.
You don't think they'd take that?
Oh, how many horses do you know would go with a pack of goblins?
I think they'd chop them up, turn them to meat.
And then there would be a sign of that, wouldn't there? And then there'd still be the ruin of the wagon, which was originally reported.
You don't think they would take all that wood, salvage it?
Rylan, it was a carriage that was reported. This is the
wagon.
carriage.
Oh, you didn't. Oh. So this is the spot.
Correct.
Well, in that case, I thought this was like a separate instance, and I was like, well, fuck. They've been busy. Well, shit. Is there anything else of note in this area?
Why don't you both roll me another round of perception checks? And Isolde, Isolde and Oliver, do you have perception as a skill?
I do.
I
All
have
of you
it.
may roll then.
Nice. It ain't gonna be much.
Another round of
There will be an attempt.
Every bit helps. If somebody wants to help me, that'd be nice.
If I can...
Ooh, I should have helped. My bad.
It's okay. Remember, this is your first adventure.
Yeah, and I mean, Oliver would be kind of busy. This is probably. Damn, these bodies have been out for a while, right?
Ooh,
How's the smell?
roll me a medicine check while this
Oh,
perception rolls are going on.
we're not good with these. I lied. We're good at these.
Ah, these. Judging by this, they've been out for a couple days now. About
Ooh,
3 or 4.
Stinky.
stanky. Yeah, it's starting to get stinky.
I think Oliver would be once again trying not to retch at the sight of corpses and the smell, because that's some that there has some dead body smell.
I think Isolde is also having a moment of probably a bit better than Oliver, but not by much, holding her lunch.
Logan is unfazed by the smell, by the way.
Yeah, Ryland's been around this enough to just be like, meh.
Okay. Logan and Isolde, something interesting catches your attention while searching the carriage. Being mindful of the corpses that remained and sort of giving the general area a sort of quick sort of search, you would find that where the harness and the reins are that generally connect the horse to the carriage, there appears to be a lingering remnant of that sort of toughened leather there, but along the front, you recognize it now, having gone fully around to peer at it. You recognize along the front that there are these about 3 deep set grooves that run from the top down along the seat where an individual would be driving or controlling this carriage, as well as another set of 3 deep grooves that cut across the sort of rails on the side that would sort of keep the horses in line.
Are the grooves jagged?
Upon
Or are
closer
they
inspection, they are jagged. And they're fairly
look.
large.
Logan, look. And I think Isolde is kind of doing the thing where you like hold up your cloak or shirt or whatever over your nose.
I see it. Yeah, you see that Logan was sort of hovering over her shoulder, looking in the same direction.
What
He's
is
got
it?
this very serious look. Could I roll animal handling on that?
You may.
Nice.
You've only really heard about it in stories. But sometimes the crafty Rendavi can manage very odd allies. An entity known as a manticore sometimes sides with them,
Oh,
acting both as a bodyguard and an enforcer.
Yeah, I would say that this very fugitive memory deep inside him surfaces as he sees these marks. And for reasons he can't impart, he says, Manticore? Maybe? And you'd see him trace his fingers along the wood, feeling every dent and undulation in it. Maybe not, I don't know. You know what that is, Izzy?
I imagine Izzy would have an idea, but would you like me to roll for a DM?
I would say, given your studious nature and as a proud graduate of Illendor, no, you do not need to roll about what a manticore is.
A manticore? Are you quite certain about that?
We'll see. They have the body of a lion, but their teeth are human-like to some degree. And you see these ruts here? They're very human-like, but then you have the incisors of a cat. So it's uneven, right?
She's like peering closely and nodding along.
As he speaks, he instructionally moves his fingers down the marks for her to see, sort of taking her through what his eyes are seeing and the shapes they're taking in. But with the goblins, why would they be with the goblins?
She more or less shakes her head. DM, sorry, you said I was the one that would know that they sometimes are used, or was that Logan? Sorry.
That was Logan's animal
Yeah.
handling role.
Yeah,
Got it.
perhaps they have among them some kind of tamer, or the caravan could have been waylaid by one, and the goblins saw it as a chance. And Davi being crafty and all.
So you think everyone here is fighting one another?
Sure seems that way, doesn't it? Look at all the chaos.
I try not to. She says, kind of like pointedly avoiding a nearby corpse.
Logan will sort of apply a very sympathetic hand to her shoulder, and then look across to Rylan. Do we have a shovel?
We both do, I believe.
I don't have a shovel, partner.
I thought you got one. Fucking nerd.
Let me
I
see.
do. I do, but are you saying for burying? Is that what you're after?
Yes, he's going to want to bury these people.
No, at least the human or the wayfarers.
They're both humans.
The both the wayfarers, not the moorling.
The thing is, the roads are very important, so I think Logan would get all the bodies off the road, and he would
yeah.
bury the humans and make a pile for the rest.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we can definitely set up burial for the
Okay.
wayfarers, and
I will say
And
this
then-
is later in the evening, so is this what you guys would like to do before setting up camp?
Yes.
yeah, I'd say so.
Could commit our camp hour to this, if that's okay. Yeah.
I'm totally fine with that.
Yep.
Yeah, so with Ryland's help, Logan will make 2 plots for the 2 wayfarers, and he will put upon them with some salvaged wood from the whereabouts a kind of symbol to Evor, so they can be, recognized if come upon. And for the rest, a big old pile, a hole dug out to make a corpse pile of, and cover it up, make a mound of them.
Easily done.
3 feet down so scavengers don't go crawling.
Yeah.
Yeah, using that trusty shovel to do that. Does this destroy the shovel, or is that only when you use blockages and stuff?
Blockages.
Okay, cool. So using the shovel, Ryan will help dig and help drag the monster bodies deeper into the off the road, and where scavengers can take care of that shit.
Ryland digs, Logan gets the bodies there, helps arrange them and all that.
Yeah.
Perfect. I will say,
You
with
bu-
all of your successful rolls as well.
And everything's been picked clean too, by the way, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, basically everything's been stripped down. Whoever came through here was both desperate but very thorough. You would note, with all of your very good perception rolls, that a little further off from the road, heading east, sort of northeast, you would find, once again, sort of darker splotches that have stained the ground. Again, the ground is this very vibrant gold coloration. And here you can see that deep, ruddy brown coloration that has sort of marred it, showing you, perhaps, a path to follow.
That would have been my next thing, but yeah. We know where we're headed after this.
Brother, you rolled a 19, so you'd have absolutely seen it.
Noise.
All right. The bodies have been buried. The symbol of Ebor present. The Morning Lord, once again, looking over these 2 who have fallen.
A
rest
small
for the-
prayer is spoken for them, and then we're gonna cook.
Understood.
See how messed up everyone is from seeing their first dead bodies. Hey kids, you want to see a dead body? No.
Oh, really?
It ain't the first, but it is the first in a long while. And definitely the first to smell.
Yeah, I imagine Isolde's been to like a funeral for someone in town, but like there's a difference.
Yeah, it's not like,
Very much.
hey, look, meat. Gross.
Y'all get to eat some grilled sausage and veggies.
Nothing like. Oh, what a combination.
Sausage and pepper's good.
Sausage and peppers is badass.
No,
Yeah, dude.
the sausage and vegetables, a wonderful combo. Sausage vegetables after getting over the smell of dead people.
Yeah, Isolde doesn't have a huge appetite.
Yeah.
Really? Even when he mixes them with those bell peppers and mushrooms and the onions?
It's real tough, my guy.
Bunch of salt in there, some herbs, no?
It's real tough. She
Drizzle
probably
of olive oil.
You see Oliver kind of trying to force the food down, but he's already gray in the face.
yeah. It's like when you know you need to eat, but like you're really not into it.
Fine, I'll eat it.
Yeah,
Give it here.
go ahead.
You'll dump it unceremoniously in his own plate.
All right. Is there anything else tonight, party? As you go to rest, perhaps a more harrowing night for those who have just experienced the conflict that rages through Tyros. The Vigar have grown more aggressive after the death of Queen Alexandra Amron, and it is the lives of other wayfarers and the normal people of Tyros that suffer.
I imagine this recognition and recollection comes to us as we're sat by the fire, so to speak.
Indeed.
You know, the sages did speak of this. This, too, is almost an omen. After the good queen died, many expected this to happen, for old cowards to resurface, especially with her absence.
Even with the forces of a more chaotic nature, like these, and Darby and Morlings and everything, they even have their sorts of order behind them, whether they like to admit that or not. Things that keep them in check and in control. But when there's no balance against that, then they just do what is in their natures.
I mean, everyone knew. But I guess there's a difference between knowing and experiencing. Smelling.
I suppose it shows how hopeful we were and how much how much of our safety actually sat on her shoulders. And now that she's gone, it's up to us again, almost. Almost as though we took it for granted.
Crazy to think that one person's death so far away can impact our lives directly. He kind of. You can see he tries to chuckle at it, but there's no humor.
Aye. It is shocking. But think of all the good she did. All by herself. Maybe we have it in us to do some change just as she did. I would settle for half. Man, I could die happy.
Stop. Talk like that.
Sorry.
The difference between a hero and a martyr is one actually gets to go home. I prefer the hero path.
Isolde is more or less after dinner, kind of just pensively petting Eden in her lap.
Sensing the apprehension and the sort of wariness after your first encounter there, funerals aside, the gruesome sight of battle is very different and very jarring. And Eden, sensing that, attempts to be there on their best behavior, being perhaps more cuddly than usual.
That's the real use of a familiar emotional support animal.
Yeah.
Correct. But the night passes, and a new day awaits, with a new path to follow.
I imagine it smells a mite bit better this morning.
Indeed, it does.
That's good.
Party. You wake up on the. Let's see. You would wake up on the. Oh my goodness!
Dogs.
Jesus Christ. Minds melting.
You would wake up on the 14th of Hearthlight. It is early in the morning. The sun is not yet out, given that it is fall. But the day is yours. Your camp is being packed down. What are we doing?
Can you go over the date again? Because I thought we started on the 12th and then had 2 days of travel.
Correct.
So shouldn't it be the 15th?
No, because I counted this whole travel as
Got it.
finishing the 12th.
Got it. Understood. Thank you.
No problem.
So it's the 14th.
Correct.
Nice.
Our party. The day is yours.
Well, you said we did spot tracks, basically, correct?
Correct.
And they went which way?
They went northeast.
That-ish direction.
You'll be within the same hex.
Oh. All right. All right. They've been, but this has been out for like a few days, so these tracks are old and yeah.
Correct.
But still a direction.
It's the best heading we have.
Correct. All right, everyone. Let's pull it together and follow these tracks. Best lead we have.
If you are attempting to veer off of the road and head into the deep woods, I'm going to need a survival check to follow after the tracks.
Good. I'm glad I did take the survival. Mama's
we-
lessons.
Can we roll a raw survival check?
You may, though certain DCs will be adjusted for those who do not have proficiency.
Okay.
So, I do have proficiency in survival, so
Correct.
I did make sure I have that. So, is it everyone or just me?
I mean, I just want to roll because I have high wisdom.
Isolde would not have the training to follow tracks, so I will not be rolling.
Correct.
I'm only rolling because Logan knows animal tracks, but he doesn't know tracking in general.
Oh, how about 17? How about that? Not bad.
Okay.
Pretty damn good, in fact.
A 17 is sufficient. As you continue to follow these sort of darker, sort of paths on the ground, you would traverse deeper into the forest, following or now pushing away from the sort of carved path that is the road into the more untamed wilds here of Tyros. Thankfully, the entities that you appear to be following seem to have had a set path that they followed themselves, able to navigate the wilderness. It wouldn't be for maybe more than 2 miles from the road that these entities ran, until you happen upon a small clearing in the deep woods. A series of rolling hills is what greets you. One of them in particular standing out amongst the rest, as if surrounded by these other hills. It almost appears to be like what you would expect of a barrow, perhaps. But one of the hills has a jutting metal appearance.
Metal.
Metal. Upon closer inspection, you would see that is where the dark tracks lead. It's perhaps 12 feet high and pushing out from the hill. It is rectangular in shape and darkly colored.
So it's a refined mineral of sorts. Like it's a building-ish, right?
You could almost say it's a door.
A door. Really?
Or perhaps a shed, but it doesn't have a roof. It just appears to be a metallic rectangle pushed into the side of a hill.
What's that?
How far off are we from this?
I would say, having just approached the clearing, you're about 60 feet away.
I'd probably have to be closer to get a better look at it, I'm assuming.
Ooh.
Who knows?
Is there any movement around it, above it?
Roll my perception check.
Bruh.
I was going to say, as we start getting closer, this seems really strange.
Not
I'd
me.
like to try and have my head on a swivel, if that's okay.
Sure. You all
Awesome.
may roll perception if you'd like.
Oh, if anybody would like to assist me?
Did that go through? Oh, yeah, it did.
Oliver, my love?
I think he's temporarily on bio.
Then I'll wait for him.
I'm going to say, as a DM, because this is a new adventure, unless explicitly asked, he's probably not going to help you.
That's why I'm explicitly asking him.
I mean, in character.
Oh, all right. Well, never mind.
Okay. A 3, 7, 17. Looking around, this area appears to be very still. You would all notice, not seeing anything moving, but all of you would feel a very subtle vibration in your feet. It's very faint. It lasts for maybe 5 seconds and then stops.
Everyone would feel that.
Everyone.
Okay. Was it like a tremor or like a rumble of movement?
A rumble. But it's a stretch to even call it a rumble. It wasn't like your entire body was shaking. It's just a vibration.
So it felt sort of localized.
Indeed.
You all feel that?
You get down on one knee and put his hand on the ground to kind of see if there's a rhythm to it or if it's just like some kind of weird earthquake thing.
Certainly. You wait for another minute. And it's basically when you pull your hand away, you feel the vibration in the ground again. It doesn't appear to have like a rhythm.
I don't think it's something digging.
That sounds loud, though. If it would make the ground shake. Big, possibly.
It would depend on how
Have to
deep
be
it is.
far away.
That's right. I don't think there's anything underneath these mountains. Right?
I'm not sure. But it sounds like our tracks are leading to that door thing. Whatever's down there is probably where the supplies are and if there's any survivors.
You didn't see any more goblin tracks, did you?
Just the ones leading to that. They lead there and then that's where they end.
Fine thing, by the way, how you found those tracks. You're gonna have to teach me that.
Sure. Mother may not have approved of me following a knighthood, but her lessons were unavoidable.
I would prefer if your mom taught me. But seeing as it's you what I get.
So awkward.
Don't be gross.
Well, no, she's a captain or something, right? Well,
Mhm.
Something
Yeah,
like
sure. That's why.
commander.
that. Something like that.
What are we doing, party?
I think we're going to head towards the rectangle in the side of the mountain, if that's what I'm understanding.
Yeah, that seems to be our only way in.
Fantastic.
And that's where the tracks lead.
As you all approach, the vibrations become a little bit more intense. You would hear, as you get within maybe 5 feet of this sort of metallic rectangle, an audible hiss, strange mechanical sound. You would see as a slit appears in the center of this metal wall. And then as it pulls apart, revealing an interior.
Wait, it opened to our presence?
It did.
And that is not commonplace.
Not at all.
This is alien to us, yeah?
It's magic.
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Uh-oh.
Going down the line, as this is your first interaction with technology, I'm going to let you know that your party is incredibly average with their genetic memory.
Yay!
Starting with Rylan, you have a 12 in your genetic memory. Logan, you have a 13 in your genetic memory.
Nice.
Funnily enough, Isolde, you have a 13 in your genetic memory.
Oh my god, we're twins.
I mean, yes, we are!
Oliver, I'm not surprised. You literally rolled 3 6s. You have an 18 in your genetic memory.
Yo!
Nice.
You also now have proficiency in the interface skill.
Uh-oh.
That's fucking perfect.
Uh-oh. That's too good, guys. That's gonna draw attention. I don't need this. I don't need this heat on me.
No.
Someone
We
else
need
take
you.
this
We need you
18.
to talk to this thing.
You take it.
Fine. It's fine.
Talk to the weird door that's
No,
opening.
no,
its own-
As you look at this, all of you recognize this. Something within the back of your mind prickles at the appearance of this. This is a door. A mechanical door of some sort, but a door all the same. Automated. That word sticks out to you. You're not sure why. But you know its meaning.
This is a door. You're not all, ooh.
Whoa. This does seem strangely familiar, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. She kind of scratches the back of her neck, like, huh. You think the goblins figured out that they could also get through here?
I suppose it depends on whether it opens for literally anyone, or...
Right.
Oliver. You
Yes.
recognize, upon closer inspection, this isn't just a door. Once you go beyond this threshold, this becomes an elevator.
Do I know what that word means, or do I just hear elevator in my brain?
Well, something you are able to infer upon looking at it. This appears to be a mechanical lift. This is going to allow you to navigate this area.
Yeah, Oliver has this moment where he's like tapping at his chin as he looks at this door, which he then realizes he remembers being a door, and looking inside at the elevator, which he then remembers is an elevator, and he gives a small huh.
What is it?
It's a
Oh.
lift.
Huh?
What?
A lift. How do I explain this?
Like a pulley?
Sort of. It might be operated by some, but yes, it will transport us to different areas of this. He kind of looks up at the jutting structure, the word not really popping into his head of what this thing is yet. Place.
Like a
Wherever it is.
teleportation circle?
Well, for the two collegium students, a dropout and a graduate, there are actual like platform lifts in Ilendor,
Okay.
free floating, basically lift you up and down various levels. Whatever he's describing sounds very similar to that.
Oh.
Though
Okay.
that's far more magical in nature, and this doesn't appear to have any arcane runes. And for my human in the party, you don't smell any magic.
I think the memory of Oliver leaving the place that he was found would sort of pop into his head as a lift basically brings him into the light. Into Adis. And he kind of is starstruck by the memory, sort of almost stunned by his own recollection as genetic memory fills his brain.
Oliver, are you okay?
He blinks. Yes, sorry, I'm just I was just remembering.
Right, so you're telling me that this thing goes under the floor.
Well, yeah, under the, he gestures, the mountain. It will get us where we need to go, is what I'm saying.
And get us
Wherever
back.
that might be. And get us back, yes. I hope. If it's working. He grins.
Can you tell where it leads, at least, before we go?
Probably not until we get on it.
This is where the tracks went, so for whatever reason, this is probably where we need to go.
Perfect.
Do we find any like pooling of that black blood?
Yes. Though it
Okay.
is inside, you would note that the floor as well beyond this door is also metallic. You would see that the blood is far more, not as dried, it still possesses some tacky quality to it. And there
Yep.
have been footprints that appear to have stepped through these puddles. In and out.
Yeah, how common knowledge is this whole genetic memory and people remembering certain aspects? Like, is this
What
like
do
a
you
thing that
like to know?
is this like a thing that everyone's like, oh, he's doing that thing, or is it like
It is completely random.
okay? Well, I mean like the phenomenon of genetic memory.
The phenomenon is studied mostly by very strange, eccentric scholars. Like, this
Okay.
isn't something Ilendor studies. This is something like the lone hedge wizard studies.
Mhm. Okay. So it's not like I'm going to point at a guy and be like, he's genetic memory.
No. Well, you
I
as a
imagine it's-
wayfarer might be able to.
I imagine it's like a couple of weirdos and like maybe a cult devoted to this kind of thing.
I don't know, Smile.
Motherfucker, there's a cult!
I don't know. Anyway, you guys getting in the elevator?
Oliver is starting to step towards the elevator and will enter the elevator unless stopped.
As Oliver aims to enter, he'd find Logan's finger sort of hooking him by the collar.
Hey, yes?
Hold on.
Oh,
Rylan and I go first. You wait here with Izzy.
What?
all right.
Well, what if it moves us down without them? Shouldn't we?
No,
stick-
we're all going in, but you and I are going first.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, just to be safe.
He'll do
I don't want
the
my sister at the front.
motion where he like loosens the sword in the scabbard, so it's at least like not stuck for any reason, and get his shield out in his left arm.
Yeah. Is it illuminated inside them?
From out here, the sun sort of darkens the interior. Once you step inside, I'd be more than happy to tell you.
Okay, well, Logan will brandish his greatsword and he's gonna step on through.
Enter the fog wall. Do it.
Okay. As you all step inside, you would notice it's a narrow passage to begin with, but it does broaden out to a wider, almost 15 by 15 sort of platform. As you step inside, the metallic floor sort of causes your footsteps to echo, and as you step inside, panels on the wall light up, briefly illuminating you before dimming suddenly. You would watch as red lights now form where those light bars began. Oliver, with an 18 genetic memory,
Yeah.
you would notice along the wall in a panel in and of itself appears to be controls. These allow you to operate the elevator, but upon closer inspection, you recognize that this says emergency shutdown in progress. If you would like to attempt to bypass the emergency shutdown and use the elevator, I'm going to need an interface check.
Yeah, he would learn very quickly that the emergency bypass is there because the moment he sees the panel, he is scurrying over there with little grabby fingers in the air, ready to poke at a screen. When he sees it, he goes, "Oh, and then he will attempt to bypass it. We get that interface.
Isolde's gonna scurry behind him and kind of watch this process. Her interest is piqued.
Fantastic.
Cracks knuckles, hacker mans.
Okay. With a 21 interface,
I turn it off. I turn it on again.
No. Accessing the controls of the elevator, you would recognize that you are able to basically bypass this emergency shutdown for security reasons, as is expressed via the panel. Tapping on it allows you to choose either sending the elevator to the bottom floor or having it remain here. There's only one destination for this elevator. Upon, as well, with a 21, you would recognize the floor that it is taking you to is called storage containment. The words previously, upon inspection, appear unintelligible. Weird, strange symbols and geometric shapes. But studying it, it almost seems to revert the symbols and the shapes into common.
His finger goes across the weird alien glyphs as he mouths storage containment. Oh,
Like storage?
Mhm.
For what?
I don't know. Let's find out as he prepares to hit the button.
Hold on. Oliver. Rylan, what do you think?
The finger mere inches away from the button.
I mean, it's probably where they're keeping everything they stole.
We don't really have any other options. So I would. Do you think that this door that we came in opens up below in the same fashion?
I mean, if it's anything like the lifts in Ilendor, it goes both ways, right? She
Well,
looks at Oliver for confirmation.
She
What?
get it from Logan. This is nothing like them. Is he? Look, it's glued to the wall. It has buttons.
Okay,
Can I
so
push
it's
the button?
different.
No. There's only one way in, so hit the button, Oliver, then get in the middle behind us.
He doesn't need any more encouragement as he pushes the funny button.
Command acknowledged. You would hear the mechanical door behind you hiss closed. Another sort of like airlock door basically sealing behind you. You would feel a small lurch, and then the elevator begins to glide down very fast.
Oh,
Ooh, we get vertigo, don't we?
Yes. It is this strange sensation where your stomach feels like it's rising up to your throat.
I think Logan's instinct would be to grab Isolde by the wrist as it lurches.
She's just trying to, like, hold her own. With or without her brother aiding her.
You would notice on the interior as well, there are railings that seem to circle about waist height for all of you. Well, for the normal sized people.
Anyone taller or shorter is gonna have a time.
After what feels like only a few moments, the lift stops. It comes to a slow stop as to not send you to your knees, that sense of vertigo beginning to fade. The doors part. Immediately, you are flooded with light into your sort of red-colored chamber. The light source being a torch.
ooh. Uh-oh.
Is it a crude torch?
The source...
Here we go.
The source being a pair of goblins.
There it is.
Oh.
Hey guys.
Currently in the process of tapping what appears to be a black card against a well-lit panel. You would hear a satisfied chuckle, some gibberish that they're speaking in Rendavi. And then one of them, having seen the door open to the elevator, looks utterly surprised. As are
Oliver
you.
waves.
These are obviously the Rendavi goblins, so or a pair of Rendavi goblins.
He shouts. And it's initiative.
Hell yeah!
Uh-oh.
Ah. Don't forget to select your token, everyone.
Give me
Oh, yeah.
one moment. I'm going to set up the music, and then we're getting into combat.
That's so funny. Hey!
Elevator opens. Oh, hey. This isn't the bathroom.
I've had this experience on Quasimorph where I go down an elevator and I come out and there's 3 other dudes with
Holy
nail
shit, we're
guns
fighting.
and clubs.
Kill these fucking goblins. Ooh, that's an oldie but a goodie.
Hey! I remember this.
Oh shit!
Well, nice. So a little initiative tracker. All right, time to do our thing.
Oh, you can click it, guys. Like you can click your
Yeah.
icon up there.
Oh, it does it for you, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh my god, it hides it from you too, dude. Oh.
Okay. We
That
begin.
one's- That one's rolled really fucking high.
Oop. God dang it. Let's get rid of that, shall we? Okay. I should be able to just do this. Why are you highlighting players? Stop that. Ah, I know why. Because I haven't pulled out the goblin who's going first.
Oh boy.
Hearing the shouting, you would hear what it sounds like acknowledgement in kind. This sort of gruff ha round as it begins to run towards the source. A larger Brendavi, in comparison to the smaller ones, he appears to be wielding a very wide sword. And as he rounds, you would see him sort of peering over this. This is about waist or about chest high to him. It offers him sufficient cover. So much sufficient cover, in fact, that you would watch as he sheaths his blade and pulls out a goblin bear bow. And he's going to take a shot.
What?
Ooh, Logan is the biggest. He's going to take a shot at Logan. A 19 to hit. The
He
arrow
gets hit.
hitting you directly, you take 3 points of damage.
Logan is struck on the shoulder. You see him recoil, sort of screaming in a sense in pain.
Ooh. Oliver, who is waving, is sort of almost goes into shock when he realizes we're fighting.
Okay. Seeing you all, he would duck down behind the cover, granting himself some protection from the intruders. Going next, the minion holding the torch. Looking at this, he is going to approach, sort of compelled by his leader. And he's going to make a stab towards Rylan. He is by himself, so he only deals 1 point of damage. The small blade that he has isn't amazing by any means, but it is enough to allow him to jab at your leg. The next minion will go. You would watch, in his haste, he attempts to cross over. You would watch as he attempts to sort of hop skip over the center platform here. His foot touches one of the metal panels. You would see as a jolt of light and electricity surges up through him. You would watch as his body becomes stiff as he is electrocuted violently. His body almost clutching everything with this white-knuckled grip. You, just for the briefest moments, thinks that you can see through him with how much electricity is coursing through his body. He dies.
Holy shit.
Hey guys, Don't touch that. Pro tip.
The other minions begin to rush up to assist. All right. Rylan.
Since I am being faced with a little a-hole, the natural thing to do is, since we were rushed, is to draw an attack in the same motion. So he'll slip out his longsword and slash at this thing's face.
All right.
Since I'm so done dying, holy shit. Okay, longsword. Nice.
A 7. Just barely misses.
Of course.
Being so much smaller than you. And you, it almost as if it appears to have like the home field advantage with you being in this alien sort of scenario. It uses its height difference to its advantage and almost like falls prone to avoid you. It will not be able to get back up this turn.
If it's prone, that means it's advantage for Logan to go.
Are you staying there?
Does it, if it's prone, does it have opportunity on me?
If it takes it, it will, but it'll be at disadvantage as it's prone.
Can I move through him since he's laying down, like up here?
If you'd like to jump over him, I'll give you an athletics check.
Okay. Back to athletics. There's the good rolls. Jeez.
I have to scale this back. There we go. This should be better camera. Ah, perfect. Easily done with a 23. You fly over him.
Oh, so now I've cleared this space for other people, and it seems that touching this shit is bad for your health, so at least I'm in a better position here.
There does appear to be a platform here that you can step over
Yes.
or step onto to avoid it.
Also, one reason why I wanted to move here is just to kind of excuse me, make more of a bottleneck.
All right. Anything else for your turn?
I think that's all I have for now. Unless I'm... Nope, that's it for the moment.
Okay. Go ahead and hit end turn.
Unless you're letting me use these, all these really neat, like, that's a weapon action, counter ability, lacerate.
Make sure you read them, see what they do.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
You have a lot of weapons.
Yeah.
What is all
Answer
this?
yourself.
Does it say which weapon does which?
You pick one and I'll tell you.
I'm assuming. Rush. Weakening. Using your bonus, possibly. Huh. Well, there's Pommel Strike and Weakening Strike. I think Weakening Strike uses the shield and Pommel uses the sword.
Weakening Strike, I believe, uses your hammer.
Sure. Icon is a shield, so I'm not really sure. But Pommel Strike kind of does the same thing.
Yeah, Weakening Strike is when you're using your warhammer.
Gotcha.
If you'd like, you can attempt to do a pommel strike.
Sure. So it's a bonus action, so might as well. Let's pommel strike his ass.
Go ahead and click it so it uses the ability.
So these are like once per ever or once per round kind of things.
These are once per short rest.
Oh.
These are combat actions that are attributed to your weapon.
Sorry. Coughing like crazy. Okay. Well, fuck it. Let's try it. Screw it. See
So what you
happens.
do now is you make, as you read it, you make a weapon attack.
Just roll normal weapon
Yep.
attack. Okay.
We're not going to be using the damage, but we're making sure that you can hit, so you'll roll this at advantage.
Oh, decent. Yeah.
20 absolutely hits. Not only do you daze him, you basically bludgeon his head in.
Oh, is he like dead?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, so after leaping over him, he'll actually flip the sword up to grab it by the blade, by the tip, and then just swing it down like a hammer right into its prone head. Just
Easily done. Its
And then flipping
its
it back into his
scream of
hand.
terror is silenced.
so flipping that back around, he's now facing the crowd with his shield out, and he just yells at them like, "Come on!"
All right.
I have to hit end turn, right?
Correct.
This is fun and new.
Izzy.
Oh boy. So I saw that guy over there hit my brother, and then 3 more dudes roll up. Correct?
Correct. I will let you know that this gentleman is ducked down, giving himself some cover.
Okay. All right. Again, Izzy's a new adventurer, so suboptimal choices are a thing here. But what she knows is her brother was hit, and there are more of these guys on their way, it seems. So, I mean, at first she seemed like she was going to back into the elevator, and then she sees the flood of other goblins. And, would this guy be more or less obscuring the one that fired?
The barricade in front of him would be obscuring him.
Okay, so I can mainly see this one.
Correct. You can see the 2 lads in front.
Well, either way, since they're coming at us with malicious intent, I'm going to cast Ice Knife.
Okay.
Oh.
You hurt my brother. No one hurts my brother except me.
Sibling energy.
With ice knife.
With Ice Knife. Oh, I do have spell slots, dummy. Oh, it's gonna ask me to place a template. Hold on. Boosh. And they also, everyone within a 5-foot radius of the guy that I initially hit has to make a dexterity saving throw or take 6 cold.
Okay. On the lad?
Around him, within 5 feet of him.
Okay.
That would be more centered, technically.
So
or-
this.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So both of
My
these
bad.
guys would have. They would have 3/4 cover, so they're going to get a bonus to their dexterity saves.
That's fine.
All right. So we'll roll this guy first.
He passes.
This guy second.
Fails.
All right.
And then, yeah, all 3 of them have to roll.
4.
Well, the initial one I think gets hit. The other 3 have to do the save, right?
No, hit or miss, everything has to.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Frick.
the ones that pass don't take damage, but the ones that fail do take the 6 cold. The one that was hit has to take 7 piercing.
Well, he ceases to be a goblin. This one ceases to be a goblin. Instead, you would watch as you cast out your ice knife, piercing the first one, and as it shatters, the one beside him, caught by ice fragments, freezes over. They do not even get to scream in terror.
Yeah. So, yeah, with grim determination, she thumps her staff against the ground, and I don't think Izzy's gonna move this turn. Because she's got Rylan and her brother there. So that's gonna end my turn.
Okay.
Woohoo. Oliver's, perhaps to explain the very low initiative, Oliver is caught very flat-footed when arrows and spells start flying. There's this moment where he begins to panic. But then his eyes start to widen. The slits of his golden orbs widening, taking in perhaps more than just sight. And he would almost whisper to Logan, "Watch the knives." And as silly advice as that is, Logan would start to see almost these specters surrounding the goblins that are alive that seem to almost predict the goblins' movements before they make it, as Oliver casts Glimpse on Logan
Oh shit.
as a bonus action. And for the next attack until the end of my next turn, anything attacking him will have disadvantage.
Understood.
All right, that is my bonus action. Still using Logan for cover, he would then peer around, quite angry at the thing that shot him. And I'm going to do Psychic Stab on him as my action.
Okay.
Tell me to make a int save.
All right. That is a 4.
Let's see. That's
Sorry.
that's 8 damage.
Technically, you wouldn't be able to see him.
Oh,
He
I
is
can't?
ducked down behind it.
I see.
Apologies.
Yeah, I just tried throwing the equivalent of an ice grenade over there.
Understood.
But you can get in close.
Yeah, that's definitely what I want to do. Smile.
Go on. You can take the look. There's a little path right here.
Yeah. I want you to know that goblin took exactly as much damage as it would to kill me. So, I think I'll pass. Do we start the strain drain early? That's the real question here. You know what? Yeah. He's going to adjust right here. Oh, there's more goblins. Can I psychic stab the guy behind him?
You can.
I'm gonna psychic stab him.
All right. Perfect.
Basically peeking around Logan until he sees a bad guy. He then shouts in surprise and explodes their brains.
Uh-oh.
Ha ha! Oh,
Go again. It died.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, man. He would look at it. The startlement would echo into the thing's brain. and there'd almost be this like whining noise in the goblin's ear as this like energy begins to build around its brain. Like his head starts to give off a violet glow, and then be like a popping sound, and then blood will pool out of his eyes and ears and nose as he falls to the ground dead. Or that'll
Understood.
move back.
Well, that's not terrifying or anything.
Psychic stab. All right, that's my turn.
Fuck?
Yeah.
Okay. Logan.
Hello, DM. Yeah, Logan just got hit by an arrow. We're gonna move. One. This is difficult terrain, yeah?
Yes. Crossing through corpses is difficult terrain.
So this would be 10? Yeah?
Yes.
And this here would be 30, yeah?
5, 10, 20, 30. Yes.
Indeed, and we get this guy in front, he's taking cover, so attacking him, I would have a malice, yeah?
He would have a bonus to his AC.
Could I hold my action for him to pop his head out and then hit when he comes out?
Certainly.
All right. I would like to hold my greatsword hovering over the barricade.
Your life ends 6 seconds from now.
Yep.
He's holding it like it's a bat.
Perfect. And pop out, he does, immediately rising up, thus proccing your swing.
Swing bada bada.
It's so funny.
All right.
A 17 just hits.
Nice.
Utterly eviscerating him for 14 points of damage.
Perfect. Yeah,
Rising
you
up
see-
with his bare bow, he looks on in abject horror.
Yep. Greetings! The fucking sword comes down.
Like, oh,
You shot me. Cut his ass in half.
You shot me. That was cute.
I don't think I can proc cleave off of that, so
No, that's all stuff that you set up on your turn. Holding your action burns your reaction.
all right, boss.
All right. That's his turn. The minion goes. Boy howdy. Yeah. He's gonna run. And he's gonna run craftily. 5 feet. Scurrying. Ha ha ha. It's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Did he lose his difficult terrain thingy for that guy?
Correct. That's what I just counted. So I've been 10. Actually, climbing over that would have been 5, 10. So he'd be here. And he's going to action dash. You would watch him sprinting down the hall, retreating into the darkness. And he looks like he's getting ready to scream.
I'm sure glad I don't have any ranged weapons. Wait, I do. Haha. Sort of. I have 30 feet, correct? And so I can I can actually make it up to his ass. Right. While I'm wasting no time, books it after this little goblin douche and and is going to try to stick him.
Get him, Rylan.
Let's see it.
Where's my stuff? There it is.
Are the goblins the bad guys here?
Yes. For Super Earth!
For Super Democracy!
Well, on that alone, you miss. No. A 12,
What are you,
more than enough.
what are you, a democracy hater? So runs up after him, and as he lifts his head, Rylan just slips his sword into the back of its neck and out the front, and then just twists, pull cut out, and then kicks it down in the back.
sure.
Yeah.
A gruesome sight hidden from your companions as you are backlit, thus obscuring your Mortal Kombat finisher.
That wasn't that bad compared to what he could do. But you
Huh?
can't have the little bastard screaming. That's not good.
With that, the last goblin in this area, having attempted to retreat it and failed to do so, falls to Ryland's blade. And with that, combat is over.
I'd like to loot.
We would all like to. Well, first thing I think is we're gonna try and consolidate ourselves. So Ryland, grabbing this thing by its boot, will be dragging it back to this area that's lit.
Yeah, jokes aside, DM, this barrier that's blocking the path, is it bolted down?
You can try to move it.
Or you can just climb over it.
I'm not going to try to brute force it. I think Logan would be, having seen our boy Oliver interface with things, he's just going to sort of study it, see if there's anything panel-like.
Nothing panel-like. You would recognize this as something in the back of your mind telling you this is a security barricade.
Did it come out of the ground?
With a 13, you're not really sure.
All right.
It could have been placed here manually. Could have come out of the ground.
You don't know.
Well, Logan's gonna step off the bodies and give everybody a cursory glance. How we all doing?
Just a scratch. How was that arrow hit?
No, I'm about to treat it, but I thought I'd look you guys over first.
You were hit by an arrow.
That's right. I was.
Why are
And
you laughing?
it bloody hurts, is why.
Not the most comfortable thing, but it's not the worst thing. Once you get that taken care of.
Morlings have way worse arrows. Once you get stuck with those, there's no getting unstuck.
Well, you've got to cut it out, but I'll push it through, depending.
It doesn't matter.
Just take care
Easy.
of it.
I brought my kid, we're fine. Don't worry.
Mm.
I'll just sit back here and you guys can see what you find.
Right.
Fine.
Oliver.
Yeah?
Izzy. That goblin thing had some black flat thing he was hitting against the door. See if you can help me find it.
Like, amongst the corpses?
Yes. Idle hands breed idle thought. Let's go.
What?
Keep yourself busy. It'll keep your mind from this.
Izzy summons a mage hand.
Oliver looks to this, you can see his hands, like the spear rattling in his hands as the adrenaline of his first combat is still thumping in his system.
Come on. We can do it.
DM, Logan is going to use actually 3 points of lay on hands to heal himself.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll just split the arrow, push out the rest, and just, with an open-handed grip, sort of hover the one trick he's learned from Amira by very slowly mending the hole and its shallow insides.
Sounds good. Go ahead and heal yourself for 3. You 3, go ahead and roll me perception checks if you are attempting to find what that goblin was holding.
Or anything else.
Well, if we're searching for stuff, that'll be a different check.
Card first.
Perception or investigation?
God.
Your choice.
Fair. Yeah, I know which one I'm rolling.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter, XD.
Izzy's just kind of looking over, seeing if there's anything they dropped or anything like that.
It would be Izzy who finds it. Sort of tucked underneath the corpse of this one here.
I imagine she prods it with the end of her staff, and the mage hand goes and retrieves it. I found it. And it floats it over to her and puts it in her hand. What do I see upon having it up close?
Holding up the card, 13. Something within the back of your mind affirms to you this is a key card specifically, and judging by the marks on it, it appears to be some form of administrator.
I think this is some sort of key. Look.
And she kind of holds it out to Oliver first, and then Rylan.
Oliver, who is still at this point trying to sort of steel himself to search a dead body, looks over. Yes, I think you're right.
It's now that you sort of take a moment really to peer around this place that you're in, this oddity, as it were. Looking further down the light, or down the hallway, towards the very end, you can see what appear to be rotating red lights. You would also note that there are almost sort of oddly paced lighting on the floor that appears to be projected almost. It doesn't appear to be coming from a source. The light appears to be hovering like an inch or two off of the ground. And it's these arrows here that are pointing towards the elevator you just came from. For those of you that are over here, being mindful of that center rail that's that you are currently standing on, Isolde, you would note the chamber to your left, what appears to be lacking a door. But not for, any other reason aside from that the door is missing. The hinges, or the mechanisms that kept the door here, appear to be still present.
With a hand outstretched, Logan will apply one lay on hands on Rylan.
Oh. A little zap, like, oh, thank you.
It's not a sap. It's a warmth that emanates from Logan's palm, and you'll essentially brush it down like the tide wound from the spear.
It was a knife. Same difference, really. Spear's just a knife.
Was a
on
knife?
stick.
Gotcha.
Just a knife on a stick. Okay. Well, thank you.
You never know, infection and all.
Yeah, especially with goblins.
Exactly.
Go ahead and heal yourself for one. What are we doing, party?
Looting these bodies now, DM.
Yeah, let's give them a good roll, good toss.
Okay. Perception or investigation?
Oliver,
I'm equally bad at both.
you're having a bad time, yeah. A lot of bodies, right?
It's a... He glances down at the corpse near his foot. It's a new experience.
No doubt. How about it, I go through them and you hold whatever I pull? So you give me a hand.
He nods. And we'll give you advantage.
Alright, well, DM, one by one, I think Logan and Oliver will be sorting through these bodies.
Okay.
We're going to not touch this one here.
What? Go
Obviously. No.
on. Come on,
Get
man.
the metal pole.
I would like to think that with my 13, my character has like that strange feeling of self-preservation
Brother, you
that
could
electricity carries.
You could have a 1 in genetic memory and have seen that. That's like an animal instinct in you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still frying on the wire.
Correct. As you're standing here, you hear the zzz as the body is still being charred.
Ugh.
He knows. Well, he knows not to fuck with that.
Actually,
There we go. It's on fire.
Ooh, we have no light here. Looking like torch time.
Or sun rods if you're keen.
No, no.
That's right, you don't have your Blessed Warrior thing yet either, do you?
No, I don't.
Ugh!
Walks into darkness.
Yeah,
What
so
the-
the moment he steps over this barricade here, Logan, without thinking who he's handing it to, will pass his greatsword to Oliver.
Oh no.
Just
Oh.
kind of like free his hands and get a torch out.
He has to like quickly set aside his spear, leaning it against this like pile up before it. He does it like too quickly, so it like falls over and clatters before he grabs the great sword.
So, DM, I don't see my torches, but I should have.
right-click your token.
Oh, interesting.
Right-click
Oh,
on.
yeah.
Oh, that's a candle. No.
Lights a candle.
Don't have torches. Yeah, because if you right-click that icon, it'll let you pick what your light source is.
Oh,
Did you
interesting.
buy torches?
Yeah, I did. Of course. I bought 11 torches. Not 11. 10, but I bought 1 pack.
Okay, there you go.
That's it's another candle.
There we go.
All right. And it's at this time, as you light that torch, the one that the goblin had been holding sputters out.
And yeah, he's gonna blindly reach back for his sword.
It takes just a second for Oliver to notice the gesture, as you can see his attention's more on like keeping an eye out for more goblins. And he goes, "Oh," and then he hands it to you.
And then we loot.
As you light the torch, you recognize immediately that you are in a room filled with overgrowth. Not only that, there are several different types of fluid just strewn across the ground, a strange oil-like substance that sticks to everything, as well as what appears to be just stagnant water, only recently disturbed. Not only that, various pieces of machinery are completely broken or destroyed, so far with roots sticking out of the various broken metal walls.
I imagine there's like a very musty smell in the air. Like that buildup of organic matter, like algae and bacteria.
I was about to start describing the smell. It smells a lot like mold.
Okay.
Nice.
Mold and oil.
Well, here's the mess, Oliver.
He pinches his nose.
You're not going to tell your mother about this, right?
That we entered a strange metal dungeon and immediately killed a bunch of angry Rendavi? Yeah, sure, why not?
Well, you still got a full head of hair.
He nods.
Okay. It would take a moment, but you do manage to loot all of the figures here. You're going to find in total 6 daggers, 1 longsword,
Yes,
bear bow,
more daggers from my collection of things to throw at people.
You have a problem.
what else would you have found on their person?
Money.
Hold on there, Mr. Mr. Krabs.
Buddy!
So this is the main loot. And then I'm going to roll something else on the side, Smile.
A bomb!
Okay. Who wants to roll me? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Who wants to roll me a D14?
Do it, Oliver.
What was it? The number? 14.
A D14.
Pulls out my very special dice.
Right in the middle.
You would find on the warrior in particular a small gold bracelet.
Well, that's all going to the bag.
Pick it up off the ground.
There
Before
it is.
he picks it up and pockets it, Logan will sort of hold it in the air and appraise it. Sort of turn it around, let the light catch it, see if he can recognize any markings and the like.
No immediate markings, but it is very finely made. It's very obviously something that the goblins stole.
Yeah. Oliver found this. He'll sort of show it. Some gold bracelet. Maybe we can sell it or return it.
If it doesn't belong to anybody, I suppose. In the meantime, though, let's...
You think it might be Edward's?
I don't know. Is it engraved?
Not that I could see.
We would have to find Edward and ask him, and if he's around to ask, and if he's not, perhaps your father would know.
Any arrows, Liam?
He did have that bear bow, mother...
Good point. Where are my arrows? They're there. Once you pick this up, it's supposed to be 19. I need to adjust it once it's in your bag. He did only get to fire one arrow.
Yeah. We immediately saw him fire and were like, fatherless behavior must be punished.
Okay. Having plundered the goblins here, this one eventually reaching the point of no longer being able to be charred. I'm going to remove the corpses.
It's just charcoal at that point.
Correct.
They're going to puke.
Ugh.
Gonna be sick.
This is perfect, actually.
That's
Oh,
perfect,
yeah.
huh?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, perfect.
God, it must smell awful. in
Show me
here
a
right
real
now.
goblin.
It did for a moment.
Well, who has the key card?
The what?
Isolde holds it up, the little black card. This. It's a key of some sort.
Looks like an envelope.
Yes.
Very
But
small one.
it just opens things, okay? I'm sure it does.
Well, the goblins were hitting that thing over there. He points to the door that they were slapping the keycard against. Maybe they were doing it wrong.
Maybe.
And if they're trying to get in there, that stands to reason there's no goblins already in there.
Could be something worse.
We're not going to know standing here. Besides, you'll be with me, right?
I will, and Oliver's going first.
Huh?
What, you wanted her to open the door with the card?
I mean, I could open
I saw that arrow. Where do you think you're going?
it.
Logan sort of nods her along.
Can you guys try to open the door?
I will endeavor to try.
Can you click the icon? Just
I
one
will
person.
click the door icon.
All right.
All right, fancy pants.
Who
Holy
is
shit.
using the key card?
I think Izzy is. She
Okay.
found it. She wants to try.
It's mine.
Holding up the black key card, this administrator key card, you realize holding this, they weren't attempting to get in, they were locking this door.
Oh,
Can I realize that before I completely put it there?
Click. No. Yes, you'd have realized that on your way over to the door.
that 8 wisdom coming through.
She pauses for a moment, pulling back her hand. I think this is actually something they were locking away.
Oh, so it's open?
No. Not anymore, anyway.
As you're holding the card, both you and Oliver, reading the small LED panel that's there that you can see on the map, it is projecting words, initially weird geometric shapes that eventually translate into common. This is the power station.
Don't know I understand what those words even mean.
Yeah, Isolde's
do.
kind of more or less staring at it like, what the fuck does that mean?
You understand exactly what it means, Oliver. Beyond this room, and perhaps in this room as well at one point in time, these were the generators that powered this facility.
Oh. His eyes glow with curiosity.
What? What does it mean?
This is where the power is generated for this facility, he blurts out.
Huh?
Yeah,
This
there's
place.
a curious brow.
It inside past this door is how we can turn on the lights.
Oh. So,
Curious that they were trying to lock it.
so there's lamps we can turn on?
Wait. What do you mean by power?
Like you know how magic, the current fuels Isolde spells?
He nods slowly.
It's like that, but instead of magic, it's... Well, he glances over to the charcoal body. Looks
They
back.
burn people here.
No. Look, I just sort of know how it works, but it's not like I can really explain it.
If we go and see it, do you think you could explain it there?
Maybe. More importantly, he raises a finger, the finger of a scholar, as he says, with all due confidence, mayhaps this is where they are keeping Edward.
Don't do that again.
Oh.
Can you open the door or not?
Isolde nods.
Rylan body checks.
Yeah, where are the body checks, Oliver?
Pardon me. Just steps on him like, ow.
Are we opening the door, party?
I would like to try.
Okay.
Let's open the door.
Something in the back of your mind tells you how to operate this. Tapping the key card against the panel there, and then hitting the confirmation button that follows afterwards as a prompt, you hear the door hiss. Go ahead and open the door.
Yeah, it's very ham-fisted. The closest thing I can approximate is a boomer using self-checkout.
Oh,
Your light source is sort of skewed. Oliver, you would be the one able to peer inside and recognize two figures.
Uh-oh.
Chained as they are to the other side of the wall, it appears that this was a place to keep the more rowdy prisoners. The first thing you would realize is a moorling. Its wide, brutish snout sort of curling upwards in disgust as the light floods through. You can see it's leaning to the side somewhat, having been avoiding the thing beside it. The thing beside it, a human, looks like.
Oh my god. Do I see anything more than just human at the moment?
It is dark. Maybe some light could help.
I see. There's someone in here. See, I told you it was Edward, as he steps in confidently, too confidently.
Oliver, let Rylan in first.
Right.
I don't have the torch, though.
Yeah, but Logan means as in let the armored guy with the shield first.
Yeah, he'll step in next to him and peer in.
The light now flooding the chamber reveals the Morling Reaver bound by chains, a thin strap of leather around its mouth, keeping it shut close. And a familiar figure. Perhaps
Can't see anything.
Oh, do you not have vision?
you can't see anything?
I can't see nothing.
Wow. They blinded him.
God damn it. You have
No.
vision. What are you on about?
I can see the blinking lights. I can see, but I don't see them at all.
You don't see them at all?
At all.
I literally just gave you vision.
I don't know, man. I was
The voices!
Starting to piss me off.
I'm sorry.
You have vision. What the fuck?
We reload or something?
Okay.
Obliterated.
Well, I'll be right back. Feel free to describe your character and roleplay amongst yourselves.
I can see.
Nice.
All right.
Shut the door.
Chained there, next to the Morling, is a young, pale woman whose skin and garb is stained by a combination of time and seawater. She's dirty, and more so, this type of grime clings to her form. It's a long earned grime by manual labor. The woman is seemingly asleep or unconscious, exhaustion gripping her form as she hangs there. She is clothed in a set of black, frayed light cloth. The inner parts of her clothing more cleanly than the outer, denoting that it is usually covered by something else. She's bereft of any gear other than a hood with two cat ear shaped holes on either side. It is pulled up and over her head, and from under it is a visible set of dry lips, stained black, and two long, unkempt collections of black raven hair.
So we obviously recognize you.
I don't know if you'd recognize her.
Really?
I was going to say, because right now she's hooded, covered in grime, and it's
Oh.
been 2 years.
It's been
Could-
more years for him than it has for anyone else.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right.
It's been
And
3 years.
then Oliver was like, it's clearly Edward. Ugh.
Could we recognize
That's
any?
Edward.
Brings her back. Geralt,
Could we
we found
recognize
him.
any injuries on her?
I would say no at this point. I don't know if they were injured. That's a DM question.
We should probably wait for him now.
Let's get him.
I'm back.
Sup? Is she wounded?
Ooh, yes. Thank you for reminding me.
Here, I'll send. Did you hear what I said, or I'll just send it to you? This is. There you go.
The description.
Yeah, I sent him the description that I said. I told all of you.
So, Izzy, let me know when you want to move. Logan is basically glued to Isolde.
As soon as I can log back into Foundry,
Okay. Yeah, he's not gonna step away more than 5 feet from her, essentially.
Perfect. All right. And what has the party's reaction been thus far?
She said it was hooded, so we didn't really have a reaction other than Oliver said, "Oh, there's Edward."
I don't think anyone has fully recognized this to be Grayson yet because she's
Okay.
grime covered.
You would also, your first deduction that this is Edward would be incorrect. All of you know what Edward looks like. He is a portly gentleman.
Oh, we know him too?
Yes, I said he visited town.
Oh, Logan would have never talked shit then. My bad.
Well, if we don't, yeah, if it's not obvious that Edward, it's like, well, it's not Edward unless he lost half his body weight. First things first, though, and he'll step up to the Morling and, aren't you ugly?
The Morling, unable to respond with its snout basically sealed with leather to keep it from biting, all it can do is like growl and glare.
Does anybody have any qualms if I just deal with this?
Well, he's bloody chained, isn't he?
Yeah, it means he can't fight back.
Deal?
Isolde grimaces.
It's a Morling. They aren't people.
I think Logan will, seeing as we were discussing the fate of this Morling, he'll try to sort of hold the Morling's gaze just to see, judge his sapience, so to speak.
What are you attempting to glean from this?
To see if he's rabid, or if there's...
It is a
Because
Morling.
if he recognizes fear and things like that, he wouldn't, you know...
Peering at this reaver, this particular breed of Morling, you can see as its attention sort of shifts from Ryland to you and sort of holds your stare for several long moments. You can tell, even chained, it perhaps thinks that even chained, it could take you.
Oh, it wants to throw hands.
Logan's gonna look at Rylan and be like, yeah. And then he turns to to Grayson.
With that, with the no objections given, a longsword comes up and settles under its throat. And it's like, I'd say to make your prayers, but you don't actually believe in anything, do you?
Its head raised, forced to stare down the length of the blade. You would see its mouth sort of straining for a moment as the leather around its mouth begins to tear.
Cool. If it lunges, it's just going to impale its neck, so we'll give it a curious, like, well, what's it up to?
Think it's trying to talk? Can I insight that? Yeah.
Sure.
Insight
Nice.
whether it's trying to talk or rip your throat out.
Pretty much.
Looks like it's trying to talk.
Oh. I think it's trying to tell you something, Rylan. Hold on. Keep the sword there. Don't get me wrong.
I wasn't.
Logan will try to reach in and get the muscle off, so to speak.
Are you insane?
Watch your fingers or you'll lose them.
I know. Keep the sword there.
Yeah, it's leveled. It's like the point is against its neck. If he lunges forward, it's just gonna.
He's still chained, so like if he does lunge, you know, in the end he's still restrained, so to speak. But yeah, at the end we're gonna try to remove the muscle.
Removing the muzzle takes but a moment, seeing as it's already torn most of the material. You would watch as its head reels back away from you, sort of snapping its mouth shut as if working its jaw now that it's able to actually move it. You would hear a deep, guttural snarl before it eventually relaxes into a slow exhale. Kill me.
I was planning on it. A bit more surprised that you actually can speak, or are you just mimicking a sound you heard?
No more talk. Kill me. Better
Wait.
than Mendavi slave.
Is that why you want to die?
You would see it pause for a moment. Not like I can leave. You'd kill anyway.
How about this? We know the way out. You could still leave. But first we're gonna need some answers.
Its eyes narrow, very untrusting towards you.
Well, look, we got here, right? So we obviously know how to come in. We also know how to leave. We want to know what happened.
Yeah, and there's a perfectly good person right there.
I'm actually in agreement with Isolde.
Logan sort of
This beast doesn't even have the intelligence to remember what it had for lunch yesterday.
Logan grimaces.
Mendavi don't feed. Starve.
Fair enough. However, I feel dirty just asking or trying to associate these things with civilized speech. Why did your goblins turn on you?
Not our goblins.
So you were just two bands roving on the roads and attacked each other.
We attacked first. Mendavi second. Last to hunt.
And
They
what
came
hap-
upon you when you least expected it.
Shot in back.
That's tracks. What happened to the caravan? Were there any survivors?
He'd look to his side.
That's it.
Was this person with you?
Part of caravan.
Part of caravan.
What about the lodge man who was leading it?
Got grabbed.
Is he still alive?
Been here.
And the supplies itself all taken here too?
There's a nod. Though, judging by his expression, you can be. It's more like he's assuming that it's here.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Where else could it be?
Basically, that. Like, if I'm here, the supplies are probably here.
Why are the Rendavi and Morlings like you active on the roads?
Warden gone. Free hunt.
How do you know the warden is gone?
I see. Ears hear.
There's too many loose lips in Tyros. How many more of you are there, or are you it?
Many.
Well, that answers that.
Come on, Rylan. One will make a difference.
It will. One is a finger in a fist.
We already told them that we will let him.
You will. You can keep your word. If we let him go, he will just go off and kill others. Is it more of a murder to deal with him now, or to let him kill others? I don't want that on your conscience.
Logan sort of holds Ryland's gaze for a moment, and then he turns to the Morling. Why did you do it? Why did you ambush them?
You can see him snort. Lord Demand. Sacrifices for Ruiner.
What
Ruiner.
lord? You have a lord? Who is this lord?
Dogrock.
Where is he at?
He's not going to say.
Oh, well, here's his coordinates.
Can
So-
I don't imagine that this would tell me where it is. Only I want to insight whether it's out of fear or out of cunning why he won't say where it is.
Roman insight.
Oh, Jesus Christ, look at that.
It is fear, but also loyalty.
Oh, he's a
Oh,
believer.
that's even more dangerous. Holy shit. Yeah, the moment Logan recognizes that stoicism, that like belief, he's just gonna turn to Rylan and go, "You take care of that, and I'll take care of this person here." And he'll just turn away.
Good man. What's your name, creature?
Ripjaw.
Of course it is. Alright, Ripjaw. When you get to where you're going, you tell your whatever it is that you believe in that the warden isn't gone. His son and his companions protect this place. But I don't really imagine that your gods even have ears to hear anything. Burn in hell. And he'll stab that thing right in the neck.
Easily done. What initially happens is a very sharp laugh that immediately devolves into this choked gasp and then a gurgle as eventually its expression shifts from this almost mockery to your statement that the idea of meeting something on the other side to the realization that it is dying and is dead.
Whoops.
Its features
not-
slacking
That's not very funny after all.
as thick rivulets of blood just ooze out of its mouth. And its body slumps in its restraints, collapsing to the side.
Slipping the sword out of its skin and giving it that downward slash to clear the blood off of it.
XP in the bag, baby.
Immediately spray Logan with blood.
He'll be very careful.
Nice.
With it. It's that downward arc. All right. We have something of more of a. Whoops. Not mean to do that.
Okay.
My mouse clicked. Anyway.
Waiting for you on the other side is
Yes.
Dargarock.
Yeah. Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm looking for my... Oh, you killed him.
I'm
Have
looking
you
for
seen
my
my-
son, Ripjaw.
DM, is this person here chained to the wall?
They are also restrained in a very similar manner, though they have a sort of leather strap over their mouth.
Okay. Well, Logan won't concern himself with that just yet. He's going to sort of go through their injuries and provide triage. Essentially, use my healer's kit
Certainly.
to bandage and clean and whatever. is
Let's see
there.
that roll. Healing this individual for 8 points. Tending to their wounds, you would notice that there are numerous lacerations, arrow wounds. This person has been put through the ringer. And perhaps, if it weren't for your intervention now, in another day or so, they probably would have died.
Right. Well, with some gauze and stitching and whatnot. After he feels them to be in good enough shape to handle their bindings, he'll look up to Rylan.
Hmm.
I think we can unbind them now.
Let's
I
get
don't
let's
know
get
them,
it.
though.
Let's get it down. And a survivor is still a survivor. That's something.
My only worry is that they may have been abandoned.
Is she chained or is just like rope?
Chained.
We are going to use Divine Sense, DM,
Okay.
on our good unknown person here.
She's evil.
Yeah,
Fiend.
so Logan will tune in to his very feeble, holier senses while gazing down at her. And I think only Rylan would really see how small, gold-like flecks of color show in his eyes, in his sclera.
Oh, that's impressive.
You sense nothing.
All right, well, with that reassurance, we'll cut her free.
Well, I think she's chained. You said. So.
I'm not sure if she's really, really chained.
How, is it like? Are there locks that we have to deal with?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Fuck.
okay.
What about Smith's tools to take
My
out
man.
to take out the bolt and the manacle?
You can certainly try.
Yeah.
My man.
Putting a pause there real quick. Would Grayson... Is Grayson here?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think Grayson would have reacted to the healing at all?
I don't think she would be reacting to anything.
Understood.
Still unconscious then,
Seemingly.
seemingly. All right. Well, the setting is packed down and getting out the roll of smithing tools that he usually uses to repair armor and hone weapons and things like that, or just hang out in the blacksmith and do cool shit. He'll get out the tools. It's like a punch and the hammer to try and hammer out the bolt holding the manacles closed.
Okay.
Is Logan kneeling down or is he standing?
He's definitely kneeling down, and he has his kid
Okay.
sat next to him, so you could definitely see over his shoulder.
On your character sheet, in attributes, you'll notice at the very bottom your tool proficiencies. If you click the word Smith Tools, it'll roll for you.
Would I recognize the cloak?
Roll me a history check.
Click on that.
Nope. Nah, just kidding.
Yeah.
You did
I
just
got her that
watch
cloak.
Rylan. No. This is a different cloak.
Okay.
She's not wearing a cloak. There's a hood.
Sorry, the hood.
You did just watch Rylan execute a Morling who could talk. You're a little distracted right now.
Yeah, he's definitely. I was going to remark of being a little nervous and a little confused about like the putting down the Morling. He's definitely
I would
sort of.
say that it just looks like any Makote hood for now. 'Cause
Very
it's
well.
pretty dirty and frayed.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't even see the ears if they're flopped over. So he probably just gives it a glance, goes, okay, well, they're dealing with the person, and then is back to, like, eyeballing the dead Morling.
Yeah, the body slumped in the chains against the wall as it's just splurting blood.
He's having one of those, like, I'm not sure why this feels weird, but something feels weird about this.
Is the body of this person suspended off of the wall to any degree by the chains?
Yes.
Okay, so
She's very short. Yeah, she's
Hold
suspended.
on. With a 24, you easily punch the pins out.
So what I was gonna say is, while he's pinching that out, Logan would be
Say it like that.
holding her, so she doesn't fall, so she's not like tossed across the ground.
Why'd you have to
You have to say it
beat
that
me
way.
to it?
We're not gonna let people face plant into the metal.
Oh, you guys did it
Yeah.
so much before. Come on.
No, DM, come on.
Easily catching her and removing her from her restraints. She is no longer hanging from the wall, basically.
And I imagine that she's dead weight, as though she's unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
She probably wouldn't
Okay.
weigh any more even if she was soaking wet.
Yeah, in his arms, I imagine at this point, Logan will turn about and set her down among the group, like on clear floor, and pull down her hood. So here.
I think you're
Says
such
I
a
don't
ruler.
exist.
Ooh. Just like that, Grayson fades away. It was an illusion.
Says token FMF1 does not exist.
But you're also using your ruler tool right now.
That's not me.
Oh.
This is my ruler.
Huh.
I can't move.
That
I'm
is your
chained to
ruler.
the wall.
That is your ruler.
No,
You're the only light blue color.
I'm trying to move. It's not letting me.
Yeah, you gotta click the top icon on the left side.
Yeah, I can still move. Whew. All right.
It's still showing that you're set to the ruler.
I'm not.
Because this is the ruler.
This is the ruler.
This is the ruler.
This is. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! This is the ruler. I'm not changing it back. It says
You-
this.
You probably need a refresh again. I don't know what to tell you.
It says this.
Are you using like Chrome to open Foundry by chance?
No,
Okay.
I don't
Chrome,
exist.
Chrome always screws me up, so I have to use something else.
Ah, there's two of me.
Yeah, you need a refresh.
Oh, I can move this one. I can't move that
You
one.
need a refresh.
No.
Yeah, I have to deal with two of you now.
All
This is
right.
Grayson
She
and my
duplicates.
twin.
As you set Grayson down onto the ground, or this individual down onto the ground.
Very gently, very preciously, starting with the head,
Like
letting
a
the rest of the
sack
body.
potatoes.
Yeah. No.
Sack of cement. Just
And you peel back the hood, revealing the figure beneath. Still grime covered, to my knowledge.
Does she still have leather covering her mouth?
Yes,
Oh, thought we removed that. Maybe not.
I removed the chains.
Okay.
She's definitely still muscle, for sure.
Hey, we don't want her saying some shit.
Yeah, she, her eyes are closed. There's a very dark, seeming either makeup or collection of the two, makeup and dirt, that covers the outside of her eyes. Her nose has a very reddish hue to it, and there is a gold piercing in her left eyebrow. Her hair is short in the back, unkempt and wavy, as she has bangs that cover her forehead.
I guess the important question is, do we recognize her?
I don't know. That's not my call.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, how different did she look before she,
Well, before she, the last time you saw her, we'll say the last time you saw Grayson. She didn't wear makeup like this and did not dress like this, and her hair was shoulder length. So I will leave it up to you if you would like to recognize her or not.
Did she have the piercing?
No,
And her eyes are closed?
her eyes are closed.
Well, I'm gonna say that Logan wouldn't recognize her. With all that dirt, unable to look at her eyes, he'd remember her eyes. But unable to see that, and her face unmarred, he wouldn't.
Yeah, I think in this situation with Oliver being on his first adventure and facing the moral implications and slaughter of the first 5 minutes of them being in this dungeon, he's a little distracted to remember Grayson right now.
Okay.
I will be the odd man out and at least say that she looks very familiar.
Sure, you're traveled. She can look familiar.
But he's more unfazed by the things that happen, so his focus is sharp.
I'm trying to decide whether there's one small detail that Isolde recognizes and kind of has like a wait a minute aha moment,
Flip a coin.
or whether she doesn't. It's like you have vaguely familiar features.
She does have freckles that might be but seen and recognized, but they are, she's dirty.
Well, the part that I was thinking of recognizing, and Momo, you can confirm or deny this, yay or nay it, but I was thinking the gold piercing.
She did not have it before.
Oh, okay.
The last time you would have seen her, because you went off to college, you would not have seen. She did not get the piercing while she was at
Okay.
home.
Well,
I
in
also
that
asked,
case-
by the way.
Oh, well, I was thinking maybe it could have been something that that we had done together, ill-advised.
Oh, fair enough.
But no.
Soon.
So Isolde is just like, maybe she's someone from Giant Spear. Either way.
I suppose it's possible. Father took me through there, but she looks familiar.
All right, so we rouse her, get this thing off.
Yes.
Okay. Logan will reach across and
It'll be better
Remove.
if she's on her own 2 feet when we try to navigate this hellhole.
he'll remove the muscle. Reaching for his water skin, he'll sort of douse her face a bit.
Yeah, as soon as what is visible on Logan's person right now? What weapons?
He's got a big old
Oh,
nose, and he just recently, actually, sheathed a longsword to his hip, and a series of knives are arrayed across the length of his belt. Very clumsily put there. They're not very secured because he just recently looted them. So she's got a long splay of choice.
Yeah, I think she'd attempt to take one.
One of the knives,
While
or
his
the
while his
longsword?
hands are focused on this muzzle that she wears, I think she'd try to take one of the knives.
All right. Could I potentially insight the fact that she is pretending to be asleep? It's your choice, not the DM. I'm asking you because, it's between us.
I don't know. That's up to you. She's definitely seemingly asleep.
And I guess the question would be, DM, does insight have any bearing on realizing when someone is faking their sleep?
Oh God. Honestly, I'm gonna let you two handle this.
Not my
The
problem. he
DM
says.
says, I'm out.
Nope.
Sure.
All right. Against your stealth or deception or whatever you feel is more fitting.
I don't know the call for that. Yeah. I'm trying to pretend to be asleep. Sneakily.
I've literally just
That's
said
so
you both
funny.
figure it out.
That's so
it could
funny.
be sleight of hand as well if you want.
The DM tries to close the door. Foot gets stuck in.
Alright.
DM, I have a question.
DM, I would like to know.
Okay, so
Get out of
Logan
my
is
house!
he's entirely unaware. And let me give you your knife real quick.
Here you go. Sure hope you don't do anything weird with this.
There you go.
Thanks. I'll be taking that. How do I?
Now, does she just like fiendishly grab it, or she tries to like stealth grab it
how do
while
I-
he's fussing over her?
Oh, it is stealthily. I can't. How
So
do I? How do I?
He
Ooh,
would definitely
hand's
be-
still bound.
He'd be blocking a part of her, probably from Rylan and Izzy, but I think Oliver could potentially see it.
Double click it.
I take.
All right, I'm gonna give you a sick ass perception check. Nah, he's distracted. He's looking the other way.
Okay, so you see Logan leaning over this person, trying to get the thing off of her face, unaware that he just had a dagger nicked. What do you do, Grayson?
Right as the muzzle is removed, she will hold it to his neck. The,
Oh.
the dagger.
Okay, so, Logan, feeling this sudden razor-sharp steel, jagged, because it's, Rendavi make, freezes in place. And you see him drop the water skin that he had outstretched. You see him drop the muscle with his other hand, both now open. And he goes, guys,
Don't fucking move.
Uh-huh. Looks back.
Hearing
And she
Her
get, like-
brother.
she gets in gets in his face, right, and her eyes are open, and she's staring at him.
Logan is staring back, but his pupils are dilated with fear.
Hers are very tired. Even the knife is kind of shaking. She's exhausted, hasn't been fed for 3 days.
Hey, we saved you. We saved you, you know.
Oliver glances at the dead Morling. Mm-hmm.
Isolde, seeing this, begins to look incensed.
Rylan, for his part, is quite calm in this situation, and with his left hand is just kind of holding it palm up towards her to try to catch her attention. I know you, don't I? His right hand is down at his belt, holding an unsheathed dagger. That was fast.
She's
I could do knives too.
blinking and bleary-eyed, kind of
Oliver's-
staggering in place.
Oliver's voice squeaks out from behind. Hey, let's drop the daggers. None of us here are Rendavi or Morling. I'm sure we can figure something out.
And my knee's getting really tired, please.
We're looking for Edward. Have you met him?
Yeah, I have.
We're here to rescue him. You wouldn't happen to be someone from the caravan, right?
Who was hired to protect him?
Well, there you go. We're on the same side. He puts his hands on his hips like he's solved this conundrum.
Yeah, she kind of
Smiling
she just,
stupidly.
is staring at Oliver for a moment, and just the knife, she wavers backwards as and catches herself on this broken down terminal, and still holding the knife out, pointing it up. This 5'1", 5'2", nothing, in rags, little hooded woman is pointing the dagger at him.
Well, Oliver doesn't recognize her, but he's done this little I've solved it thing, this little gesture where he sticks his hands on his hips and gives her a stupid grin. Usually before they get into trouble or he gets bullied. So,
Well, both.
Logan
Both.
stands up. no longer held at knife point, and sort
The
of
arm
rubs
goes
his
upward.
jaw. Oh, he's once again held at knife point.
It's not so much at knife point as as she stands up, it's now like the knife is like 2
Okay.
feet away from him because he's taller.
Right. So, looking still very earnest, hands placatingly outwards. He's right. Listen. Our major asked us, my father asked us to come out here and find out what happened to his caravan. We're on your side.
Grayson is blinking and she's like, her other hand comes up to rub at her face. Either I'm hallucinating, or
I don't know. But
Logan.
we're injured. That that immediately catches him like a shock, and he recoils at hearing his name, like it's alien to him to hear it from her, as incongruous as being called his name by a rock, so to speak.
I'm not a rock.
What?
Sorry. You just look like someone I knew.
No one looks like I look. Who are you?
Isolde clears her throat.
Shut up.
Damn. Damn. I'm unique.
Yeah.
Damn.
Twin.
Goes over here like fucking snowflake.
Damn. Unfortunate, dog. Kind of an L.
No, he does have a twin. That's what's funny.
Right there.
All of
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
exactly.
Right there.
Yeah.
So she knows your name.
Yeah, it's now that like the dagger is spun in her hand and like she lowers her arm down. You're Gerald's kid, right?
Oh,
Oh, by the gods, how many people does Geralt know?
she knows duh.
Literally everyone.
Don knows a lot of people.
He does. He does know a lot of people. Yeah, that's us. You know Izzy?
Well, yeah, I haven't seen her ever since she left for college.
What?
Isolde
It's a
winks.
squid.
Who are you?
Oh, right. She pulls up the like baggy black shirt and starts wiping at her face and like pushes away a lot of the grime, but like the makeup still stays.
I have a question.
That's some good shit. Makeup.
Is this some kind of like mannerism that we could associate to her? To her just like lifting the shirt and just wiping her face?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if like wiping her face would be a mannerism of hers, but
Using her shirt like a barbarian.
Yeah, it's just very barbaric, is what I mean.
probably not.
Are you a
It's
savage?
probably something she would have learned on her time away.
Fair enough.
And she'd kind of like open her eyes a bit more and look around at everybody.
The
Yeah,
cat boy waves.
Oliver.
That's me.
Rylan.
Wait,
Holy
Huh.
shit.
Having wiped her face off, Ryland like immediately just sheathes his knife that he had out.
Huh.
Grayson.
What are you guys doing down here?
Apparently saving your life.
there's a slow blink as the
No
name
fucking way.
registers in Oliver's brain. You can see the gears working within his mind as he hesitantly says, Grayson? And he can't quite help like his voice crack.
Either I'm really hallucinating, or you're actually here.
Right. Here's a mess.
Ignoring the dagger, Oliver rushes forward and attempts to embrace Grayson.
Add your stab.
There's a moment where she's like, oh god. And no hallucination.
You hear slight sobbing over your shoulder. The dungeon temporarily forgotten. What? He leans back or steps back and sort of like tries to like straighten her cloak situation out. Sorry. He wipes a tear from his eye. What are you doing down here?
And where in all
Wow.
Vegas have you been?
Oh, that also is a good question.
You're alive.
Is he mimics kind of Guinevere in that kind of hand on hips mentality?
Just the...
As a quick note, as you all have been chatting, talking, your torch would go out.
Frick.
Oh, fuck.
I'm waiting for the goblins are slowly piling
I-
up on the other side of the door.
So I wouldn't say that the torch goes out. I think when Logan sees it guttering, he would just light another. at the end.
Okay. Go ahead and
Yeah.
do the button again so that way it spends a second torch.
Understood.
What?
Oliver raises a finger, seeing the torch go out, and he turn around and start fiddling with the power.
Right.
You get hugged. You strangle.
Way stronger.
Ooh, you take 5 stress from all the affection being given to you.
You get picked up from the ground and clenched between two arms, and one is all awkward because he's trying to hold the torch to the side.
Oh,
We looked for you. We looked for you everywhere. By the gods, your father, Grayson.
There's this, like, amongst the pain of not being able to breathe, there is this wash of shame that just runs over her face.
He's going to be so happy. Finally, I'll see the old bastard smile. We need to get her back. Right. He sets her down.
Reynold, I have good news and bad news. We found her.
Was this a secret objective?
Indeed, it was.
Oh, nice.
Imagine if we skipped this room and fucked off.
Dude, it could have happened. You know that, right?
Imagine. That'd have been fucking hilarious.
The fucking keycard falling through a crack on those middle things.
Yeah, imagine if the goblin with the keycard was the one that got smoked by the wires, and we're just like, oh well.
You'll notice now your secret objective has been completed on your journal entry or your journal notes.
Where's my XP fucking
Oh, there it is.
Baldur's Gate noise?
There you go.
And Grayson kind of like she can't really look everyone in the eye per se. But she very avoidantly starts like searching over her person.
While she searches, Logan is sort of dotting on her. He's gonna be trying to clean her face.
Ah, come off.
You're a mess.
Grayson, you have been, you have nothing.
Yeah, she's just got like just her underclothes. And she's like real lived in. God,
Oof.
took everything from me. Look, I'll tell you everything you want to know. If we can get out of here. Otherwise, we're gonna have a long time talking about it.
Right, but we can't. We can't leave just yet.
What? Why?
There's other people here. And supplies for the town. And now you're armed, and I know you're good in a fight, in a fix.
There's no
Long
one
story.
left.
Well, long story short, my father has deputized us as wayfarers. And we have to come back with something. Whether it's supplies or bodies.
It's definitely good to see you, Grayson. We definitely have a job to do. The alderman already charged us. My father's away. And we found you, so.
I didn't expect to be found.
Of course not.
Do you get shorter?
No, asshole, you got taller. She
Oh.
kicks his shin.
Ow!
It's definitely Grayson.
Sort of hisses, lifts the leg. What the
Isolde, for
hell?
her part, is kind of turning away from this interaction. Like, there's a look on her face that she wants to say something to Grayson. But at this moment, she seems hurt. She's being very tsundere about it.
Great explanation, actually. Right, so I'm going to give you my cloak, because you know, have no clothes on. And we're gonna go find this man, so he doesn't suffer the fate meant for you. And he looked for a moment to the morling, and then he remembered it's not a person, so he looked away. That's where things stand.
Stamped with not a person.
Yeah.
Dan,
Grayson,
would I have known the Morling's name?
you would have. You'd have bickered back and forth, actually, during your several days of being basically enslaved together. The reason you two were separated from the rest of the prisoners is because you were the most rambunctious, is the way to put it.
Well, could you tell me his name?
Rickjaw.
Shit.
And it'd have been this last day, that he'd have gotten his mouth taped, basically, so he couldn't talk. You as well.
We had a bet. I bet him I'd get out of here before he would.
You talked to him?
Yeah. His name's Rickjaw.
He told us. Not your friend or anything, right?
All is
Either way, you've won the bet.
easily.
I think she could tell.
Sorry, I didn't expect to see you all here. I'm still not sure if you're real.
Why
She
don't
kind
we-
of like stumbles a bit.
Why don't we take a moment? You need to sit down and get your feet back. Logan, do you have something she can eat? Something simple and light?
Yeah, I have bread and some of that sausage left.
Why don't you get some water and some food? And then we'll get you more knives if you need it, or that other goblin had a sword
bow.
and a bow.
I should be good with this one. And she spins the knife in her hand. But food. God, but I wouldn't give.
Yeah, Logan is going to unfurl his coat. He will fluff it out for any dirt or what have you. He'll then fold it and offer it to Grayson.
I should take it. There's almost like not like a ungrateful grab, but it's like, you know, free shit kind of grab.
I think she would recognize it because it looked a lot like the one he gave her a while ago. Just far longer and wider. So for her, it'd be like a blanket. And then, DM, we're gonna set our cooking tools here and whip her up some food.
Okay. Before we do that, Oliver,
Yeah.
With an 18 genetic memory, you would recognize this to be the last remaining power station here within the facility. The others are all in various states of disrepair or are entirely broken. From here, you're able to manipulate the station's power to perform various functions.
What sort of functions do you?
You will need the administrator keycard.
Which Isolde has. I think.
Yeah, Oliver kind of hits a password or like overseer card required screen. He's like, "Oh, Isolde, do you have, the?" And he kind of makes a shape with his fingers.
Initially, she kind of snaps her head at him, still tersely annoyed with Grayson for.
Being
She's
alive.
in her feelings right now. She's like, "What?"
His ears pull back.
Oh, sorry. What did you need?
The key card.
Oh. Why?
He sort of, you see him point with his eyes at the panel that he's been fucking with.
Oh. All right. What does this do? Isolde just kind of like looks at it dumbfounded and kind of hauls out the card.
It should
To,
give us multiple functions. I'll have to find out as he takes the card that's offered and swipes it
Okay.
or chips it. I don't know if it's a chip.
It's a chip.
Nice.
You have to insert.
Swipes
Inserting the administrator card, you would watch as the panel flashes green for a moment and then goes back to its teal coloration, bringing up a series of new prompts for you. The first thing that you would note is the machine telling you that one of its auxiliary power cells is missing.
Do I understand the words on the screen?
It translates to common, but
I
a
don't know.
13 genetic memory, I'm afraid. This is a little too far advanced.
She squints at it. Do you know what that means?
It says it needs an auxiliary power cell.
She stares longer at Oliver.
He gives you a shrug.
Yes. Okay.
It's basically like an error code that pops up telling you that one of the power cells is missing to this facility. After you clear it, the prompts return. You have the ability to basically end the emergency shutdown. You have the ability to forcefully turn on the lights. You have the ability to forcefully open the doors.
Oh.
Unlock all doors.
Oh. Yeah, that seems safe. So I can end the emergency shutdown, force the lights, or force the doors.
Correct.
He'll turn to the party with a grin on his face. So we have some options, it looks like. I can end the emergency shutdown. I can turn on all the lights, or I can unlock every door in this place.
Wait. Run that by me again.
I can unlock every door in this area, like where we are, this iron mountain, if you will. I can turn on every torch that might be present in...
Oliver,
What?
I heard you.
Oh.
I'm asking how. How can you do that from here?
With this funny panel, he gestures to said funny panel with all the options.
As you gesture to it, it's as if the machine reacts. You would notice there's a screen that now projects above, showing the prompts.
Ta-da!
And it projects in this sort of almost curved light projection.
Like a hologram.
Indeed.
And I imagine that as he veers, like Logan moves around to get a better view, and as the torch sort of gets backlit behind Isolde's body, it being a hologram, it probably shows details better, right? When it's not getting lit on.
Indeed.
So I think Logan, for this particular moment, will hover his hand over the torch so that the depiction is far clearer. So you press the button and the things light up from here.
Yeah, something like that. I've just kind of been going on like, I don't know. I've just kind of been feeling it out.
And it won't shock you, right?
He blinks. I don't think so.
All right. Logan will reach into his satchel and pull out like an unspent torch. Hold it out to him. Why don't you press with this? Just, you know.
He takes the torch. All right, what button should I press? Before you ask, I don't know what shutting off the emergency power does. Or the first option. He kind of gestures to the alien script on the screen.
Oh, you said that power keeps everything running, right?
Yes, for whatever that means.
As
Whatever.
As you mention power, you would notice a fourth prompt emerge.
Ah,
Turn off all power.
it. The secret fourth button.
If we're going to make it through this thing, this Leviathan of steel will need its power.
Sorry, emergency shutdown, not emergency power, I think.
Correct. The words also translate as you read them. To come.
Yeah. Yeah, he basically has to, like, think about it, go back and reread it to understand what it's saying, and then, like, say it.
As you guys are talking about it, Grayson's just in the background.
She's fine.
She's got food and water. She'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
Hey, can you shut up back there? We're trying to figure stuff out.
You like look
We
over.
all-
She's like got that. Oh God, what's that meme where like
That
the
fucking
hands
cat
are up
meme?
and
Yeah.
they're just like ooh. The
Ever.
milk cat. Just like
Oh, God.
The rest of the party is gathered around the computer. What the hell? How do you get to task manager?
Yeah.
Grayson's just standing there, kind of staring at all them, like in this dumbfounded moment of like, is this real? That's the look on her face. She's still questioning everything.
Oh, thank you for reminding me as well. Grayson, just a little bit more average than the rest of your party. Your genetic memory is a 14.
I rolled
Nice.
If you turn on those torches, won't they know we're here?
You see him consider this like it hadn't even crossed his mind before. If they know how to turn on the torches, then maybe.
If anything changes,
Mhm.
they'll know something is up.
And the pile of goblin bodies in the hallway is sort of a giveaway.
That funny door noise. DM, is that intentional?
Nope.
All right.
Okay.
Door opens. Guys, they found us.
You've been caught.
Okay. He considers. I'm not really sure what Rindavi will think if I do any of this.
Well, so you're saying that there's some kind of shutdown happening, right?
Some sort of emergency shutdown. I don't know what that really means.
Does it say what that is or why it's happening?
He turns back to the screen and says, "What is an emergency shutdown?"
For a moment, all of the symbols on the screen become a jumbled mess. The prompts fade. It takes several long seconds of computing before the screen is able to project a sort of diagnostics report. The reason that an emergency shutdown has been activated is that only one of the 4 power stations remains. The aquifer that this station had been pulling water from to generate its power is basically almost empty. It is in power sleep mode in an attempt to reserve whatever stasis or other forms of preservation this facility had once employed.
Oh, those are geothermal turbines.
Correct.
And this is probably just the reserve. Running on 0.0.01%.
He looks back. So, the way this place runs is similar to like a watermill on a river, right? But the water in this place has basically dried out. So it is this metal, he gestures to the facility, this metal stronghold. Yeah.
Allow me. You would know this place is a storage facility.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but how am I going to say facility to Logan?
Yeah, he's got to explain it down.
I have to.
Yeah. You gotta be like, you gotta not confound
Gotcha.
the himbo, please.
Apologies. I thought that was like a lack of knowledge.
No, this is me trying to, like, if I'm talking to like a 5-year-old about like how Windows
Understood.
works.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of like, because he understands facilities, even if he isn't like consciously aware of how. He has yet to like stop and ask how he knows all this stuff. Smile. So he's sort of flailing with his arms as he's trying to explain. This castle is running low on water and cannot light the torches or
What?
unlock doors. Because the river it uses for the mill is drying up.
Oh, like a big mill made out of steel.
Correct. This, he points back to the screen and the whole like generator thing behind him. This is the water mill. That, he points but behind to the fungus thing behind Grayson, is also a generator, but he's broken.
That's the water wheel.
Yes.
He points off to that.
He nods, not really sure if it is or not.
And then he points to this. And he goes, and that's the hopper. That's
What?
the hopper. That's the mill wheel. And
Oliver
I suppose the gearing and the shafts are below, and the mill pond beneath that. That's why it's in a
Oliver
mountain.
gives you an encouraging thumbs up. But this place needs 4 mills to run and is on 1, so it is, how do I put this? Sleeping, essentially. In hibernation.
Did the dwarves build it?
I don't know.
Okay. So if it has little water left,
Mhm.
and you turn that thing on the torches, won't it sputter and die?
Hey, is Grayson dying?
She's just kind of standing there. Like, she hasn't even put the cloak on. She's just holding it in her hands, just kind of like empty-eyed looking around at the party. Her like left hand is feeling at the fabric of Logan's like shirt. Kind of like, is he real? Am I crazy?
Logan is unaware that she's feeling his shirt. He's sort of, all of his brain is 100% devoted to figuring this alien shit out, and he's losing the fight, you know?
My friend,
Yes.
You will notice once more that the prompts appear back on the screen, the 4 options. However, it is 7 p.m.
Indeed.
That is where we're going to have to call it for tonight.
I honestly thought it was going to be like reveal Grayson end, so.
Yeah,
lot
me
better than I
too,
even
dude.
thought.
So, thank you guys so much for playing as we conclude episode 1.
Nice.
We will resume the party picking their facility function with their new party member, Grayson Alvear, and delving deeper into the precursor storage facility.
Oh my god, we're back, baby. We're back.
are
yeah.
so-
Yeah. We're so back, dude.
For as long as the players wish to stick around, feel free to ask
Forever.
any questions you may have pertaining to the game, the players, the characters, anything like that. We're going to go over some fan art
Holy crap.
drawn by the lovely community. Robert Hartley, GM, thank you guys very much for the raid. Appreciate you, brother. Afraid that you caught us literally as we were about to wrap up, but I appreciate you all the same, and I will be passing on the raid to another in the D&D channel, keeping the D&D love going. But thank you very much, and welcome, raiders. Let's do some fan art.
Oh my fucking god, let's fucking go.
Share screen.
Show me the press. Hot off the printer.
Oh god. Oh yeah, I guess I could do it like Brett does. Hold on.
DM, what's your genetic memory?
Mine?
With Discord.
6.
What the hell is this?
Yeah,
I'd say
we had
mine's-
the whole troubleshooting session, remember?
Yeah, I would say mine's like a solid 12. My dad and my brothers are like 18.
Okay. You should be able to see it.
Nice. Oh my god, that's us.
Oh, shit.
Look at him.
Look at us.
Now we have 3 screens with the same image on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair. A quick synopsis. So, this is episode 1 of our new game, Shadows of Thorolun. It's called, episode 1 is called Eliond's Hopes, and that is in the form of our 4 wayfarers. Isolde Alvain, Logan Alvain, Oliver Duskbrand, and Rylan Aldane. A number of brand new adventures with various experience behind them. One of them is a graduated student of the prestigious Collegium of Ilendor. They are a sanctioned sorcerer. Logan Alvain is the sort of eldest son of a Yalderman, a mayor, and is sort of poised for politics. Oliver Duskbrand is a unique case in the form of a talent, a psionic-based individual attempting to figure out more about themselves. And Rylan Aldane is the squire to Aaron Aldane, the road warden for our region. This is all words that probably make no sense because they are all hyper-specific to my setting. All it takes is 4 adventurers to go figure out what happened to a traveling merchant and attempt to help him or bring him back to town. He was recently waylaid by Chaos or Vigar in my setting, and the party have been sent to rescue him and the supplies. Having tracked from the attack site to this facility, they found the goblins, the ones that were responsible for the attack, and are now sort of poking around this weird facility and uncovering what's behind it, as well as finding an old friend who's been missing for a couple years in the form of Grayson. And we end with the party about to make their choice with the precursor facility and figuring out what the hell these buttons do.
The most difficult challenge of all.
Decisions.
What button?
Scroll up, find some fan art.
Do we push the square button or the triangle button?
Where does this button go? That's
3
right. The
hours
square
later.
hole.
This is my room. I better not see a body pillow.
We got some
You are
Inkly
no
art.
longer welcome in my room.
Oh,
Inkly
look at
art
that.
of some early concepts of Oliver.
Wait. That's him killing a goblin. Leans
That
forward,
just happened
taps
today.
head. His head explodes.
Die!
I imagine him just getting like fucking afraid to the point where he's just like, "Go away," and then they explode.
Another early piece from Inkley. The whole squad stacked up.
Ugh, fucking Inkley's insane. He came up with this while we were just rambling about character session 0, and this was the end product. Like, fucking wild. Inkley,
Hello,
you're
Ollie.
insane.
Great.
I love you.
Some more. I think I can show these. Maybe.
Huh?
There's a lot of booba.
Oh, you're fine.
Some designs for light brigandine armor worn by Grayson.
Boobadine.
Boobadine. Yeah.
Had a little Ollie in the corner. Look at him floating stuff around.
A
I'm gonna beat you with a club now.
fantastic piece from Legion of Grayson.
Wow.
Props to Legion for keeping the really exaggerated scythe that is still somehow a gray item.
The sickle? Hell yeah, baby.
The sickle, yeah.
It doesn't scroll up far enough. It just shows booba.
Yeah, that's as far as I get to.
A concept piece of Logan Alvain from Suffering Gob,
Nice.
representing all of the goblins who died today. Appreciate you, brother.
What? Paul.
A colored piece.
Nice. Yo, you got
So
that ring.
Little
man.
Rowfield red going on. Trader.
Got a little.
No.
Trader.
I
Yeah,
see.
sorry.
Your Alric is showing.
I definitely cannot show the next piece.
Why not?
I'm sorry, Suffering Gob.
Why not?
Why not?
Pretty sure there's
What
nipple
is
in
it?
that. So
Let me
What?
see.
Where?
Enhance.
From whom?
from Suffering Gob.
It's
This is another
Discord
piece.
premium content.
From Suffering God.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to see it, come look at the fan art tab on our Discord.
Oh, that one.
No,
In
there's
one of
no
the
nipple.
records.
No, that's not nipple. That's tastily placed
Yeah, I ain't-
pasties.
Yeah, I ain't taking that risk. You want to see it? Come join the Discord. Some more pieces of Logan with
Ooh.
various hairstyles. I'm a fan of the middle one.
Ooh.
Where he just
They're
looks
all
like a
good.
Highland cow.
Correct.
Whoa, baby.
Nice.
Big
Looks like
himbo energy.
bison.
A piece of Grayson from Seat.
Y'all got wild with the Grayson.
Kill him.
They just can't resist a goth girl. I understand.
They really
though.
can't.
I understand.
The added piece of Rylan Aldane alongside
damn.
Grayson, drawn by Legion.
You're just such a goat.
Legion, why are you so talented?
good.
Why are you so
Honestly.
talented?
Legion.
You're such a goat, bro.
Is there really a legion of you?
Another piece by Seat.
I don't dare look at you.
That's what we saw when we entered the little room.
It's just Peter Griffin on the bus.
Yeah, it's like we saw a fishnet and a bundle of hair.
Here's some. Here's a very tiny winged version of Eden.
Oh my god, look at him. He's like a
Yeah.
little Digibot.
He's about to test gravity on all your knickknacks.
Yeah, that's like something I feel like I'd see in Final Fantasy.
This looks like a new fan artist.
New fan artist.
No.
Some more doodles. Oh, it's very small. Some more doodles of Logan. This is drawn by Qua.
Damn.
If he
It's-
had dreads, he'd be spot on.
Dreads.
Everybody gives
And
him
in
a
the
beard.
future, he might.
Everyone, I mean, it is Tyros, admittedly.
Ooh, what y'all don't know is that in Eliond, if you are an unmarried man, you don't get to have a beard. You have to shave.
I had to fight for that little bit of shadow that he has right now.
See, the real
Yeah.
question
Then
is,
caught some flack in character, regardless, by the way.
Yep.
The real
Dad's
question
like,
is- once you marry, do you have to grow a beard?
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
You get to have a choice then.
Yeah, imagine.
It's the same thing for in a very similar instance for women, where if they're not married, they need to have their hair braided. But once they are married, they can choose to wear their hair braided or unbraided.
Yeah, just letting you know, once we got out of like town limits, Isolde was just like, I'm taking the shit out.
I'm tired of this backwards tradition.
Here is a bunny suit Grayson by
Oh, no.
Grenville.
Yo?
Yeah,
the
Gren.
real stuff right there. Get in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The hero art. Gren saving Christmas.
Chris,
Let's go, bro.
This piece says Grayson really has that punk girl aesthetic. Another piece by Gren.
Oh my god. She gonna do terrible things to me.
Correct. The follow up is she bullies
yeah,
him.
she's gonna stab you.
Yeah.
Yeah. For a moment. Okay. I had to relook at that picture. This
Ain't like
is
they used to be.
some
Uh,
art of Isolde.
Those people get tattoos later.
uh,
Oh God.
She got that death by snoo snoo body.
yeah. Logan, look away.
Oh
This
no.
piece is by Yoshi. His ass was
Oh,
not
yeah.
listening.
Oh my god. Me
No.
looking up at Dustbrand. Whatever you say, Chief.
You must not strain yourself.
Like a weed music in there.
You said Wayfarer, and it's just like white noise
Another
after
piece
that.
by Yoshi.
Oh.
This is my room. I better not see a body pillow. You are no longer allowed in my room.
Holy
This guy is
fuck.
not cool with the things I like.
A series of doodles and sketches by Yoshi.
Holy crap.
Some
He's so
goblins.
good.
Getting fucking eviscerated in the
He's
top
so
left.
good.
We got the Ryland stabbing one through his throat in the top right. We got Mr.
nightmare.
Broadhurst in the middle, reloading his arms.
Oh my god. Hey, kids.
Reloading his arms.
Was that Yoshi?
That's Eekly.
Oh no, I said Ingley, didn't I?
Yoshi.
Ooh.
Oh.
Was I referencing the last one? I must have been referencing the last one. My bad.
Ooh.
Don't ooh me. Shut up.
Inkley leaves the Discord immediately.
I know where he lives.
Oh.
Yeah.
We've got Ryland's mom, who's got it going on.
Oh.
Yeah.
We've got Isolde in the middle with a
How does
massive
Eddie-
braid.
How does
My mom
anyone
is why
survive in Eliond?
Rylan and Logan are friends because of Rylan's mom.
Yeah, Matt, no other reason. Went to war because of his mom.
You know, they sort of, became friends later down the line, but
See.
We've got
You notice me, mommy.
we've got Oliver asking for
Oh my
directions.
fucking-
and-
Can I get that in writing?
No.
We've got two pieces of fin. I'll get it. It looks amazing. And then we've got Oliver's mom.
That's going to be the villain if I die. I hope you guys are ready. That's your BBEG. If I die in this dungeon, Amelia is going to be the mouth of the Iron Duke. I hope you're ready.
We just
Oh
get there
my
and
God.
it's just like full Dark Souls health health bar appears.
And there's a
Oh,
kobold with Guts' greatsword at the bottom.
If you look at its collar, it looks like it's out on parole.
Yeah.
holy shit.
We've
that
got,
was one of the militia for Lydia.
We've got Stupid Bean.
What a fur.
What the fuck,
Oh, my
man?
Jesus. Fucking, we open the door, just stupid bean.
Hey guys.
Wet Stupid Emo Cat.
What the f-
It's
Deb?
true, but like it doesn't hurt any less.
Pick up
Just
the
because
Momo.
it's right doesn't
Fuck!
Deb. Bullied.
Bleh. Looks like she got
Momo
a puke.
confirmed short.
I have braid.
Bleh.
Nice,
Say I have
nice.
cake.
Well,
I mean,
next is
all of
I
us
would
have
eat
cake.
his bread. Apostrophe. Tits.
I see. In case of,
Right, these teats.
I see. The
Those
loaves.
have big old titties. Man titties.
Tiggle bitties going on.
Thirsting after characters. I would show the music, brother, but I'm not sure how.
Just kind of.
I'm sorry. When I figure that out, I will definitely be showing off the fan-made music because that's cool as hell. So if you guys want to check it out, come join the Discord and come check the fan art tab.
Just kind of play it as we close down. You hear doot 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 doot.
If you want, you can show the lineup that I put together.
Oh yeah. Let me scroll on up.
Scroll on up, scroll on up.
And here is our party.
Ah!
Oh,
The group.
Grayson Alvear, Logan Alvain,
Jesus,
Rylan Aldain, Isolde Alvain, and then our lad,
It looks
Oliver
like
Duskbrand.
3 of the party are standing on stools.
it is not my fault you are tiny little baby man.
It's not even that they're taller; they're also like twice as wide as everyone else. It's kind of insane.
They're big.
They're fucking huge. Like, I can imagine Logan's hand is the size of Ryland's face and half of fucking Grayson's body.
It's not.
True.
Oh,
There
We
have
used to throw
giants.
them like lawn darts as children.
funny you mentioned that, Stella. Thank you for reminding me. Because you've all interfaced with technology in our once you use this prompt, everybody's genetic memory will go up by 1.
Holy crap.
Today? Right
So-
now?
Once
Oh
you
no,
use-
once we hit the prompt. Got it.
Correct.
Once we
Whatever-
press this
Whatever
button,
prompt you pick, everybody's genetic memory in the party will go up by 1.
once I hit this button, we'll all know how to turn on a phone.
Oh, so we eventually hit the cap, and then we all sort of know. We
That's
clicks.
right.
Interesting.
Or like augments it in some weird way.
I hope you're ready, because once we hit one button, I doubt we'll be able to hit any other button.
Probably not.
Yeah. From the way it sounds, this is a one.
All right, party. Which button do I press? Smiley face.
Push the one that gets us out of here the fastest.
I wish we knew.
Unlocks every door. All right, it's a straight shot.
How about you turn on the torches as well?
All doors open up. The door behind us opens up. It's the Manticore. Her.
My boss told me.
it there. I
who
was waiting
drew-
out here.
The tokens are prefab tokens that I bought on like Etsy or like Gumroad or something like that from an artist. I bought the whole pack of classes. Momo kit bashes and edits all of them to custom fit each character.
Modders.
Yeah, she's pretty cool like that.
For players, your character has one video game installed on their computer. Which is it? Grayson, what's your video game of choice?
Probably. Why me?
You're
You're
first.
I hate that. She would probably have. I don't know, man.
She looks like a Conan player.
No. It would be like the edgy boyfriend dungeon simulator.
What?
Huh?
Where's that?
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Okay. Understood.
Orc mustache.
Orc massage. Isolde.
Oh. I don't know what she would like to play. I feel like I could either go with like a funny haha, this would be my deep dark secret sort of answer, or I could sit here and think about it and give you like a real one. I think if we were doing like tongue-in-cheek funny haha answers, I would say she unironically loves Stardew Valley.
Oh my god, that was my answer.
Ooh,
We have Stardew Valley in the computer and we share it.
Ooh, you can
We're
take the
twins.
college girl out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the college girl.
Oh my god, we have Stardew Valley. Yes.
They just
Either
keep-
Stardew Valley or like
twins
Animal
have-
Crossing on the Switch.
the
do.
twins have a fucking co-op Stardew game.
Yes.
I shove the twins aside. All right, Oliver.
Logan would be
Factorio.
the rancher. No. Yes.
Oliver's got to be like Legend of Zelda.
Not bad. Actually, now that you say it, probably. He'd have either Legend of Zelda or Factorio.
Oh god, yeah, Factorio. I can see that.
Yeah. Except he wouldn't like bother with like making sure everything's organized, so it'd just be a fucking mess every time.
You just open it up and it's like
Yeah. He knows where everything is. No one else does.
so he
It's
has
all-
ADHD.
It's all spaghetti. I mean, he is a little impulsive.
Rylan, and why is it Mountain Blade?
So Mountain Blade. I was gonna say that or Helldivers too, where he
Yeah.
just
Why is it?
gets up
Mountain
there.
Blade.
More
Why-
democracy.
Why is it? Why is it Shadow of War? Mordor.
No.
Hmm.
Shadow of War is one of those games you play like once, and people who are like, I've played it multiple times. I'm like, why though?
I just love killing orcs.
Mountain Blade though is it's a good choice. It's a good choice. I definitely have sunk into that rabbit hole
Yeah,
for like
that's why I
weeks
said
on
it.
end.
That's why I said it.
But like Helldivers has definitely captured my whole like, my name is Commander Shepard and this is my favorite game on the Citadel. Nothing better than shooting savage bugs or communist robots. I mean, it's great.
What body pillow does Oliver have?
And why
What's
is
up?
it Ryland's mom?
Ah!
No.
Well, I don't know. I didn't know she was on the market, but hey,
Is Tristan
She's
gonna
my
have
lady,
two
goddammit.
characters that are gonna have
Oedipus complexes.
no, that everybody's gonna lust after his mom? Talanos was the same way.
Yeah.
When his mom
Hell knows your
appeared,
mom's hot.
his mom appears and shoots him once. Everyone's like, "Oh no, she's hot!" And he's like,
Yes.
"What the fuck?"
She kidnapped me at gunpoint.
Yeah, you liked it though.
fuck.
It's a running joke though. Like every time you give him a mom, it's always hot, right?
Listen,
and then
just
she's
because
been
I
around.
love my mom.
Oliver, as you were.
I can't think of anything like super cringe because I don't watch like anime, so I can't think of like an obscure like anime pro tag that you'd have on a body pillow. So I'm just gonna say he'd probably have
14.
14 characters. That's a good choice.
Or what's her name? The
Why is it
cat.
Y'shtola?
Yeah, you stole
yeah,
that
it'd
one.
be Y'shtola or Shadowheart
Oh.
from Baldur's Gate.
There you go. Okay.
And I don't
good
know
job.
where to buy them, so I
You
can't
mag-
answer that
you
question.
magicked them at
Etsy,
work.
smile.
Oh, you had
Liar.
Finn do it with
Why do
his
you mean
magic.
liar?
And he's like, why do you?
Liar.
Why
All
do
right, you know what?
want
He would have
this?
gone to a convention, and
Oh god.
God, actually, he probably wouldn't if he's not allowed to go anywhere. He would have wished he'd gone to a convention and bought it.
Is Grayson's
Alright.
name a Dark and Darker reference?
What?
No,
What?
I have no idea though.
How do you reference that?
I don't know that reference, so I'm gonna say no.
Not intentional, at least.
There are two people who brought it up.
Is there?
I think the reference that they're talking about is that you have a suit for when you play Dark and Darker, and she has the same hood.
Oh,
It does
That
kind of
may be
have
what they mean.
art with the sickle. Does kind of have a Dark and Darker sort of vibe to it, though. I'll give it that.
oh, I'm like trying to figure out like
Or Darkest Dungeon.
what
Darkest
named
Dungeon.
character in Darker is great. Like there aren't even named characters. It's like the merchants, and that's it.
No. It's just that the theme fits like this cute aesthetic that she has. when she
Oh.
plays that.
There's a dev in Dark and Darker named Grayson.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's
So it was intentional. Good to know. Awesome.
It was
Dark and
not.
Darker sponsorship, here we come.
But it
Yeah,
could be.
The tune.
Hit me up, Grayson.
I hope Grayson likes goths.
Grayson.
All right, Oliver. Which LOZ? Oh, Legend of Zelda.
I don't fuck. I haven't played either one, but aren't they
Either
basically
one.
the
There's
same
like
thing?
a billion of them, brother.
Oh, which Legend was? I'm thinking of. Sorry, probably. And I haven't played any of them, but I would say Breath of the Wild. Or what's
Incorrect.
the one?
Tears of the Kingdom.
Incorrect.
Those are the same game.
Not
What
what,
about
Nintendo
Majora's
says.
Yeah,
Or
okay, Nintendo.
Give me
Ocarina of
$70.
All right.
The real ones, the good ones.
Windwalker would be another one. Isn't that the one with the boat?
Yeah, Wind Walker's amazing.
Yeah,
Wind
Windwalker would be another
Waker.
one. Wind Waker.
Wind Waker, yeah.
Because it's all about exploration. That'd be that's his thing. At least he wants that to be his thing.
I love that boat. I think it's called like the King of Lions or something like that.
I'm still laughing. The twins have a joint Stardew Valley game going
Yeah,
that they play
yeah.
long distance.
Dude, I had the fucking name on my mouth. I was like, that's the game. He's a rancher. He never grows anything. He's a rancher. All the lambs. And then you fucking said it, and I knew that we had that co-op going on.
Yeah.
I think Ryland's an Apex player.
Oh god.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
Ryland's
Grayson's
an Apex.
definitely like Mountain Dew and Gatorade. A certain-
Oh, I see. Grayson's the COD player.
She's-
She got like record. She's found all the Easter eggs in COD Zombies.
Just gets super sweaty about it though.
Where have you been, Grayson? Cut to Grayson,
I
fucking
just got
playing with
drop
the boys.
shotted. This is bullshit. Oh, she's playing her games.
She plays Siege.
Oh my god. I just imagine her dad coming in and going, "Are you winning, kid?
She's
Get out of my
repurposed his
room.
basement.
Are you winning, kid? Grayson, get out. I gotta use the rack."
Toxic Siege player. Wall bangs and peeks out of windows every time.
No. I refuse.
All right.
They ruined Jaeger when they took away his ACOG.
We are gonna wrap it up here.
Okay.
So why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat.
Goodbye.
Bye, chat.
Thanks for watching.
It's been a pleasure. What
Chad,
a
we're back.
powerful. It's been a powerful first
We are
session.
so back.
We're so fucking back, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, Chad. It's
9
been
more
how many
seasons,
fucking months?
Morty.
Oh, fucking hell. We're so back.
We're never gonna stop, Morty.
Rick and Morty, 100 years.
Say goodbye, Ryland.
I did. You just weren't listening,
Say it
nerd.
again. I didn't hear you.
But again, my Johnny,
Very good. All right, I'll be back.
like the one they call.
Friends, companions, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. And thank you guys so much for watching episode 1 of Shadows of Thorolun. They're right, though. We're back. And my God, did it feel great to DM again after 6 long months of not being able to DM. I'm not letting him finish, Zebus. That is it for me tonight. The next time that you will see me will be on Tuesday, TPK Tuesday, as we do some preparation for the upcoming choices that the party is going to make. And of course, if you would like to watch or see the next episode, tune in next Sunday at 1 p.m. CST for episode 2. What else? If you would like to get your hands on the beautifully made maps that you saw today, made by yours truly, including the entire precursor dungeon that my players are going through right now. You can get it on the Patreon. At the $5 and $10 tier, you'll get access to map packs, various map packs of various sort of situations and scenarios. Outdoor packs, dungeons, cities, towns, the works. And of course, all of you who support me on Patreon allow me to continue to do the things that I love, which is this. It's Dungeons and Dragons. I would not be able to do this without you. So truly, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you very much. I think that's it. If you haven't already, come join the Discord. Come hang out with all the cool people that you hung out with tonight. And go check out the YouTube, the VOD session 0. It was my apologies. It took way longer to render along with all of the other videos I put out because I upload all of my VODs in bulk, basically. It took a lot longer for session 0 to finally get done rendering. So session 0 should come out today. And then episode 1 should be out within the week, hopefully. I want to get it out in a timely manner for you, all of you VOD watchers, to enjoy from the leisure of work or your job or what have you. And that's it for me tonight. We are going to go raid. We're going to pass on the love as we have done time and time again after receiving a raid. So we're going to find somebody in the D&D sphere and pass it on to them. Ooh-wee. How long have they been streaming? Okay, perfect. We're going to pass it on to Table Top Notch. I've seen their stuff before. It's very good. I like their YouTube shorts. So we're going to pass the crown to them. Again, thank you guys so much for coming out, supporting the stream. I look forward to seeing you all later. Hope you all have a great night. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. And until then, I will see you all next time. Goodbye, chat.